Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. DNK.
Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. I kind of was shaped, but I really didn't. Oh, not really.
Speaker throughout Jonestown. No one was to speak while Jim was talking, meaning conversations between co-workers, used specifically as it was ostensibly a labor camp, was impossible when he rambled endlessly throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, there were loudspeakers everywhere, and he would just rant endlessly about what he kind of painted as a picture of the outside world. Basically, what you were saying before, Charlie. I think it's labor camp is a pretty generous term as well, because there was also abuse running, the same levels of abuse but worse that were back in California now running rampant throughout the community as well from
Welcome
Jones
to my
himself,
channel.
and probably
Martzing.
the circle.
Welcome to my
so
channel.
that paints a very bleak picture.
While all
Welcome
this was
to my
happening in
channel.
Jonestown, back home, a group of former People's Temple members, which I should mention, by the way, I kind of implied that Jim Jones was Pentecostal during this whole time. Shortly after, like, getting some members of the Pentecostal church, he became his own thing, like his own entity. Yeah. People's Temple was not a Pentecostal denomination. A group of former People's Temple members and family members of those currently in Guyana established themselves as the concerned relatives, something similar that happened with the Heaven's Gate cult many years later. They believed, correctly, that those in Jonestown were being held against their will. They would write flyers and send their concerns to the media in an attempt to get the word out. They also lobbied members of Congress to try and launch an investigation into Jonestown. They penned a document titled Accusations of Human Rights Violations, which targeted Jim Jones alone and featured violations such as prohibiting telephone calls, prohibiting contact with outsiders, censoring all incoming and outgoing mail, extorting silence from relatives in the United States by threats to stop all communication, and preventing their children from seeing them when they travel to Guyana. In this document, they also highlighted a chilling threat made by Jim Jones to all U.S. senators and members of Congress about alleged bureaucratic harassment. In the letter, in the letter, Jones said, "It is equally evident that people cannot forever be continually harassed and be beleaguered by such tactics without seeking alternatives that have been presented. I can say without hesitation that we are devoted to a decision that it is better even to die than to be constantly harassed from one continent to the next."
Yeah, so that's the first mention of where his end goal.
Welcome to my channel.
I don't really like the word goal, because he would have continued on happily if he didn't feel like he was losing, but like the end kind of thing that he was going to eventually do. This is where he started threatening that, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he effectively has 1,000 hostages with him, so...
Yeah, he does.
Makes it hard to do anything.
Another thing, too, there was a specific instance that became really big in the news around this time. If I recall right, it was there was a married couple that had gotten a divorce, and the wife and the kid, or maybe I have it backwards and it was the husband and the kid. I'm pretty sure it was the wife and the kid. They were in Jonestown, and the husband was lobbying with the media to get his kid back, basically. So it became a whole, like, Jim Jones is kidnapping children, stuff like that. Basically, the news made enough of a stink around what was going on that, like, politicians started to get involved. And it's not a good look when the pastor, who was once a big friend of the president and, you know, like, political families, is like, if you bother me, I'll die. Everyone will die. So people got really concerned really fast. So
Yep.
the document covers much more, including how Jim Jones used mind programming and intimidation to control his followers. The concerned relatives demanded that Jim answer to their questions regarding his statement about the willingness to die, that all the guards surrounding Jonestown be removed so that people can move freely, that Jim return all passports to his followers, and that he encourage and allow home visits, stop censoring mail, and blocking his followers from contacting or being contacted by their loved ones. Another thing too is there were a few visits by the government to Jonestown, because legally all these individuals are still United States citizens. So and several of them were sending out social security checks. So there were investigations made by, like, the FBI to Jonestown to go to these people who were receiving checks, and the people would be like, oh yeah, Jones got all the money from my check, but I did it willingly. So they were, like, several times federal agents would show up, do an investigation, then leave, because everyone they interviewed was just like,
Legally consenting.
exactly, yeah, oh no, we want this to happen, what's wrong?
Which is what they were trained to say as well, obviously.
Yes, correct. They were
still
at literally threat of death. They were
Yep.
being told to just go along with whatever Jones wanted them to.
Not just them as well. It's kind of like a North Korea situation where,
Yeah, it's the whole family.
Yeah,
it's the whole
yeah.
family.
Jones responded to this by hiring Mark Lane, an attorney, to prove that everyone, including government agencies such as the FBI, were creating conspiracies against him. In an interview, Mark said that if anyone wanted to leave, they were more than cooperative, and it simply wasn't disallowed, saying that they would personally get that individual in a car, in a plane, and fly them back to where they wanted to be. But everyone who was asked
Darla,
if they wanted to go always
welcome to my
responded with
channel.
no. Back in America, concerned relatives had gotten the attention of U.S. Representative Leo Ryan, a Democrat from California. Leo decided he would go to Jonestown himself to investigate what was happening, and this was the beginning of the end.
Yep.
It's so crazy to me that you can just hire a lawyer to just lie. Like, no, they're totally allowed to leave. This is FBI conspiracy shit. It's so fucking slimy. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. Charlie, you can take this on the beginning or the end.
I was looking up Mark Lane, what he did after this. I'll dig into that a bit deeper later. Because surely he didn't get any more work afterwards. Not only did he get hired for this, it led to fucking 900 deaths, but he also was unsuccessful in creating that conspiracy narrative. He failed at that too.
Mark Lane would go on to be a part of the O.J. Simpson trial.
Yeah, imagine. Alright, so Leo Ryan traveled to Guyana in November of 1978. Accompanying him was a group consisting of congressional staff, members of the concerned relatives, and various people from the media. They first arrived in Georgetown, where they traveled via small plane to Jonestown. Only a few were able to accompany Leo due to the restricted size of the airplane. At first, only Leo Ryan, Legislative Counsel Jackie Spear, and two attorneys for the People's Temple, Mark Lane and Charles Gary, were allowed into Jonestown. The others were allowed in later on in the evening. Jim had painted Leo Ryan out to be the bad guy. Leo instead openly greeted them with kindness, asking if anyone wanted to talk to him, as he would listen with an open mind. Jim had practiced with members on what they needed to say if asked any questions, which they then repeated when talking to Leo in order to convince the exploratory group that everything in Jonestown was fine. Also, during this time, Jim and Marceline's sons, Jim Jones Jr. and Stephen Jones, were in Georgetown with a few others as they had formed a basketball team and were set to compete against the Guyanese official team. While there, Jim Jones Jr. got a call from his father with a message, "We are going to visit Mr. Fraser." This was a code chosen by Jim Jones that came attached with a chilling meaning.
Welcome to my channel.
Revolutionary unaliving. It signaled to the followers that they were to prepare for a mass unaliving drill, or ultimately the actual mass unalive event. Jim Jr. didn't believe it at first, but his father insisted it had to be done. At first, they wanted to go back. Their families, wives, and children were there. But even though they were then ordered to go back, they didn't. Due to this decision, they survived what would entail.
Yeah, so that's why Jim Jones Jr. and Stephen Jones are still alive. Imagine having to, oh man, being in that situation where you know your family is back at the compound and some terrible event is about to take place. I don't know. Awful.
That is such a chilling line. We're going to visit Mr. Fraser.
Yeah, I tried to dig into that. I couldn't find any kind of significance.
I'm sure it's just a code.
Yeah,
you know?
it is just a code, but I thought maybe there was a deeper meaning to the Mr. Fraser part, but I couldn't find anything.
The "we are going to visit" is so haunting, and yeah.
However, that afternoon, two members, Vernon Gosney and Monica Bagby, made an important defiant move. They passed a note to NBC reporter Don Harris reading, "Please help us get out of Jonestown." The note was intended for Leo Ryan, Vernon mistaking Don Harris for him. Vernon later recounts that moment. Don was walking around the edge of the pavilion when he stuffed the note in the fold of his arm, but it fell. He picked it back up, handed it to Don, saying, "He dropped this." But a child who saw yelled out, "He passed a note, he passed a note." Oh god, that's fucking...
It's terrifying.
So sad.
Yeah. The settlement itself reminds me of... No, actually, no, I'm not going to say it. It was going to be a fucking cultural reference.
Make the reference. Make the reference.
I was going to say, it's Resident Evil almost. It feels very like... it feels very like scary.
Yeah, go ahead and call Charlie the pop culture machine.
Yeah, you got some fucking nerve.
I'm stopping. No more references.
This is just like the Las Plagas.
This is just like when Darth Bane issued the rule of two to the Sith.
That's always your go-to with Star Wars. It's like the only Star Wars reference you know.
It's like actually all I know about Star Wars lore history, like outside of the movies, yeah. Dawn brought the note to Jackie and Leo, who immediately understood that they were correct with their assumption of Jonestown. The next day, Dawn brought the note to Jim, filming the conversation with him. Jim knew who they were talking about, Vernon Gosney, and accused him of just wanting to leave his son in Jonestown. He told Dawn that Vernon had lied. He was simply playing games. During the conversation, Jim begged him to leave Jonestown alone.
So this is where the paranoia and desperation from Jim was starting to like take hold. Now that he knew that like people were trying to talk to, you know, the reporters and the people that had come to, you know, conduct the exploratory, you know, investigation.
It's terrifying how like the first day they're there, he's like, "Oh well, welcome to this. You can check out Jonestown here. We're having a great time." And as soon as Jones sees the note, like his face drops. And he's like, "It's a game, it's a joke, but leave, get out." Like,
yeah, leave us alone.
It's simply a social experiment. It's a prank.
Prank, bro. What's up, everybody? Today we're going to be cultivating a city in Guyana. Make sure to hit that subscribe button, like all that.
Jonestown started to descend into chaos. Over the next few days, more and more people wanted to defect. The aircraft originally coming to pick up those leaving was only able to hold 19 people, so a second small craft was quickly ordered in. Most people began leaving to the airstrip, with Leo and Richard Dwyer staying behind in case anyone decided at the last minute they also wanted to leave. There were some who then decided to leave, including a man called Larry Layton. To say people were suspicious of this was an understatement. Larry was one of Jim's biggest and most loyal followers. He was allowed to join Leo and Dwyer on the trip out of Jonestown.
Like, to note like how terrifying this is, like Jim Jones has been running this cult for years and years at this point, right? Like in South America. So now the whole facade has dropped. There is a representative there with like a whole news crew, and he's like, "All right, whoever wants to leave is coming with me now. You two stay here, get more people if they want out. We're getting in more planes." Like the charade's over, right? There's no way Jones comes back from this. At the very least, it's going to be a national news story, and most likely he's going to get arrested.
Yeah,
so,
extradited.
Yeah.
Also, I wanna make a reference real quick before we get into the more sad parts here. No, not a reference as in that. No, not a pop culture reference. Just
I was gonna say
a reference to Leo. Like he stayed behind with one other dude.
Lonely
trying to
DJ
get
Earl.
as many people.
Welcome
out as
to my
possible.
channel.
This guy was like a hero almost in my eyes. He was a very stand-up guy. He's a representative that actually went to this place with the intention of fixing things. You don't see politicians doing that these days. You don't see anything like that. This guy is like an American hero in my eyes. A very stand-up dude, honestly.
Yeah, you would not see a representative touch boots on the ground in an actual tough situation anymore. That just would not happen.
There's a photo here as well, which is taken before him being attacked. He just looks like a pleasant old dude, kind of like a stand-up cool guy that just wanted to help, looks like and sounds like. I don't know anything about his policies or what he voted on or anything like that, but just this small little bubble, him trying to do good in the world. Big ups to Leo, honestly.
Leo was actually nearly stabbed when they were just about to depart. A member, angry at what was happening and about how many people were leaving, grabbed a knife and attacked him. Others were able to hold him back, but it was very clear to Leo that they needed to leave. They arrived at the airstrip ready to leave, but quickly realized that the two aircrafts hadn't arrived. After half an hour, they showed up and the group hastily boarded the planes. The smaller of the two planes was set to depart first, taxied at the end of the runway when someone inside pulled out a gun and began to shoot the other 5 people in the plane. At the same time, the truck pulled up and several armed cultists from Jonestown began to open fire on the other plane. They were captured by a news reporter who dropped their camera when the attack began. In the video, at first you can hear the truck rolling up with no one being concerned. Then, when the shooting starts and the camera drops, you see members of the People's Temple firing before the camera cuts away. 5 people were killed: Congressman Leo Ryan, photographer Greg Robinson, cameraman Bob Brown, and reporter John Harris, and the temple defector Bishop Parks. This attack was directly ordered by Jim Jones, who became increasingly paranoid and believed that the departure of defectors and the negative reports that followed would lead to the destruction of his community.
Just like again, Leo Ryan and his team was there. The reporter was there with the
S. Tiger.
spurred on
Welcome
by
to my channel.
the family of
Hello.
They came here to try to solve this issue. Basically, they put themselves in mortal danger. And
Stop it.
Ended tragically for them. Very sad situation.
At 4 p.m., an announcement rang over the loudspeaker at Jonestown. It was Jim Jones' son, Lou. His voice was calm as they gathered. Some heard Jim arguing with a small group. There must be another way, one asked Jim. Tell me what it is, Jim asked back. Oh, Dick, stop being such a pain in the ass. You're just afraid to die. Man, it's like
Pretty normal thing to be afraid of.
yeah,
I would say.
pretty reasonable.
Yeah, what are you?
Such a pussy? What you're afraid of death or something?
Before this happened, Jim Jones had a vote, quote unquote, with the community. This was years before. That if America attacks, what are they to do? And the 4 options were defect to Russia, North Korea, or some other communist country. To run and hide in the jungle, to fight, or to what happened, the mass unaliving event. They said he highly suggested that the 2 middle ideas about running in the jungle or fighting would just result in a more of a labor death for like the women and children. So everyone voted as a first option to flee to another country to seek asylum, and as a backup, the unaliving event. And apparently Jim Jones had sent a letter to Russia that was like, can we all come live in Russia? And Russia was like, no. Why would we do that?
The fact they even responded is kind of crazy. So
I don't think they
absolutely not.
responded. I think it was within Russia. There are reports that people were like, what?
Oh, gotcha.
But I've also heard some say that the letter never actually made its way to anyone important. So maybe Jim Jones didn't send the letter. Maybe someone did on their behalf. Who knows?
Well, I also think that Russia, even if it went to like up the ladder of the chain of command, I still think they would have said no, just out of the fear that they were American insiders or something. They wouldn't let Americans in at the time.
Yeah. And what are you gonna do with them? Like here, have a commune, go nuts.
Yeah.
But like, pretty much as this was happening, there was kind of this tone from a lot of members of like, you know, you asked for it. You know, this is what you chose to have. You know. There were more whispers, with some asking how to make it taste less bitter. Will it hurt? Is it quick? Even though Larry Shat, the doctor at Jonestown, had spent a lot of time developing the mix of flavor aids, tranquilizers, and cyanide. At this last moment, they were still asking him to improve the taste. Tension began to build in the crowd as they awaited Jim to get on stage. Most of Jim's sermons have been recorded, including this one, the final 44-minute speech infamously nicknamed the Death Tape. He got on stage and spoke. Following are excerpts from Jim's final speech.
From Rats.
How very
Welcome
much
to my
I've
channel.
tried to give you a good life. Not only are we in a compound situation, not only are there those who have left and committed the betrayal of the century, some have stolen children from others, and they are in pursuit right now to kill them because they stole their children. And we are sitting here waiting on a powder keg. So to sit here, will catastrophe that's going to happen on that airplane, it's going to be a catastrophe. It almost happened here. Almost happened when the congressman was nearly killed here. You can't steal people's children. You can't take off with people's children without expecting a violent reaction. That's not so familiar to us either. Even if we were Judeo-Christian, if we weren't communists, the world opinion suffers violence, and violence shall take its violence. If we can't live in peace, let's die in peace. But she was met with applause.
Yeah. Interesting note about that is that the congressman and their group didn't steal children. They gave people the ability to leave, which then these cult members perceived as being stolen. In which case, it was just saving them, really, which is tragic.
It's what 30 years of indoctrination gets you.
Yeah.
During the speech, a woman named Christine Miller was reported as she voiced opposition to Jones' plan. She argued for alternatives to what was about to occur, such as fleeing to Russia or fighting back against perceived enemies. Jones replied, quote, "To have other people's lives in my hands, I certainly don't want your life in my hands. I'm going to tell you, Christine, without me, life has no meaning."
We look forward to that, by the way, which is just
I'm the best thing you'll ever have.
That's such a fucking unhinged statement.
Yeah.
Holy.
She says, I said I'm not ready to die. Jones, I don't think you are. But I know what you meant. I don't think you are. But I look at all the babies and I think they deserve to live. But don't they deserve much more? They deserve peace. We all came here for peace. And have we had it? No. I tried to give it to you. I've laid down my life practically. I've practically died every day to give you peace, and you still not have any peace. You look better than I've seen you in a long while, but it's still not the kind of peace that I want to give you. I know that, but I still think, as an individual, I have a right to, you do, and I'm listening, to say what I think, what I feel, and I think we all have a right to our own destiny as individuals, right? And I think I have a right to choose mine, and everybody else has a right to choose theirs. Yes, I'm not criticizing. Well, I think I still have a right to my own opinion. I'm not taking it from you. I'm not taking it from you. Unfortunately, the exchange between Jim Jones and Christine Miller during the final meeting in Jonestown did not lead to a change in the outcome. Christine continued to voice her concerns and present arguments, but Jones became more assertive, and other members of the community began to speak up, with many echoing Jones's rationale or reinforcement of his argument. The atmosphere became more charged and coercive, and ultimately, Christine's objections were overshadowed by the collective pressure and dominant narrative pushed by Jones. Christine was eventually worn down by the responses from Jones and the community. The speech moved forward with preparations for the mass plan. The exact fate of Christine Miller is not clearly documented, but likely the majority of those in Jonestown, of which there were 900 deaths, she is believed to have died in deaths.
How would she not have been accounted for? super curious on that. I imagine everyone would have been identified.
I think it means there wasn't specifications as to the genetic. Because as we're going to find out, a bunch of people didn't drink the Kool-Aid, and they were shot. So
I remember that. I thought it was saying here that like what happened to her is still a mystery to this day or something. Like they don't know if she died. Or,
no, it's just saying that if she fought or if she willingly took it, it isn't documented. Yeah. This is this quote I'm about to read. Is this the quote from Jones?
This is from Jones, yeah.
Okay. Please get us some medication. Simple. It's simple. There's no convulsions with it. It's just simple. Just please get it before it's too late. The GDF, which is the Guyana Defense Force, will be here. I tell you, get moving, get moving, get moving. And
So
then
this
you
is
hear a
him
bunch of
telling.
people talking.
This is him telling everyone to get their their drinks.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
the
Medication,
crew to
as they
start
call it.
handing it out. Yeah.
Don't be afraid to die. You'll see people land out here. They'll torture some of our children here. They'll torture our people. They'll torture our seniors. We cannot have this.
I'll get us.
A woman speaks and says, I just want to say something for everyone that I see that is standing around crying. This is nothing to cry about. This is something we could all rejoice about. We could be happy about this. They always told us that we could cry when you're canting into this world. So we're leaving it, and we're leaving it peaceful. I think you should be happy about this. I was just thinking about Jim Jones. He just has suffered and suffered and suffered. We have the honor guard, and we don't even have a chance to... Here, one more chance. That's few, that's gone. There's many more here. That's not all of us. That's not all yet. Of course, she's talking about people
Slavko
taking up the
Jovanovic.
Kool-Aid. That's
Welcome
not all
to
yet.
my channel.
That's just a few.
Dobro
that have
Jetro
died.
Keiko Si
I'm
Donis
looking at
S.
so many people
Abramenam.
crying. I wish you would not cry. And from that there's applause. She
Za
continues,
Diablo.
I've been here 1 year and
Misliš
9
za
months.
Diablo ili za
I never
Helldivers?
felt better in my life. Not in San Francisco.
Radim
but until I came
popodne,
to Johnstown.
ali ono.
I had a life. I had a beautiful life. I don't see nothing that I should be crying about.
Mislim, eventualno bi završio ušao sam Discord. Eventualno bi završio ovu mapu. Alo? Mr. Mimic. Bravo, ko je genij.
Ilach Jared D said.
Read chat. Pročitao sam chat. Pročitao sam chat, ne znam da li se čujem. Unmute. Alo Slavko! 1, 2, 2, 2. Alo Slavko!
Diablo.
1, 2, 2, 2. Pa da, nije problem, samo sad čekaj da završim ovo. Ko što rekao. Da, nije problem, samo sad čekaj da završim. Fuck! Čujem sam sebe u duplikatu. Nije problem. Ako hoćeš da kreneš s početka, rado ću napraviti, nemam pojma, druide ili tako nešto. Mogu da ti pokažem gdje su one statue Lilith. Radim od 2, jer ti moram oko 10 do 1 da prekinem da vidim sve što radim. Odem da uzmem obrok i da se spremim za posao, ali do tu negdje 1 računaj da sam slobodan. Znam da se čujem, nego me jebeš. Gde su govna, bre? Marš!
Close.
Ajde u pičku materinu.
Alziate Pola Sada.
Pazi, toliko će mi trebati. Lazi dole. Everybody chill the fuck out.
Undead hostile terminate.
Undead assholes terminated. Uš. Oj, kurac. Mrzim ovu zgradu.
Area is clear. We need to remain vigilant if we're going to stay on top of this.
Time to go. Eyes on enemy strong.
Jebo, pogledaj. Jebote, tata, što ti mamu vata. Carnage. Super, ko na svadbi. Everybody chill the fuck out.
We should be happy. At least I am. Twitchy's met with the pause.
That is just like horrifying. That level of brainwashing, where you're actually happy about what's about to happen, and you're seeing it in front of you. By the way, people are already, they've already drunk the Kool-Aid, if you will, and they are dying painfully, and you're still.
She's viewing it as a positive
Yeah,
thing.
it's just actually
terrifying.
And she's counting
I'll
as
get
she's speaking. There's a few, there's another, there's another. You know, they're just dropping around them. Jones says, some of the audio's cut off because there's people talking and stuff over recording, but from next we hear, wants to go with their child, has a right to go with their child. I think it's humane. I want to go. I want to see you go, though. They can take me and do what they want, whatever they want to do. I want to see you go. I don't want to see you go through this hell. No more. No more, no more.
So he's like actively saying, I want to see you die.
I want to see you die.
Oh my
Yeah.
fucking
Watch it.
God.
We're trying. If everybody relax. The best thing you do is to relax and you won't have no problem. You'll have no problem with this thing if you just relax. Die with respect. Die with the beginning of dignity. Lay down your life with dignity. Don't lay down with tears and agony. It's nothing to them. It's like Max said. It's just stepping over to another plane. Don't be this way. Stop this hysteria. This is not the way for people who are socialist or communist to die. No way for us to die. We must die with some dignity.
Imagine fucking dying while this
Time to go.
lunatic is like yelling at you to calm down and stuff. It's insufferable. I mean, obviously he's insufferable, but just his own level of delusion about people should have some dignity while he's up there completely fine at this point. Like,
What he was referring to here about this is no way to die. This is no way for a communist to die. A bunch of people tried to fight back, if I recall right. I think the number's estimated around 100, so like a tenth of them were trying to escape or leave, or like, I'm not drinking it. So the militia, which had at this point gotten back from the airfield, was grabbing people who, because what happened is everyone drank it and then they have to wait like 10 minutes for it to kick in and kill them. So during those 10 minutes, everyone who wouldn't drink it was being dragged outside of the temple and shot. The militia were routing up people. They were like laying them in these like ditches next to the houses and executing them. Several of the people who had drank the Kool-Aid just laid down next to those bodies and waited to die. So as he is saying this in the tape, where he's like, this is no way to die, be respectful, you can hear gunshots, you can hear people screaming, as the other 800 just stand there and wait for the poison to kill them.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to even say anything about it. It's just so...
It's hard to even process, you know, what that looks like. If you go looking for the audio yourself, your discretion, of course.
Yeah, of course.
We have no choice. Now we have some choice. Do you think they're going to allow this to be done and allow us to get by with this? You must be insane. Children, it's just something to put you to rest. And, you hear children crying.
And then Jones is chanting,
Mother, 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 mother. Mother, please, 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 don't do this. Don't do this. Lay down your life with your child, but don't do this.
There's an explanation of what the whole mother kind of stuff is after
Free at last. Keep your emotions down. Keep your emotions down. Children, it will not hurt if you be quiet. Music begins to play as children start crying. Take our life from us. We laid it down. We got tired. We didn't commit this. We committed an act of revolutionary taking our lives, protesting the conditions of an inhumane.
we didn't again, like, people were actively not choosing to do this, and yet they were being summarily executed by basically. So it's not, it wasn't as overwhelmingly like voluntary as it initially sounds. There were definitely a lot of people who didn't choose what occurred, and that's just so tragic.
Yeah. So those excerpts are, of course, from the dialogue of the final tape. So Jim had turned to his wife, expecting help in convincing everyone. But Marceline, who lived for her children and stayed by her husband through their turbulent relationship, couldn't move. Instead, she yelled, "How can you do this?" The community respected Marceline, and Jim knew this. 3 of her sons were away fortunate. Lou and Agnes, as well as their children, were in Jonestown. She was stuck in the middle, and Jim reminded her that her children were dead or were going to die. Marceline lived for her children. How could she continue living with them gone? She stopped fighting back at this point.
Yeah, it's just again, this man is like, this goes back to what you were saying. Jim Jones has got to be one of the most evil people that has ever existed.
Yeah, there's not just like, sure, if we want to tally up kill counts, there's people that do this, but as far as like the level of personal just devilishness and everything he did, like he was a demon infecting the lives of so many people, and he did it intimately. Yeah, just like the level, yeah, the level of joy he got out of it, the level of dedication, it's almost unmatched. You know?
Is it joy though? Did he enjoy like watching them die?
Yeah, I mean, he sat there watching it the entire time. I think
and with everything else that happened to him over the years, like, you know, the sexual assault or the manipulation of converts, stuff like that. It's all like a game.
It gave him some level of satisfaction. Otherwise, why would he be continuously doing it so much?
I didn't know if it could have been a scenario where like he truly believed that what he was doing here with this divine act of protest that was going to get them into like this upper echelon of, I don't know, divine, spiritual, whatever.
Nah, like he doesn't. At this point, he had abandoned religion too. He had stated several times there is no God, there is no. Maybe he never said there's no afterlife. But there's no Christian heaven at least, and that he's their God, right? So, and he even says right there when all this starts, he said, even if we were Judeo-Christian, the guy who previously started all this as a Christian pastor is now saying, even if we were Christian, they would want us dead. Like, he's so far removed from it. And I think everything he says is just a means of manipulation. I don't think he believes anything he's put out.
Same. That's where I'm at as well.
Less than 100 people escaped that evening. One was Tim Carter. In an interview later on in life, Tim shared that he really could not believe they were going to die that day.
Welcome to my channel.
He was sent on an errand with a few others by Jim when the gathering first began. When coming back, he could hear people screaming, not with joy, but out of pain. He found himself surrounded by death. Shocked, Tim began to look for his wife and his young infant son. When he found them, they had both already taken the mixture, and he held them in his arms as they died. A quote from him says, "He murdered my wife and my son, my sister, my niece, my nephew, my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law. That's how I feel about him." Tim walked around numb, the voice in his head conflicted between the fact that his son had been murdered. Tim and others walked to and through the front gate, hauling heavy suitcases and trudging through mud. Behind them, they could still hear Jim on the loudspeaker chanting to the crowd,
"Rockin'.
Mother, mother,
Welcome to
mother."
my channel.
It seems that Jim was speaking to his wife Marceline here, and she was called Mother by most of the temple members. Jim was telling Marceline that she shouldn't scream.
Give us an edge.
Instead, lay her life down with her children. Jim Jones was later found with a gunshot wound to his head, most likely self-inflicted. Don't know why exactly he chose a gunshot instead of what everyone else experienced, but the most likely answer is that by choosing a different method of death from his followers, it could be seen as a final act of asserting control and maintaining a unique status even in death. Some other possibilities are that Jim saw this as a less painful method, given that he had now seen people screaming and convulsing over an extended amount of time in front of him, or that he saw the gunshot as a more dramatic or martyric way of ending his life. Ultimately, it's likely a combination of factors. It should also be mentioned that after the guards who had been executing everyone came in the middle, they all took some Kool-Aid mixture and died.
That's why some people were able to escape. That's why people like Tim were able to get out.
There were two survivors whose stories were unique. One of them pretended to be dead in a ditch with people who had already died, so when the guards passed by, they thought they were dead. And another one who hid under their bed. And apparently the guards made rounds through the houses to make sure everyone was rounded up, but didn't check under their bed. Jim Jones was also found lying on a pillow on the stage in front of
I don't think it was the final act of the student control because there were other members that were getting shot. I really think it was just he saw how awful it was from the people that took the Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
And he just thought that would be the quickest, less painful way of going.
Yeah, so he was a coward.
Yeah. So there's of course, you know, pictures of the after effects of the military showing up and getting the bodies.
Just there's a picture here of like the state of the settlement after the fact, and there are just bodies piled up all around the buildings, and it's just some of the most horrific images I've seen. Just really, really awful stuff.
What were the needles used for, though? I thought it was all from the mixture.
Isaiah, do you know?
They were the tranquilizers, I'm pretty sure.
So they would give
Oh, okay.
they drank and shot up the tranquilizers.
I think that's possible. That or the tranks were mixed in the Kool-Aid, which wouldn't really
I'll get
work.
it.
So maybe like as people were convulsing, they began injecting it or something like that because they had a bunch of tranquilizers on hand.
Yeah, there
Maybe they
were definitely
were like-
there were definitely people discovered with what do you call it, piercing. What do you call them? The piercing marks on your arms and stuff.
Injection marks, needle
injection
marks.
Yeah, needle marks. So there were definitely people that were being injected as well. But I'm not sure how prevalent it was or what the combination was or anything like that.
I don't think I've ever seen pictures of like the actual Kool-Aid they drank. That shit looks so fucking haunting. Like it looks diabolical. It just looks like an evil thing.
Yeah.
I also always imagined it as like this big communal Kool-Aid thing that people went and like
Like a punch
dipped
bowl?
their cup into, like a punch bowl. But it looks like it was something they passed around in the little cups.
Yes.
Is
Yeah,
that what it was?
it was little cups. They were handed out to individual people.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
was grape flavored flavoring, if I recall right, which is like knockoff of Kool-Aid.
Yeah. It was definitely flavored. I don't know of the flavor. I think grape probably makes the most sense because I've heard.
I think it was
references.
grape, if I remember reading right, because they just mass bought it, and then it was laced with potassium cyanide, and then there was tranquilizers used. I don't think they tried to mix any of the drinks. That won't really do anything. I think it's talking about that's what the injections were.
All right, and then we come to the aftermath, which those who were injured at the airstrip were evacuated by a Guinea's government aircraft from a nearby village. A medical doctor pulled out the Jones to examine the bodies. He looked at 200 and identified that over 70 had needles. That kind of flies. There was definitely a lot of them that and stuff as well.
Yeah.
Notes, unaliving notes, were also found throughout the town. One in particular by member Annie Moore tried to explain that Jim Jones was actually a good man. Some excerpts of the letter read, "Where can I begin? Jonestown, the most peaceful, loving community that ever existed. Jim Jones, the one who made this paradise possible. Much to the contrary of the lies stated about Jim Jones being a power-hungry, sadistic, mean person who thought he was God of all things."
Even though he directly said that, he literally said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I assume this letter was
Jesus
written before
Christ.
that final. Maybe, but I mean, these people.
No, this was like the note that. Yeah,
Yeah.
this was the note she wrote.
The most devoted people definitely just are in their own world, 100%. So they directly believe this. I mean, it's just a juxtaposition of writing something like this while people around you are dying from his actions.
Just be a peaceful, loving man. God, he keeps dropping. You guys misunderstood.
He was the one that made the paradise possible. Another quote: "Meanness and making fun were not allowed. Maybe this is why all the lies were started. Besides the fact that no one was allowed to live higher than anyone else. The United States..."
Except Jones.
Yeah, of course.
Jim literally did.
He had a cottage where he ate just the finest meals. This is a quote again. "The United States allows classism. The problem being this and not all the side tracks of black power, woman power, Indian power, gay power." So this is more like rationalizing what it is, even though they're ignoring the obvious fact that classism did exist here, even in this, socialist community, in that Jim Jones was of a class above everyone else. And even things like the honor guard, you could see as a class of itself because they had more rights and more power to exert over other people. So even in this state, classism and these kinds of final quote from the letter. We died because you would not let us live in peace. Which is just an incredible thing to write when the whole thing was kickstarted by them shooting up some representatives of the United States who came to try to give people more rights, basically. It hurts. It hurts to see that people who are taking this advantage to this kind of position by Jim Jones, where they're living in a different reality. They're living in Jim Jones' reality, and I don't think anything is undone with their brainwashing at the head experience. Like, how do you solve that? How do you go and take a person like that who's writing this while bodies are going around and reacclimate them to society in a correct, more realistic way or something?
Well, you can't. I think that's pretty evident from, was it Stephen, sorry? One of Jim Jones' sons, who still looks back on it, like, pretty positively, trying to rationalize his father as, like, a kind of misunderstood person with a good heart. It's like, once you get that deep in there, it's so hard to break that spell.
I think it depends on the person, right? Because yes, Steven's that way, but Jim Jones Jr. has been like an open like critic of Jim Jones ever since, right? Or like look at the guy above. Like he was snapped out of it by his wife and kid being killed, Tim Carter. But he was in that cult, right? Like he was, if he was in the compound, he would have died too, but he came out of it. And also, this letter, think about the position this person's in. They just drank something that gives them 10 minutes to die. Is that the time you start to question your belief? Or is that when you double down to try to make yourself feel better in your last
That is a very good
That's
point,
a great
actually.
point.
Yeah.
That is such a good fucking point, yeah.
It's like a self-affirmation.
Yeah.
Like it's not his fault, it's not my fault, it's your fault. Yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do?
A typewritten note was also found written by Marceline Jones. In this document, witnessed by two other members, she declared that all of her bank assets should be left to the Communist Party of the USSR with her bank details attached. Larry Layton, the person who left the compound voluntarily before and was involved in the shootout against the US exploratory group at the airfield, he was kind of said to be like one of Jones's most passionate and loyal followers. Was the only person eventually held accountable for any crimes that took place at the events. He was ultimately extradited, convicted, and sentenced to life in prison.
Is Larry Layton the one who actually started shooting inside of the airplane?
I think I couldn't find direct reports if he was or not, but I think
Yes. Okay. According to this one article I've pulled up, he was the one who started shooting.
Okay.
inside.
yeah, when I was editing before, I was trying to figure out if that was the case. The devastation was extensive. In total, 909 people died. The US tried to get the bodies buried in Guyana, but there was pushback from the Guyanese government and the families of those deceased. So ultimately, they airlifted them all back to America, which cost the government millions of dollars. Over the next year, the bodies had to be claimed by family members. Some were never claimed, as families could not afford the $500 it would cost to transport fees for a private burial. Finally, the unclaimed bodies were laid to rest in Oakland Evergreen Cemetery in California. And the most recent kind of stuff that's happened about this was as recent as 2008, when money was raised to put two black granite stones that listed the names of those who died in Jonestown, including, controversially, Jim Jones himself. These were placed in the Oakland Evergreen Cemetery, and this has caused a lot of upset, obviously, and even lawsuits, but still to this day, Jim Jones' name remains on those granite stones, which is, I mean, I would not want...
I get it.
Why?
I guess. I mean, like if it's a tally of those dead, sure. But it's also like a thing of respect. So I don't like if we were statistically counting up how many people died, we would include Jim Jones. If we were making a memorial for the people who died, I probably wouldn't include Jim Jones.
It's the latter. This is meant to be a memorial to the people who died by putting the people, the person responsible for their death on the same memorial.
Like it feels weird.
It's an
Adios.
in my opinion, that should be rectified. I don't understand why it even passed. Why it implies to me that someone on the committee that put these stones there was a Jim Jones fan or something. I don't understand.
He was real to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Just it's not about like erasing him from history or anything, or like being like this name should never be said like Voldemort. It's more about like tying his name still to the victims in this
Ava.
situation feels very...
Welcome to my channel.
Undead hostile, get
Until the events of 9/11, what happened in Jonestown was the largest single incident of intentional loss of life in American history.
pull us out.
Approximately 80 to 100 people survived the events. All the rest tragically died. And that is Jonestown.
It's the reason it's approximate is because there were kids born in Jonestown who escaped, like there was some documentation of. There's some people whose bodies weren't found, but it's believed they escaped to like nearby areas in South America and just stay there.
Yeah.
That's why it's kind of unknown.
And it's not like there were like really good documentation of who was at Jonestown for its duration, so it's very hard to get an accurate
If I recall
number.
right, there were some people in Jonestown who were just South American who heard about it and decided to come over and
Sure.
live there. So like, you know, there was a lot of different factors for people who lived and didn't live. But yeah, the largest intentional loss of life of Americans until 9/11.
Yeah.
Still to this day, if I recall right, the largest
Right there.
single mass the largest massacre of Americans by one individual,
Yeah, that would make
if I
sense.
recall right. Yeah, civilians,
does sound about
American
right.
civilians. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I also
la, la.
believe that it's the largest unaliving event for Americans. Collective unaliving event. Regardless, yeah, that's Jonestown. Just a very, very depressing tale of one man being able to convince a bunch of people to do the unspeakable. And again, goes back to the beginning. He is in hell. I can only hope he is in the furthest pit of hell.
I can comfortably say he likely is.
Likely, you gotta put likely there in case, just in case.
Just in case he's listening. He's like, wait a minute.
Then we get sued by Jim Jones' spirit.
There's a verse in the Bible when Jesus is talking about the people who claim to be Christian, claim to be pastors and lead people and did evil things, where it's talking about them at Judgment Day. And it says, there will be many who stand before me and say, did I not prophesy in your name? And Jesus says, depart from me, you wicked servants, I never knew you.
Damn.
A lot of people look at that. Some people interpret that as like, oh, I can't be sure of my salvation because the Bible says there will be some people who prophesy for God and were never Christians, were never in faith. But it's not talking about that. It's talking about animals like this, right? Those who use prosperity, those who use wealth, the comfort of God as a means to push their own agenda. They're the people who God never knew.
People this evil, this demonstrably evil, where even Jesus doesn't want to be like their friend. There's no path to salvation for them. They're that beyond.
You had your chance in life. You don't get a second one now. Not after you took it from so many people. Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of those things that I say this a lot, and it's totally up to the individual, but when it comes to like a truly evil person, I just can't quite rationalize those that forgive them. Because like, as you just mentioned, there are cases where even Jesus doesn't, right? Like where even
After
Jesus
death.
wouldn't be there.
After death. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where like, I don't get it. There are people that are just legitimately too far gone, don't deserve any type of forgiveness or empathy or anything. But like, if it helps the individual find closure, then that's totally fine. But for others, like outside, that like forgive them, like, oh, we need to learn to like let bygones be bygones and move on. It's a human being at the end of the day. I just don't get it. I just really can't fucking rationalize
I
it.
think it's important to understand that some people, and in fact a lot of people, are just beyond salvation in that capacity.
100%.
Yeah.
I think there like, I guess personal philosophy, I think there always is a way of salvation for, like, in a religious sense. Like Paul, the greatest Christian who ever lived to many, began his life as a serial killer, effectively. He would hunt down Christians and execute them. That guy became, like, the leader of Christians. So I think, like, as far as God concerned, there's a way back, but as far as people are concerned, I think there is a point you don't come back from. I think there is a point where, like, imagine had Jim Jones not laid on a comfy pillow and gone along with everyone else. Imagine if he had been arrested. What rehabilitation is there? You know, like, what level of this guy is now once again a thing that can be trusted to exist. Like,
I
No.
don't see it. I don't.
You've lost it.
Sure, from like a theological sense or in the terms of spirituality or religion,
Right.
sure. But on a modern understanding of people, I guess there is this is far beyond the point where it's like there's no rehabilitation.
if this isn't too far, then I don't know what it is.
Man, you had me just looking up Paul here. Wait, that's a crazy fucking story.
He was the leader of the church, the road to Damascus. He was on his way to hunt down and kill more Christians, and then God appeared in a beam of light and said, "Paul, why hast thou forsaken me?" From there, Paul dedicated his life to God, and became like he wrote most of the New Testament letters. He became a leader for the church. God can bring people back from it, but that is people who are willing to listen. It's not animals who use his name to massacre hundreds of people.
Just out of curiosity though, like the Christians that Paul murdered, would they not be slightly upset that the person that they believed in, they had faith in, then chose to forgive their killer?
So I know this is kind of unrelated, but I think it's interesting. It is kind of tangential related, I guess. The person so Paul, when the light shone down from heaven, Paul was blinded. It says he was blind, like couldn't see anymore. And then another Christian, I believe it was Ananias. I may have the name wrong, but a Christian was told by God or an angel, go to Paul and heal him and baptize him, for he's now part of the church. And Ananias says, absolutely not. He's like, are you insane?
You're just trying to get me killed.
Yeah.
Christian serial killer.
What are you talking about? Yeah, there's no way. And the angel says, I will show him, or God says, go to him, he will become a member of the church. I will show him what great things he must suffer for my name's sake. He's telling him that this isn't going to be an easy road. He's not forgiven for everything on earth that he has committed. And like, it's not like bearing up the cross and becoming one of the first people is something that is just lackadaisical he can get over, right? But there's a forgiveness of God that surpasseth understanding of humans, right? And God looked at the soul of Paul and knew what he had capability, he had potential. Could any human have looked at Paul and say, oh yeah, this guy who's like killing Christians, selling women and kids into slavery, that guy's going to be the head of the church? I don't think so. But God had an intention beyond this. And I think part of the reason God chose Paul is to show us that there is no too far gone. Anyone who says they're not good enough for Christ has no idea what they're talking about. I think that's part of the reason.
I get the core moral of the story there, that if you do a bad thing, there is a path to correcting the behavior and being a better person. I think that's important. I think, especially in like a modern context as well, you always want to be improving. You don't want to be the same bad person as you were, for example. But again, in a modern sense, it's just so difficult to see these things committed or bad people being forgiven by other, especially unrelated people, being forgiven by them. It just hurts knowing that a lot of these people aren't actually salvageable, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Like, that there is no modern salvation. Maybe a spiritual salvation if you want to go that direction. But like,
if God sees it fit to make someone do something greater than himself, and that is his forgiveness, that's something I'm certainly not capable of. But there is a point of too far gone with humans, even if not with Christ, on this side of eternity. But yeah, Paul went from killing Christians to becoming the leader and founder of many, many churches. So that's why, like, the letters of Paul are so impactful. I mean, even if you aren't a Christian, because when he's writing to the church and he says things like, how can we neglect so great salvation? Or he says things like, even one as shameful as I. Like, that guy means it, right? He knows what forgiveness means. So, but that, again, that is entirely up to God. People like Jim Jones, at least on this earth, not interested.
you
know?
Absolutely. Yep. All right, so that's gonna do it for this Jonestown episode. Did you guys have anything positive at the end? Okay, here we go. Isaiah, you just released a cheese video. Just shout that out. Get
What a gear shift.
Yeah,
Well,
man, yeah.
It's got to end with smiles to some degree. Send people over to your cheese video.
So I made a video about cheese. It's a video about a long-running conspiracy around the dairy industry and cheese and the USDA manipulating stuff around, you know, what's considered healthy, what isn't healthy, to sell off a market they needed to support. It's a weird little rabbit hole. So come check that out on Wendigoon if you're interested.
Yeah, go check it out. And what about you, Charlie? Give us something to smile about. What have you got cooking?
I've been really into magic cards again. So I've been playing a lot of Commander, and that's been fun.
Okay, this wasn't the things we like. I meant like content-wise, like where can people go to smile?
Not like that, Charlie.
Not what you're like enjoying outside of, you know, content. Not what makes you smile. What have you?
I ranked every fast food French fry recently with Matt.
There we go. Go check that video out. That'll make you smile. Unless you don't like French fries. In which case, leave comments on that video for you. Thank you. Yeah, that's gonna do it for Red there. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for sponsoring the show. I appreciate it. Feel free to like, subscribe, all that kind of stuff.
Hit that bell, comment.
Yeah.
Today we're in the jungles of Guyana, starting a compound.
Share the video with your mums. Don't forget to do that. we need an even larger mum audience. Thank you very much. We'll see you next time in the Red Thread. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
See ya.
This little speed bump of yours, it won't slow us down for long. You and your deadbolt allies will still pay with your lives.
Welcome back, Helldivers, to your daily news update. Now today we're going to be talking about a brand new Galactic War update, a new major order, and also we're going to be starting off with a interview from the CEO of Arrowhead, Johan. It's pretty interesting as well to find out. It's like some information on the whole backstory of Helldivers, so I hope you guys do enjoy today's news video. If you do, please consider dropping a like and subscribing to the channel, as it supports me so much. Thank you guys for the amazing support so far this year, and let's get into the video. So we're going to begin with the new interview, and it was with PlayStation Blog, and it's how the names Arrowhead and Studios and Helldivers 2 came to be. So Arrowhead Game Studios CEO Johan explains how the studio name comes from a name translation plus the background of the game titled Helldivers. So gamers take quite a lot of unique and interesting names at face value, but there's always an insightful origin story to be told. We spoke with Arrowhead Games CEO Johan about how the studio and Helldivers franchise came to be. And then we have a bit of information here. So behind the name Arrowhead Games, the PlayStation Blog page said, "How did you come up with your name for Arrowhead Game Studios?" Johan goes on to say, "We tried to come up with a studio name. We had a long day of throwing ideas around, but ultimately only Arrowhead stuck without much competition. The name Arrowhead mainly came of two ideas. One, my last name is Pilestead, I think that's how you pronounce it, and which can be directly translated to in English as Arrowstead. We also like the idea Arrowhead is because it sounds like a serious company, the tip of an arrow, the cutting edge. Then you see a logo, a person with an arrow comically piercing their head and meaning changes into something dumber. We did somewhat cheaply decide to call our studio Arrowhead Game Studios plural, just in case we grow to encompass more than one studio someday. Now the name stands as a reminder of our student beginnings when we were 5 people in a small room on LTU campus. Even the logo hasn't changed much since then. We're still chasing the same dream to change the game industry with the power of the fantasy-first co-op games." Now, you know what? I love the reading that, because I sometimes feel like whenever I know like it's very different being a YouTuber and being a being a game developer at a studio, but I remember the first day I ever made my YouTube channel, and a little backstory behind me, which if anyone actually cares, is I was playing the game. I was about 14 years old, and I was playing Crisis 2, I think. And this is by the way, I've never told this story before. And yeah, so I was playing Crisis 2, and then it was just for some reason it was taking so long to load. And then I remember I was just sitting there thinking, why don't I call my channel Loading Crisis? And then I was like, Loaded Crisis. And that's kind of how my name came around. And you always remember that. I'm sure you guys have got things as well that you talked about. Like maybe you set up a business, maybe you just set up a little side hustle, whatever you're doing. Just some certain names come from things. It's always really interesting to learn the story behind it. Anyway, how the Helldivers game title came about. So on the surface, Helldivers is a perfect title for a game about soldiers dropping into hostile planets ringing with enemies. What else is there to say about the title's origins? And Johan said Helldivers was a thought on the phrases war is hell and divers is war. So Helldivers became. Also, we wanted a name that reflected the activity of what we do in the game. The Helldivers name had also lingered back in lingered in the back of my name since I learned the name of the World War II era Curtis SB-2C dive bomber. I've always wanted to do something with it. The Helldivers name fits so well, it actually stayed the same from the earliest pictures of the final product. On an emotional level, we wanted the name Helldivers to evoke the feeling of going up against crazy odds that you're probably enemies that will die. So yeah, that was just, I thought, some interesting news to share with you guys on the backstory of Helldivers and also me. So yeah, anyway, let's read through the new Galactic War update. So Vascanator put out saying, after having failed 2 major orders in a row, our Helldivers are back to their usual winning ways. The training facilities on the
Welcome to my channel.
Asir Pass and Vernon Wells are up and running and effectively producing reinforcements to bolster offensive operations across the galaxy. During the last days, we saw unusually large assaults by both fascist bugs and socialist automatons hitting Heath and Asir Pass, but our heroic Helldivers stood tall and rebuffed those attacks with determination and valor. When the moment called for them, the Helldivers answered with force, with over 81% of active Helldivers choosing to distribute liberty and galactic justice to the enemies of managed democracy. Now, in effort to boost morale among fresh recruits, the Helldivers are tasked to kill or dismantle a large number of enemies than ever before. However, any dead enemy of freedom counts, so either front is a viable alternative. To assist their efforts, the Eagle 500k bomb has been temporarily made available to all Helldivers. I mean, I've been using it anyway, but that's really cool that everyone will have it. And it says, good hunting, Helldivers, go forth and kill them all. Now, this was the new major order, as you'll see on your screen. There's 104,000 Helldivers active. Is there more than that now, or is it still 104,000? Because the Sunday is normally one of the biggest games for gaming, one of the biggest times for gaming, isn't it? And oh no, it's around about the same. I mean, actually on Steam it says 75,000 now, so I mean maybe it's just a little bit outdated, but it says, in order to further inspire the hard work of our patriotic citizens to support the war effort, demonstrate the glorious lethality of the Helldivers, kill or dismantle the targeted number of Freedom's enemies, which is that 3.1 billion, I think. That's the most random thing. But I think we'll do it pretty well this time. We've got 4 days, and if I'm honest, I just think because we've got an option to kill bugs as well. I think we'll go ahead and win this one, and I'm looking forward to grinding it a lot tonight, and just be enjoying the game overall. So looking forward to a new week ahead as well for Helldivers and new content. Lots happening in the whole world of the game, so I'm excited to get this major order completed. Hopefully, we'll get it done.
Welcome to my channel.
As I said, we've got 4 days to do it, so hopefully we'll get it done within the next day or two. I really think we'll smash it. And then I feel like something big. Something big has felt like it's coming on the way for a long time for Helldivers, to be honest. So let's hope that is the truth. And I really just want to see the Illuminates really badly. That's what I want. But of course, don't get annoyed, guys. I want to see those big patch fixes too. There may or may not be a patch on Tuesday. It really depends. because they prepare for major builds at the end of the month. So if there's going to be a major build at the end of May, then I don't see there being a patch on Tuesday, but they might just do it anyway just to clear up some like kind of tiny hotfix things and all of that. But anyway, much love to all of you. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in my next Helldivers video coming very soon. The grind, I'm telling you, is going to be real this week. You're going to see a lot of uploads.
Okay, we're back inside of Helldivers, and you will notice that we didn't upload at all yesterday. We took a day out to think about how the channel can see its future. At the moment, we've been uploading 2 times a day, and we're trying to take some current feedback from you guys. So we're going to upload one longer video. If you prefer the video like this, then please do let me know via the comment section, and we can condense these down to 1 video a day rather than having 2 shorter ones. So let me know via the comment section, and we're going to dive on in to what we've got happening inside of the Helldivers community. So starting off, a lot of you guys will already know, but for those of you guys who don't, we're going to get a quick recap of the major order. We've got loads of things going on online with a load of hilarious looking memes and some things that I need to see inside of the game. It just has to happen. So we're going to dive into it straight after this. If you haven't already, smash that beautiful blue thumbs up and subscribe, post notifications turned on. It'd be greatly appreciated. And on top of that, check out our sponsor, Instant Gaming, the #1 platform for all your favorite games for Steam, Origin, Battle.net, Uplay, and indie games on the PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch, all up to 70% off. They're completely digital and instant delivery 24/7, so don't panic. It's completely safe and legal. They bulk buy from the developers and sell to you guys at a cheaper price. That being said, though, head down to the description right now, click on the link, and go and check out Instant Gaming right now. Get your games a little cheaper today. With that being said, let's dive on into the bloody video. So, starting off as a recap here on the table today, we have got a new major order that we've got 3 days to complete. We're 25% of the way through it, and it's been an interesting input so far. I don't know what sort of helium balloon these guys are on, but 3,141,592,653 freaking enemies that we need to take out. It says right here, in order to further inspire the hard work of our patriotic citizens to support the war effort, demonstrate the glorious lethality of the Helldivers, kill or dismantle the targeted number of freedom's enemies. And that is a big bloody number. That is a big bloody number. I'd love to know where they got that number from and then what it actually inspires, if there's a code behind it, or if it was just a random number that they plucked out of bloody thin air. But right now, it does mean that you guys can go ahead and attack the Terminids, as a lot of people already are. The automatons are naturally getting a little less love over here, although 11,000 people on a mission inside of Lezath, which is hilarious. Nonetheless, so 52,000 people right now with a couple of defense missions for you guys to go ahead and take out. One in Fenrir 3 and the other one in Angel's Venture. A nice, easy and simple usage, but you guys can go in and pretty much just do what you want. This does seem to be a bit of a narrative at the moment that they seem to be doing with Helldivers, where they're trying to incorporate both sides of the table, which essentially means that it will accumulate no matter what sort of side you enjoy playing on the most. This was something that we're not really used to, so taking advantage of it while it lasts and while you still can. Me, myself, I'll be on the Terminid side all day, every day, 100%. It's the only side I can hit the Helldive on. For some reason, the Automaton side is just absolutely ridiculous, so yeah. Anywho, we're going to dive on into what we've got going on here. The personal order right now is to kill 200 enemies using the Eagle 500k bomb, and the effect that we've got on the screen right now is that weapons experimentation is that the Eagle 500k bomb stratagem is available for all Helldivers. So you guys can utilize this on the table no matter what else it is you bring in. So you don't even need to put the 500k bomb in your inventory slot anymore. That's it. Your stratagem can be used for something else. You've got 2 to use at your disposal. Anywho, moving forward into some of the stuff going on in Helldivers news just recently, we have got quite a lot to go over. Inside of the Discord, there has been some interesting forefronts in the last few days. This one right here is the friend of Dreamsky. As we all know who Dreamsky is, we've covered his story quite abruptly here on the channel. If you haven't checked it out, make sure you do. It's an absolutely incredible one. But Baskinator put up right here, are you a friend of Dreamsky? We'd love the community memes and especially the wholesome ones. If you'd like the new friend of Dreamsky vanity roll head over to the channels and roles and answer the new onboarding question to assign it. Don't know what they're on about? There's the recap. And you can see right here that there is the badge that was made to actually commemorate this that says, don't make this more difficult, I'm friend. I absolutely love this. It's hilarious. Such a good badge, and I may actually see if we can get one ordered for here ourselves, but an enjoyable one nonetheless. Some memes that are going absolutely bloody viral on Reddit right now and are absolutely hilarious are these ones right here. We've got an amazing one coming from Jacob Doc, which is, no one told me this was a horror game, scared the S out of me. And hilariously, the bot just jumps in front of his scope and it's game over. It's so damn funny. Some of the things that you can get inside of this game and hilarious moments that you can capture and incorporate, it's just absolutely incredible. We were doing a level 9 Helldive that you're watching in the gameplay right now, and hopefully I managed to remember to put it in, but it was a hilarious part where the charger just gets absolutely slung into the air and manages to hit one of my teammates. It is so damn funny. I just love those little moments that count for something. Moving on though, as we're getting into leaks a little later on, we've got to get through this stuff quite quickly. We have got this right here which says, thank you to the brave Helldiver that took out what must have been an illegal research facility in my home neighborhood. And you can see this broken down building right here. It's actually really sad to see, but when we zoom in a little closer, you can see an absolutely hilarious coding for a stratagem. Up, right, down, down, down. Let me know in the comment section if you can guess what that one would be. Absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. Other things spotted in real life though, this one right here is the sign that somebody's tea shop put out today. How about a nice cup of liver tea, iced mint mango? Mate, these coming out are just absolutely hilarious, and I love how people are incorporating this into everyday lives. If you guys spot anything like this, please be sure to upload it to the Reddit. Please be sure to ping it to me on Twitter. The links are always down in my description, so make sure you go and check it out. But something that we need to see in-game, and something that I really, really want to have, whether it's a pet or something that just sits on the ship, I really don't care. But I feel like this is something which is definitely bloody needed. I give you Democracy Duck. This thing looks amazing. Imagine having a duck on the ship that just has the bloody Helldiver's armor rocking. I think, don't get me twisted, having the Plus One Scorcher in hand is probably a little bit OP and a little bit ridiculous. But I think that we should have Democracy Duck just wandering around our ships. I think it would be amazing. It would be a great homage to the meme here on the Reddit page, and I think it would be something that would be hilarious. Let me know, do you want Democracy Duck on yours? I feel like we need it. I feel like we need it. Something that we need to change though is this one here, and it's quite important to me, mainly because it's the helmet I use that now just has a red visor across the front. But please restore this helmet. At some point early on, this helmet's mounted display turns solid red as the search of the release of the patch. Please restore the reticle as long as it doesn't cause some game-breaking bug. It was my favorite helmet, and now I know I'm not alone. This one right here is 100% the case. I absolutely love this. I use this all the time. It's black with a red piece on the front. It's definitely going to be down to my T, 100 damn %. You guys definitely need to get involved with it. Get the bloody upvotes going on this one, because it's not got enough by any stretch of the imagination. Now, before we get into the next part of the video, which is going to be leak territory, and then we're going to end this on a clip which you guys need to see, because this is absolutely crazy and it's absolutely beautiful at the same time. But we're giving away a copy of Helldivers too. If you guys want to get a hold of the game, it's really, really simple. All you got to do is head down to the comment section and put in a purple love heart. Why a purple love heart? Because the next part's got an Illuminate base in it. So make sure you guys go and check this out. Love heart in the comment section below, and it'll get you guys involved. Make sure you hit it, and we'll announce the winner on the community page here on the channel, and we'll also announce it in the giveaway announcement page on the Discord. Make sure you get involved with it. It's an easy win. Nonetheless, let's dive on into the next part right here. Now, we're in leak territory right now. Iron Sights has come in with an Illuminate piece that you guys definitely want to see, because it looks amazing, and I just cannot wait for these to turn up. But if you guys don't want to see this, then now is the time to exit the video. Yep, are we gone? Absolutely incredible. Nonetheless, let's dive on in. Iron Sights has released some new rendered images of the Illuminate Guy first tier. This looks absolutely incredible, and this is the first tier unit of the Illuminate Guy. The staff is primarily used alongside the Axe by Guy, and the Illuminate staff is referred to as a light spear. It can be used in melee and range combat, firing a beam of light if needed, and the axe's two-handed heavy options. The previous guy was posted, that was tier 2, that we've seen a few times now, but this one seems to absolutely slam the bag. To know that this has got a short range and a long range attack is absolutely bonkers down to the T, and something that I really hope that is not going to be too overpowered. Nonetheless, though, we've had absolutely nothing from the Illuminate right now, and I can't imagine it's going to be something that we get very soon, but let me know what you guys think the timescale of this one is in the comment section below. We can get some conversations going about when we expect this thing to come. And whilst we're talking about some things that just never ever seem to come, this clip right here, I've never ever thought I'd see in my life. I don't know what sort of debaucheling craziness is going on in this guy's game, as I have absolutely never seen this, but that kill count, watching it go up, was absolutely beautiful. Here we go, take a look at this right here. We've got the critical grass strike from the orbital end, and it just looks incredible. Clap at a chew, round of applause to you. Anywho, unfortunately, that is all we've got time for today. We are going to try and get some longer videos going out and condense them down to just one video a day right now. I'm excited to see what it is that we can bring to the table, and hopefully you guys are too. Let me know in the comment section if you enjoyed this sort of thing, or if you want us to go back to the double uploads each day. It'd be greatly appreciated. We've also got a poll in the Discord right now if you want to partake into it to get your word across. Thank you so much again for watching, guys. Appreciate your faces. If you haven't already, like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the clouds.
Marsh.
Weapon stats and traits in Helldivers 2 are very interesting, to say the least. Every gun has their own purpose in the fight for freedom, and the UI menu stats can give you a very basic picture of what you can expect. But this doesn't truly tell the whole story, and even at times, this has actually been a bit misleading. In fact, according to Arrowhead's CEO, Johan Pilestad, weapons in Helldivers 2 apparently have something like 50 different types of traits that make each gun special. And look, I'm not a mathematician, but 50 seems pretty far off from like the 4 to 6 that we see in the weapons menu. So then what are all these missing stats, and what do they actually mean? Dr. Pooplove here, and that's what I hope to find out today. Let's get right into it. Okay, so to start off, I kind of want to talk about how I put this list together. I've tried to put as many weapon traits together as I can. Some of these are straight up spelled out for us in the menu. Others are pretty obvious, but they're not in your face. We have things from patch notes. We have things that the devs have said to us in conversations on Twitter or Discord. And we also have some that line up to stats and traits that we've seen in the original Helldivers game. Of course, there's also some educated guesses that I've included in here. We're gonna try to get as close as we can to the roughly 50 and see if we can put this full picture together. Obviously, this isn't gonna be 100% accurate. Unless the devs decide to tell us outright, it's probably gonna be really hard to get the complete accurate listing. But hopefully I can get us close, and you can be the judge and let me know in the comments if you think I am missing anything. Now the first two I want to go over are the two most basic weapon differentiators in this game, and that is weapon type and weapon category. And these are not necessarily detailed stats, but I do think they're important because they will generally define the parameters with which stats may end up sitting between for certain guns.
So the first one is weapon type, and this is the most basic level with 3 basic weapon types. You have primary weapons, which are meant to be always available to you and most commonly used. They're typically meant to be strong, but not able to effectively kill everything. You also have your secondary weapons, which are also always available to you, but meant to be more of your backup, weaker than your primary, but able to hold its own in a pinch. And then there are support weapons, which are stratagems meant to be called down via Hellpod, and typically meant to be the most powerful and able to take out some of the most challenging enemies, or at least serving as some sort of a niche weapon. You will though lose these if you die, and so you'll have to pick them back up or call down via another stratagem. Now, going one step lower, we can look at the weapon category. And while these aren't really properly defined for secondary weapons, and support weapons seem more closely attached to their stratagem category, this is more clearly defined with your primary guns. You have assault rifles, which are typically full auto firing weapons with lower damage but higher fire rates. SMGs, you would think, are typically even faster firing with lower damage and maybe higher recoil to limit effectiveness at long range. This isn't maybe super true when you actually look at these two stats, but that's generally what you kind of would expect. You have marksman rifles, which are meant to be longer range, a little bit slower firing, but more impact, almost kind of more so your sniper type weapons. You have your shotguns, slower firing with less range, but more impact and a wider spread. You have explosive weapons, which are meant to have some kind of impactful explosive trait attached to them. And then you have energy based, which is a little bit more unique with either laser or plasma or even arc type ammo. There may be more categories to come, and the devs may internally classify some of the support or secondary weapons under some of these either existing categories or new categories, but that hasn't been totally spelled out, so I won't go there. But from here, I think we can move on to the 4 basic stats that we see for most every weapon. And it is unfortunate that support weapons don't even have these listed, although they would have these stats as well. The first of which is damage, and that's pretty much how much health you deplete per bullet, which is pretty standard. You have your capacity, and that's how many bullets are in your mag. Even though not listed here, you do have the number of mags, which ties very closely to capacity, and that's how many mags you can carry for each gun. Then you have your recoil. Now, recoil is basically how much your reticle will move and sway when firing and moving. The higher the recoil, the harder it is to stay on target. Then you have your fire rate. The fire rate is how many bullets you can get out of your gun over a specific period of time. Assault rifles will generally have higher, and shotguns will generally have less. Now, these are the ones you will most typically see, but there are also laser type guns which measure some different major stats. They have their damage per second, which is how much damage you deal over time. This is something you can measure for each gun, but definitely more required for something like a laser, which just deals a continuous damage for all targets in the vector. And you have your fire limit, which is how long you can hold down your laser before it overheats and requires you to replace the coil. Now, moving to the right side of the stats, we will see some of the special weapon traits that can give you a little bit more flavor as to the particulars of what makes each gun unique. And one of the major ones we'll see here is penetration. Penetration is typically defined in the weapon traits under either light armor penetration, medium armor penetration, and although it hasn't been listed yet, heavy armor penetration, which does exist, only in the support weapon category, which they don't really give you very good stat markers there. Bombs, though, also give you penetration levels, and the CEO has clarified a little bit about how this works. There are essentially 10 levels of armor that enemies have on various parts of their bodies, and a gun will have an armor penetration level that matches between 1 and 10. When the armor penetration number is lower than the armor number, it ricochets, which you will see with that non-hit marker. When the armor penetration level is equal, it ends up dealing 50% damage to the target, and that's where you will see those gray hit markers. And when your armor penetration is higher than the enemy, that's when you deal full damage with a red hit marker. Now, moving on to another common trait is one-handed, and this means that you can hold your weapon with one hand, which you might at first say, so what? But this does give you some key benefits. For one, this means that while you are running around, running away, you can fire backwards and in any direction without needing to turn around or slow down. And the other benefit is that you can use this with something like the ballistics shield. All secondary weapons do have this one-handed perk, and the SMG primary weapons do as well. Moving on to another trait is rounds reload. Typically, when you reload, you end up expending the rest of the bullets in the mag, but with this trait, you can basically reload at any time without losing ammo, and you will begin loading in bullets with the ability to stop that reloading at any time so that you can just start firing away. Now, the next trait isn't fully defined, but it has been noted in the patch notes with a particular weapon that does have rounds reload, the Senator, and that is a speed loader, which is basically a special reloading perk where once you've depleted your ammo to 0, it allows for a much faster reloading. Rather than having each individual bullet being loaded into the gun, you have a speed loader which loads all bullets at once and gives you that full reloaded weapon. Now, the next trait I want to talk about is kind of a weird one, and there's also many other traits that I think build off of this, and that is the explosive trait. Now, this trait has been confusing because it used to be listed for multiple guns that didn't seem to be producing
welcome to my
sort
channel.
of actual explosion. And that's because I think this trait was initially trying to represent something else, which we will talk about, but the devs have since kind of reclassified why this gets listed, and it's basically guns that produce an AoE explosion. Essentially, this can be used to splash damage multiple enemies or create some damage beyond some armor levels that would otherwise be impenetrable, like how the Scorcher will provide damage to the Walker even though it doesn't have that armor penetration level to hit their faceplate. The extra explosive damage ends up getting to that rider and killing them anyways. Along with explosive, though, comes a few other traits. Two of these are kind of defined by what you'll see with throwables. So there's also this outer radius, and that is essentially how big the explosion is going to reach. Beyond that, based on patch notes, there's also an additional damage associated with that, as well as a damage drop off. So kind of adds 3 additional stats there. Also, as defined by the bombs, there's fuse time, which may not apply right now to many of the guns themselves, but I think it's still probably measured, at least in most part, with a measurement of 0. And this is essentially how long before the projectile is displaced and landed do you have before it blows up. Another thing I want to call out for an explosive trait is shrapnel, which was something that was in the Eruptor but has since been taken out, but this was essentially shrapnel pieces flying in all directions. And I initially thought that this meant this was a special trait that would close bug holes, but I think that is another trait in and of itself because the Eruptor still does close bug holes even though it doesn't have shrapnel. So being able to close bug holes and destroy factory vents must be related to some sort of trait in and of itself. That's why not all explosive weapons like the crossbow and the Scorcher cannot close bug holes, cannot shut down factories, but guns like the Eruptor, guns like the grenade launcher, guns like the grenade pistol all can. Now, another thing to note along with explosive is what used to be the explosive perk that was listed, basically what it used to mean. And from discussions from the CEO, essentially what it seemed to mean was that it was essentially a damage multiplier that applied to enemies' weak spots, particularly weak spots that were sensitive to explosive damage, like the squishy weak spots on the back of the bile spewers. If you had this explosive multiplier weak spots that were sensitive to explosive damage, like the squishy weak spots on the back of the bile spewers, if you had this explosive multiplier trait, your gun would be able to dish out more damage to that weak spot. Additionally, with the chargers, but the same deal. I believe this is still happening, but now we don't really have any indicators of which guns have this or not. If your gun is producing an explosion, though, this will apply. Next up, I want to talk about another trait that is explicitly listed, and that is incendiary. Essentially, guns with this trait will deal fire damage, which basically means that it will deal a damage over time effect upon enemies. Bugs in particular seem to be particularly weak to fire damage, and so that's something to keep in mind with the traits. The next one I want to talk about is beam. Now, this is a trait that is specifically for lasers, and it basically means that your gun will emit a continuous beam as you are shooting rather than an individual bullet. Moving on, we also have heat, which is almost a negative trait, I believe, but it is something necessary for energy-based guns, and that means that the gun produces heat, and as such, your weapon could overheat, and the coil might need to be replaced. This is the limiting factor on these guns, which otherwise would have infinite ammo. So basically, you need to have a proper mix of your heat levels as indicated in the coil bar in order to properly use the guns without ruining all your coils.
Another thing to go along with laser type weapons is recharge time, and this essentially is the time it takes for your ammo to recharge, like the quasar cannon, how long it takes before you can fire again, or how long it takes for your coil to cool off so that you can begin firing again.
Another explicitly defined trait is charge up. This essentially indicates that in order to fire your weapon, you will need to charge it up first. Typically guns with this, you are holding the fire button and releasing for the projectile to release. This is what happens with your railgun, and this is what happens with the Plas Purifier. Now I want to talk about two traits that are specifically for support weapons, which I don't know if this would technically be considered a weapon stat, but they are differentiating factors that do make these guns unique, so it's worth mentioning, and it may be debatable as whether these count. So first, for all support weapons, you have hell pods, and this, as I said, isn't so much of a weapon stat, but basically this just means that equipping this weapon requires a hell pod being called down via stratagem. Call down time will also play a factor here, as replacing a lost support weapon requires your stratagem to cool down. And so if you think of it as like almost a cousin to reload time, then perhaps this is something that should be counted. You also have another thing, which is backpack reload or backpack ammo. Inherently, some weapons, at this point, stratagem support weapons, require special ammo that can only be reloaded from a separate backpack. You have the airburst, recoilless, the spear, autocannon. These all have their special backpack with their own special ammo. And this gets me to another very important weapon trait that isn't explicitly called out, but oftentimes you will see in the description of the guns. And that is the ammo type, which can also maybe be thought of as damage type as well. In this case, we're talking about plasma rounds, which typically will have an AoE explosion. We're talking about concussive rounds, which may cause a stagger effect. We're talking about jet propelled rounds. We're talking about arc, we're talking about laser. All these different ammo types offer their own unique traits, which also probably have other stats underneath them that are measuring different aspects of them.
There's also demolition force, which is called out in the patch notes, and what I believe this is the ability to demolish physical objects around the map, things like the side objective doors. And so this seems to be measured on its own basis. Another thing called out in the patch notes is damage to large volume bodies, and this I think kind of coincides with different body shot multipliers that guns may have. In particular, this seems to be called out for the laser cannon, but I would assume this is also a stat tracked for many other weapons.
Now, some of this coincides with general health of an enemy, but it does seem that maybe some guns have more impact than others on certain areas that extend beyond just armor level.
There also are stats for damage to durable enemy parts, which are essentially shielded or armored parts of an enemy that have their own health pools, and this kind of reinforces that just certain parts of enemies may take more or less damage based on multipliers that exist for a gun itself, beyond just the health of an enemy.
Now next I want to talk about lock-on, and this really only just applies to the spear, but this is the ability to lock on target well if it works properly. Another one that I've seen get mentioned a lot, but it's not specifically called out, is ergonomics. And the CEO himself actually showed an old screenshot which showed this. Essentially, I think this also ties into like the weight of the gun, the handling, the rotation speed, essentially how easy it is to wield this weapon. If you think about something like the eruptor and the jar, they're pretty heavy, they slowly rotate, you've got to take some time to get on target, whereas something like the pummeler, something like the Plas Scorcher feels pretty snappy, feels like you can get on target very quickly, feels pretty light to hold in your hands. Now the next one I want to talk about is reload speed, and this may tie into other things like when you have a bolt action rifle, you're sort of like reloading between each shot, so that plays into it, but essentially every weapon has their own reload speed, and that is going to impact gameplay as well.
Another thing to think about here is actually reload pattern, and that is essentially what it takes for your character to reload that gun, which may not make a huge deal, but in certain cases, like especially with support weapons with their own backpack ammo, they sometimes have a reload pattern that must take effect in order to reload the gun. And in some cases, they actually occur in phases, so you can actually do a partial reload, stop that process, and then continue that process at a later point, essentially pausing the reload at each phase. Another thing you have is muzzle velocity and or projectile speed, and I believe these are actually two separate things. They have been called out in the patch notes separately, but I think they kind of all relate to generally the speed of the bullet that's traveling. Muzzle velocity being kind of how fast it comes out from the length of the gun up to the end of the muzzle, and projectile speed kind of being more so the speed as it travels across distance. And some guns definitely fire faster than others. In particular, the crossbow fires very slow, so slow that you do have to kind of lead your shots with that in order to get on target. Another thing to consider is weapon modification, whether a gun is able to be modded, and in particular, if you want to go down even further, it's the fire mode that's available to that gun. If you have a gun that can be modified to semi-auto, burst firing, and full auto, then those are special traits in and of itself because other guns may not have those. You also have your scope type. Some guns have like this small circular type scope, while others have this big, almost sniper style scope, and that definitely impacts things because of how zoomed in you're going to be in first person. There also are scope zooms. A lot of guns that have scopes have the ability to zoom them in at multiple distances, which of course has another impact on things. Another thing is your third-person mode reticle. Most reticles have these two horizontal lines with a circle in the middle, but others have a triangle, and still yet others have no reticle at all. It's unclear to me what kind of difference this really makes for the gun, but the visual difference definitely is there and can have an impact on gameplay. Another thing to consider is range, because not all guns actually can fire forever. The eruptor, for instance, will explode after it hits a certain range. Other guns like the Plasma Punisher just can't fire that far because it shoots in an arc pattern, which is another stat, which is bullet drop off. Whether your bullet will generally stay on the target you aimed at over a long distance, or whether it will start to fall down with gravity taking effect. And how severe is that? You also have damage over distance because some bullets lose some of their damage as they travel longer distances. And I have heard that plasma guns actually have sort of the opposite effect, where the damage actually increases the further away the target is. Although I haven't really been able to verify that, so if someone knows in the comments how to confirm this, please leave one below. Another thing kind of touched on earlier is stagger, which relates to concussive rounds, providing a level of stagger or stun to an enemy to stop them in their tracks and freeze them in place. There's also the ability to collateral. Are you able to fire your bullet and have it penetrate through the enemy and hit another enemy behind it? Maybe more related to armor penetration levels, but it's still a stat in and of itself. You have spread, something a little bit more useful for a shotgun, where even if you're not completely directly on target, you may get some grazing damage. Another thing to think about is pain wobble. A lot of times if you're being fired at or damaged, your reticle will fly up and down, and the pain wobble that
here. Seth, here. Seth.
Okay. Be right back.
that you have may add an extra increase to the recoil and your ability to essentially get back on target. This may play as part of ergonomics, but I'm not sure. We'll also say safe mode. I mean, the railgun itself has a safe and an unsafe mode. Most other guns do not have this option, but it wouldn't be unusual to expect that another gun may have an unsafe mode as well. And this is basically the ability to kind of overcharge your weapon and maybe even cause yourself damage in the process. Also kind of related to charge up is essentially time to fire or charge up time. I'm thinking in this vein, something like the sickle doesn't immediately start firing out bullets. You're not necessarily charging and releasing that. Instead, you sort of need a little bit of time to charge up the gun to get it to fire. So I think this would be a separate type of stat. You also have things like sound. Certain guns seem to produce less sound than others, which has an effect on your ability to stealth or not. If you have a gun that's louder, probably not going to be able to stealth very well, but there are guns where you can shoot at enemies and the other enemies around it won't really detect it. Another thing to consider, maybe not now, but in the future, would be something like melee damage of each gun, in particular if they ever decide to add bayonets, something that was a part of Helldivers 1. Another thing is bounce or ricochet. Some bullets will bounce off of things and either hit yourself or hit other enemies. And then there also may be other stats related to things like EMP and related to gas and related to smoke. I think these haven't been fully fleshed out, but these are other either damage or effects that we do see in things like stratagems like the gas strike stratagem. There's probably reason to believe that eventually we may get things like gas guns, like EMP guns, things of that nature, which may give us more insight into maybe what kind of stats are related to any of these damage types or effects. And so these are a lot of the traits that I'm not ready yet coming into effect when we think about this. It's why when you look at the very basic stats that we get to see, why that doesn't tell the full story and why we really should be testing out these guns a little bit more to understand what other impacts based on a lot of these other traits are involved. So what do y'all think? I need more time. Some of the traits that are available to us, let me know in the comments and we can kind of keep trying to compile and have a much better understanding of what are all these traits. And I want to say a special thank you to my YouTube members for joining the battle movement. But otherwise, so long, Trooper Troopers.
Seth here. Here. Seth. Here. Seth. Seth. Here.
So the engine upgrade is for some reason, highly divisive topic. And I think it's important for whenever we're talking about the upcoming engine upgrade, no matter.
Give her a kiss. Ugh. Really, Sean? Yeah, come on, give me a kiss, big boy.
Streaming your life falling apart is hardly rare nowadays, but King Cobra did it before it was cool. When he's not getting down and dirty with his plastic wife.
Oh, baby, I'm sorry, your wig came off again.
He's live on YouTube, boozing in his filthy apartment, and carelessly oversharing the grimiest details of his life.
I'm so good at guitar, it's a wonder I'm not swimming.
While other people have things like shame and common sense, Cobes has goth boy swag.
Why is it, YouTube, that women and men are treated differently when it comes to dry spells?
I just wonder if it'll stop his liver from failing.
I poured some vodka in the tea, just calm down. Yeah, you calm down. Oh my God, Sean.
Cobra, real name Joshua Saunders, was born on March 26, 1991 to Clint and Laura Saunders in Casper, Wyoming, with underdeveloped lungs, so he had to be placed in an incubator. According to him, his childhood wasn't easy. When he was an infant, his mother refused to breastfeed him and fed him baby formula instead, which supposedly caused him rectal bleeding. He also got diagnosed with ADHD very early on, resulting in both his parents pushing him quite hard, apparently due to the fact they blamed themselves for his condition. Not long after his birth, his parents went through a rough divorce, leading to a custody battle between the two, causing him to move around a lot during his childhood. He first lived in Miles City, Montana from 1992 to 1993, and the only thing we know about this period is that his father owned a gymnastics club there. After that, Josh moved twice to North Dakota and California respectively. Maybe as a consequence of the divorce, Josh developed a strong dislike for his mother due to her forcing him to go to church, seeing as she was an ardent Christian. Eventually, as she was about to lose custody of him entirely since she had other unspecified issues, she tried to bribe Josh with candy and clothing, but all this did was make him dislike her even more. In 1996, Clint got full custody, at which point he remarried. Together, they moved back to Casper. From kindergarten, Josh was different from his peers, claiming he already spoke at a 5th grade level, which made him feel detached from the other kids who were still learning their ABCs. Despite this, he was held back by a year since he hadn't developed his social skills enough. He later found out this was due to another mental ailment he was suffering from, Asperger's. Things didn't get much better once he advanced to grade school, with Clint, now remarried, still moving from one state to another quite regularly, making it even harder for him to integrate. Throughout school, he got relentlessly bullied for his generally odd behavior, reaching its boiling point in the 4th grade when at one point, the bus driver had to intervene due to how intensely other kids were harassing him. This did nothing at all to curb his odd tendencies though, since it was around this time he discovered his lifelong obsession, Cobras. It began when he played an educational computer game called Buzzy the Knowledge Bug, and it got even more intense when he started watching Steve Irwin's Crocodile Hunter show, specifically the Spitting Cobra special. He even saw an actual cobra once when he and his family lived in South Dakota, and they took him to the reptile gardens, completely unaware of what this meant for Joshua's developing mind. Josh eventually stopped getting bullied once he got put in special ed classes and started riding the short bus to school. He fit in well with his new classmates, even making a few friends, one of whom was a deaf kid whom he taught to flip people off. Just like the harassment didn't stop him from pursuing his weird interests, it also didn't put a dent in his confidence, as he frequently made attempts at talking to girls. Sure, they often ended up with him getting flat out rejected, but it never slowed him down whatsoever.
I've had over 1,000 rejections in real life, 2,000 rejections online, so that's 3,000 rejections total.
This led to an incident in junior high when his friend introduced him to a special needs girl who was roughly the same age as him. When they had some alone time, Josh's intrusive thoughts got the best of him.
Okay, hold up, let me reinvent this shit. I whipped out my and started.
This was just one of the many manifestations of Cobra's hormones being out of control, so much so his father began actively trying to hamper his behavior toward women. At some point, Josh begged his dad to buy him a copy of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Clint resisted at first, but eventually relented and bought a copy, only to watch Josh play it for a few minutes and instantly become horrified at the things he was doing to prostitutes in-game. He banned Josh from playing, and this time, no matter how much Josh begged and pleaded for it, Clint held his ground, perhaps in fear of what kind of behavior that could incentivize. In all fairness, as backwards as it is to believe that video games can make you a criminal, with Josh's tendencies, I can't really blame Clint for doing this, though I have no idea how much it helped, or if it even helped at all. While in North Dakota, Clint signed Josh up for a church function field trip where he was supposed to meet other kids. While on the trip, he met a girl named Alicia Rohde. He immediately fell head over heels for her and bought her a 50-cent purse from a vending machine. However, she didn't accept the gift and just left it on a table. Josh didn't understand why she had left it, and assuming she'd forgotten it, he picked it up and brought it to her. Put off by his insistence, she told him she had a boyfriend. The bag had quite literally been fumbled with Alicia, but again, Josh just kept on trying to attract other girls. One of the main ways he tried to seduce them was chocolate-flavored Axe body gel. That is, on the odd occasions when he would shower at all. According to his father, Josh developed a strong aversion to hygiene and often completely refused to shower or groom himself in any way. His aversion was even stronger when it came to oral hygiene, which, along with his obsession with cobras, eventually caused the bullying to make a comeback. In middle school, he and one of his friends formed a joke cult in which Josh was the leader. The cult was represented by the colors black and green, his favorite colors, and it was at this point he first took up the nickname King Cobra, which he's used ever since. This joke cult eventually got fleshed out into a pseudo-religion, and its peak cringeworthy goth kid drivel.
We were the Cobra Demons. If we ever got any girlfriends, we'd be like Cobra Angels, you know? I had my own religion. I still believe in it somewhat. My own god, goddess, and their son, Cobrachin, and his wife Cobradicius, and their son Cobero. They are, you know,
I'm low on
slowly, kind of.
Later down the line, Josh admitted that Harry Potter was the inspiration for a large portion of his religion, which isn't that surprising. It even got to the point where he was planning to write a book about the religion, but unsurprisingly, it never materialized. While he wasn't always creating new religions, he was always seeking out new hobbies. He ended up joining a wrestling team, also in junior year, although he didn't stay there for very long, as in his own words, the sport was too gay for him, with another complaint being the fact he couldn't use his glasses during spars, which left him completely blind. However, his hatred for the sport was likely compounded by a couple of incidents he had in the locker room. According to Josh, he had an unusual amount of hair, and it could be seen when he wore his wrestling gear. Speaking of Josh's balls, a girl named Demi started hitting him in the jewels around the same time. Due to his upbringing, Josh refused to retaliate since his assailant was a girl, and because of this, the nut smacking went on for months. This got so bad that his parents begged the girl to stop doing it, to no avail. Josh, being the hopeless romantic he is, started to believe she was doing it because she had a crush on him. Then, one day, he finally struck back by throwing her to the ground and declaring, "I'm tired of people hitting me in the nuts!" After this outburst, Demi never smacked him in the nuts ever again. With him abandoning wrestling, Josh started to focus more on music. Ever since he was young, he developed a keen obsession, leading him to buy his first guitar when he was 12. In junior high, he discovered Cradle of Filth, a gothic metal band from England. He fell in love with the sound and showed it to his father, who was rather disturbed by what he heard. Clint proceeded to try and convince Josh that bands like that make you a Satanist, using some kind of study he found that claimed goths are, in fact, devil worshippers. Joshua would link his dad to an article debunking this, which led to Clint apologizing. With his hobby getting vindicated, Josh started to lean more heavily into the goth aesthetic, trying his best to dress and behave in a way that fit the identity. Around the same time, his longtime crush, Alicia, took the same art class he did, and his interest in her slowly became an obsession. Alicia regularly bullied him in front of her friends, but this did nothing to hinder his advances. Often she came to school wearing revealing clothing, and in Josh's mind, she was signaling to her friends to watch while showing off to him, and then berating him for staring at her. He interpreted this as a very elaborate way to seduce him, which he saw as proof that she liked him. Alicia basically had no way out. Even her rejecting him was reinterpreted as a kind of invitation by Cobes' delusions. When he left Valley City, he continued to stalk her on social media. When he saw that she had entered a Hooters beauty competition, he used black magic to cast a spell to make her win. The actual result of the spell is not known, however. After he changed schools, the bullying was picked right back up, and this time, Josh started taking it out on another special needs kid called Carl, who was trying trying really hard to be his friend. For whatever bizarre reason, he deeply irritated Josh, who lashed out.
I fucking hate that guy, dude. That guy's obnoxious. That guy is lucky that I didn't kick his ass when I was in school. Seriously, I was that close to doing it. That's how annoying he was. At least I have a dad that loves me. That kid didn't have a dad at all that loved him. His dad would make fun of him all the time, and it made me smile just thinking about it. I remember one time my dad was like, Josh, you need to quit picking on Carl because his dad picks on him and bullies him, and it's not right. And don't tell him I said this. I'm like, okay. But my fingers were crossed the whole fucking time.
One day, as he saw Carl approaching him, Josh hugged a girl that Carl liked, which led him to take a swing at Josh, but he missed. Josh threatened to punch him back, but the principal broke them up and sent Josh to the office. Sure, he got in trouble because of this, but the part that really stung was that his parents said he should be friends with Carl since they were so much alike. Josh recounts this as a breaking point for him when he completely let go of who he once was and embraced his new persona, Gothic Cobra. By the tail end of high school, Josh's grades had plummeted, and he was close to failing his last year. The only thing that prevented that from happening was Clint threatening to ground him if he failed to graduate. Surprisingly, this worked exactly as intended and made Josh study hard in the weeks leading up to his finals, culminating in his graduation. Soon after finishing high school, Josh decided to move out, looking forward to no longer having to meet anyone's standards of basic hygiene. At this point, he had already been uploading to YouTube under the name Gothic King Cobra 52, having begun in June 2010 while still living with his dad. In these videos, he only ever referred to himself as Gothic King Cobra, and most of the videos were music related. He started a series by the name of Guitar Insight, which mainly served to show off his guitar skills, although he ended up talking about pretty much whatever topic was on his mind. It was very clear from the get-go that Josh was an unusual person. For example, he had a creepy ventriloquist puppet he got during his childhood that he kept, and eventually it started making appearances in his videos.
So Sean, we can go see up in the right thing. They drained it. Just like Josh.
For the most part,
Feel mercy.
blood is an outlet for a spice.
Welcome to my channel.
I need a self-aware human.
I took a Viagra, you took a Viagra, and I got all woody. Get it?
I'm not ready yet.
Hey, Marts.
The doll eventually got phased out, probably because it got swallowed into the messy hurricane that his living space was. Some speculate he stopped using the doll because he wished to be taken much more seriously as a cool, goth metal musician, though it's hard to tell what drives a man like Cobra. With Josh making it a point to emphasize his weird identity every chance he gets, this naturally attracted trolls, but the early internet variety, which mostly stuck to calling you names in the comment section and leaving it at that. This led to multiple videos dedicated to simply responding to the trolls, usually through the entries to the Guitar Insight series.
I've been getting a lot of trolls in my channel lately, and I'm not getting any attention.
I'm not ready yet.
Because that's what they want. All the trolls I've seen thus far on my channel have bashed me, my tattoo, and my guitar playing, awesome singing, etc., etc.
In trying to show up these trolls, he tells us of his earnest belief that one day he'll prove to all of them just how wrong they are, in a way only a true wordsmith could.
I need more time. Just ignore it because it's you're not worth my time. And then go off and say that you'll never be a famous musician. Well, I will be, and when I do, I'll laugh at words like this because I couldn't make it. So.
Despite his lofty dreams of becoming a real musician, he couldn't just live off of YouTube and meet bucks in the meantime. With the help of his dad, he signed up for the Job Corps, a program that helps young adults gain the skills necessary to find employment. This eventually landed him a job at Taco Bell, his first step towards moving out. Around this time, he released a video recounting his experience with Alicia. Part of what makes a lolcow a lolcow is that the people who mock them don't actually have to do that much work in order to find out the dirt, and Josh is definitely a case of this. He gratuitously gave out a story in which he is clearly a weird, cyber-stalking loser, and excuses her disinterest in him due to him being goth, as opposed to the much more likely alternative, which is he probably stunk like a wet dog due to not taking showers or brushing his teeth. Notably, he also recalls how he tried to apologize to her for all this terrible behavior, admitting he was spamming every account he could to reach out to her, and creating multiple dummy accounts, allegedly for no reason other than to apologize.
When I go to her Facebook page, it says add as friends, so I click on that, thinking maybe it didn't go through correctly, and then I got blocked from her Facebook page, and the guilt was eating at me. I mean, it was literally making me feel like, okay, what the fuck, you know? Just recently, I created another Facebook account with my name that I'm not going to use, just to send her a message to say, hey, I'm sorry, you know, with a very sincere apology, and I'm hoping this guilt can get off my conscience because, quite frankly, I feel like
I'm not ready yet.
However, it's worth noting that he learned from it and turned the story into a cautionary tale, telling everyone just how important it is to make sure you don't obsess with a girl so much that you start harassing her.
So yeah, that's just a great way to repel chicks. If you want, chicks to hate you, that's a great way to get that to happen.
While Josh had pretty thick skin due to already having withstood years of bullying in real life, he dealt with the trolling in his own strange ways, one of which was flashing his fully erect dick. Of course, the only thing he achieved was a 2-week ban on YouTube. He even made a brand new channel to infiltrate his troll community called Peach Monster 666, but only put up 2 videos on it before his main channel's ban was over, and he went right back to posting there. One of his early trolls succeeded at getting under his skin by using the name Gothic Queen Cobra 52 and claiming that he had plagiarized the name, to which Josh felt compelled to respond.
Guess what, YouTube? There's someone who's trying to be me. No, I shit you not. It's this guy calls himself Gothic Queen Cobra 52, making fun of me, and I found it really cute. Aww. I'm like, oh, look at the cute little troll trying to be me.
The last video on this channel was posted in July 2011, where he made the rather baffling claim that he could create balls of chi energy. Not too long after, the channel was permanently deleted, with his father, Clint, posting a message on Facebook about how Josh had entered the Job Corps, meaning it's safe to assume that's why the channel was deleted. The Job Corps ended up being quite a formative experience for Joshua in more ways than one, with a lot of interesting stories from around that time. But of course, the most important ones concerned his love quest. One day, he talked to a girl named Amy, who told him that a friend of his felt attracted to him. Her name was Stephanie, and while Josh was initially hesitant to meet her, fearing she was ugly, he was surprised to learn she was quite attractive. They ended up starting a relationship, which led to Josh losing his virginity. While on campus, he regularly smoked weed, which was against the Job Corps rules. When the campus board found out, they instantly kicked him out. Nonetheless, Josh was back to square one. He moved back in with his father, who threatened to give him a humiliating haircut if he didn't find a job within 2 weeks. He ended up getting that haircut as he didn't find any work in that given time. While he still lived with his dad, Clint often confiscated the cords from his computer to stop him from making videos to motivate Josh to actually do something with his life. Eventually, this turned into a quasi-permanent ban on the use of electronics while he lived there, during which he went on a hiatus from content creation. This ended in August 2012 when he borrowed a friend's laptop to record a video announcing his electronics ban.
This is Gothic King Cobra with another video, and right now I'm borrowing a friend of mine, Chris's dad's computer for this YouTube video.
Around this time, Josh got a job at Wendy's, where his role was to keep the lobby and restrooms clean and fill up the teas. With that, he started building up some capital, which led to Clint helping him look for a new apartment. Eventually, around October, they found an apartment about 3 miles away from their home, which Josh fell in love with. He moved in, and this opened up the floodgates for a golden era of King Cobra content. In November 2012, he started the King Cobra JFS YouTube channel, which officially became his main channel, and proceeded to upload the same kind of content. Stephanie herself occasionally showed up in some of the videos whenever she came to visit from the Job Corps. However, perhaps saying she's in them is disingenuous, as she usually just sat in the background and went mostly ignored, while Josh filmed for an hour. Some fans brought this up to Josh, highlighting how he wasn't treating her very well. So in response, Josh released a video that became a rather big meme of the era, as he extolled his virtues by telling us he'd treated her to a Hot Pocket.
Guess what? I just made Stephanie a Hot Pocket and got her some Dr. Pepper. How's a Hot Pocket, sweetie? It's 4 meat and cheese.
It's good.
Memes aside, this was arguably his most stable period. In late 2012, he released videos where he counted his finances and accounted for his next rent payment.
I still have $373 left. Take $200 right here, put that down for next month's rent, and then use the rest of it for personal spending. And there's nothing wrong with getting help from the gas sales. I think people are just jealous that they can't get it because, yeah.
But unfortunately, you only know how good the good times were once they're gone. As 2013 rolled around, he quickly showed himself to be very, very bad at managing his life, spending loads of money on cigarettes, energy drinks, and unhealthy takeout food. He was so irresponsible that, at times, he spent an entire $400 weekly paycheck in a single day. Despite his financial woes, it didn't stop him from frequently eating out, one of his personal favorites being the buffet at Golden Corral. Around this time, Josh started sharing the apartment with a high school friend of his named Christopher Moore. Chris was unemployed and had little to no income at all, meaning he was effectively squatting in the apartment with Josh's consent.
He used to kick it out of his grandfather's house. That could be a perk, you know what? Sleep in your van, whatever. Exercise more important.
that. I'm like, you know what, dude, I got an apartment, I got a futon, you want to crash a futon, that's cool.
Being that he was always there, he often appeared in the videos released in this era. Josh had kept that fact a secret from his father for reasons that'll become apparent later. His behavior only got worse while he was around Chris, resulting in him making some truly catastrophic decisions. One day, at Chris's behest, Josh drove Chris's van without a license to buy a stick of butter. On his way, he almost rammed straight through a police cruiser, which resulted in him getting stopped. When they realized he wasn't carrying a license, he received a hefty fine. However, an even worse decision came when Josh and Chris were having a small party together. While there, he and Chris spoke to a lady named Kayla, who offered to let Josh and Chris tag team her if they gave her a cigarette. Citing societal pressure to have multiple partners and his overconfidence, he did it, but regretted this action instantly. Though he only admitted that he'd cheated on Stephanie months later. When he did, Stephanie decided to forgive him and stay with him, which he proudly announced on Facebook. There were rumors that Kayla might have an STD, but this was disputed by Josh himself, who eventually said that, while she didn't have any STDs, she was pregnant. While his relationship was stable, Josh's reckless spending only worsened, as he had seemingly abandoned the concept of saving money. One day, he walked into a pawn shop and tried to buy a guitar.
Guitar itself cost $503.98 with tax. I paid $400 for it, so I have to pay $103.98. The guitar's mine.
It was through the purchase of this guitar that Clint discovered just how reckless Josh had been with money. As a result, he took the new guitar from Josh and brought it back to the same pawn shop, hoping to get a refund. However, he was unsuccessful, meaning Josh could keep the guitar for the time being. Back in January, he released a video titled "Times Are Getting Tough." In it, he admitted he wasn't making enough money to pay for rent, forcing him to dip into his savings account. He also seemed to at least somewhat recognize how bad his spending has been for him.
I had $200 at the beginning of the month. Paycheck. I would have saved that paycheck and not spent it on tobacco and just alcohol, right? You know what I'm saying? Or just not spend it all, period, and save it up, you know what I'm saying?
Despite this, his spending habits never really improved. Since he turned 21, he started consuming a lot of alcohol, which became a hallmark of his channel. His money troubles weren't helped by the fact that Chris was actively refusing to do any work, with the only job he'd ever gotten being at Walmart, but he got fired shortly after due to him having accidentally cut his hand. Things got even worse when, while Josh was out of the apartment for a few days, Chris invited his brother and his dad for a bit of R&R, only for them to get into Josh's channel and upload a video of Chris's father playing Josh's guitar. The only evidence of this that remains today is a screenshot from the video, as everything else was deleted. This, along with other problems, led to the deterioration of their friendship, and while Josh refrained from confronting Chris about it, he complained in the videos whenever he was alone.
Chris got arrested. He had a warrant out for his arrest, and he'll be in jail till Monday. And Monday he has court. Yeah, so this is kind of like, seriously, dude? So Chris now has no job, no car, and he's in jail. Yeah. My all honest sincerity and hope is that Chris is doing some serious thinking right now if he's awake about what he wants to do with his life, because right now he's not in a good direction.
Eventually, Clint found out that Chris was freeloading in Josh's apartment and told Josh to kick him out, which Josh was probably happy to do.
That fat bastard really needs to go. He's abusing your kindness, Josh.
There's not a day that goes by that I don't look for a job. Not a single day.
You have to convince me. Damn, you gotta convince.
I gotta convince them shit.
Well, there you have it, YouTube.
It was around this time that Joshua started making cooking videos, which his channel would become known for. The first instance of this I could find was a series of videos of him attempting to cook some potato stew. Every single step of the process was split into a different upload, from washing the potatoes in a bowl, to peeling them, and finally, the stew mukbang. These videos got a lot of traction, for no other reason than the fact that no matter how hard he tried to cook something, it always ended up looking like it would give you stage 4 stomach cancer. One day, Josh went out to go shopping at the same time he was supposed to be working, which delayed him going to work by about 5 hours. And what did he use that time to purchase? Beer and blue hair dye, which he showed us in a video made on the same day. In fact, he ended up dyeing his hair on camera, which has since become one of the most infamous moments in King Cobra JFS history, mostly because of how he'd botched the whole thing.
Oh, this guy. I've gone Avatar. Holy shit.
At some point during winter 2013, he went on a short channel hiatus, only to return in force, releasing 2 to 3 videos every single day, most of which had titles like Random Video, Noon Video, and Night Video. These went on even longer than his regular content, resulting in viewers getting up to 3 hours of footage every single day. For the rest of the year, things stayed pretty stable, at least by Josh's standards. One amusing incident happened when Josh was cleaning the urinals at Wendy's.
I get to close my lobby, the urinal's so overflooded, the plumbing's fucked. AAA is getting called in sometime today. Yours truly had to go in there with a cup and scoop out the water that was trapped on the urinal or in it. Gloves on, everything. Really gross. Scooped it into an empty a trash can that was empty, but had a bag in it, basically. Got it out to the dumpster. Sanitized the f*** out of everything, you know, shit like that. So needless to say, it was not a fun evening, but that's why it's called work.
Eventually, Stephanie graduated from the Job Corps, allowing her to move in with Josh. At first, she didn't contribute much to the household, mostly just playing video games. But eventually, she got a job at McDonald's, which Josh proudly announced in a brief video titled Noon Video. 2014 was set to be a milestone year, since back in 2012, a channel by the name of Trapped began filming a documentary about him called Gothic King Cobra. The doc was mainly an interview with Josh over a couple of days, basically showing what he got up to in his daily life, including a visit to the mall, going to Spirit Halloween, and riding around town on a bike. As 2014 loomed, Josh started hyping up the documentary. It would eventually be released in February of that year, getting pretty decent views at the time. Soon after, he made a video to celebrate what he felt was a massive success at a time when the documentary had around 10,000 views.
We Google Gothic King Cobra documentary on YouTube. Come to find out it's got 10,000 views and 10,185 views, and a whopping total of 304 likes and 31 dislikes.
Unfortunately, this was about the only good thing that happened to Josh this year. For context, we'll need to introduce you to a man named Damien. Damien, from what I could gather, was the leader of a small sex cult whom Josh had met back in 2013. A member of his cult, Matt, occasionally showed up during some videos, although unlike Chris, he never actually lived with Josh. Initially, there were suspicions that Matt was trying to induct both Josh and Stephanie into Damien's little cult, although how legitimate those claims are, I can't say. Nonetheless, Damien stuck around in some capacity for quite a while, with him and Josh being at least decent friends. But things took a sudden turn for the worse a few months after Stephanie entered the workforce when she confessed to cheating on him the day prior. In the video, he explained that she had initially come to him with a proposal that they should have a threesome, either with another guy or another girl. Josh turned her down, and as a result, she cheated on him with Damien. Stephanie's cheating left Josh in a raw state, especially since he had no grounds to get mad at her for it, since he'd also cheated on her before, and she forgave it. Though they initially stayed together, they officially broke up on July 4th, 2014, about a week after the infidelity had come to light, which was revealed in a mildly unhinged video titled Happy 4th of July. In the video, he says that the breakup came as a consequence of a joke he made about struggle snuggling Stephanie, which made her so mad she ignored him for days. His explanation for it was that she'd been asking him to be more kinky, and this was his way to begin playing into what she asked for. He didn't have the healthiest response to their separation.
Certified entry network technician. She might have gotten all her shit, but she didn't get her little certification. Now, I could smash this, but I think I found something to shoot my shotgun with.
It took a while until Stephanie spoke out and gave her side in a video released on a now deleted channel.
Part of me breaking up with Josh was because, yes, I cheated on him. He cheated on me too, but when he cheated on me, he told me like months later. I had more respect for him and told him the next day. Another part of it was I was going through a lot of changes in opinion because at the moment my self-esteem was going up, like way, way up. So I was realizing things about myself. I was becoming awakened in myself, which is something a lot of people in this day and age need, but it's very difficult to get that. Another part of it was he kind of threatened a friend that it happened with, but he also kind of threatened me in a way. I get he was trying to be joking and, you know, kinky or whatever, but at the same time, when he said that, I wasn't sure if I should take it as a joke or take it seriously. I took it seriously and I left.
That was the end of Josh's first real, and arguably the most normal, relationship to date. Pretty quickly after the breakup, he started looking for potential romantic prospects, and after briefly seeing a girl from his town, Josh tried his hand at online dating. While Josh did mention getting an astounding 16 responses across his multiple dating profiles, it seemed that none of these women stuck around in the long term. He eventually lost hope and posted to Facebook saying he expected to be stuck alone for the rest of his life. However, he would be proven wrong not too long after, since right around the beginning of 2015, he announced to everyone's shock that he had found a new girlfriend. Her name was Judy, and she was also from Casper and was a single mother of 3. Ironically, they met through Damien, which, given he had stolen Josh's last girl, is kind of amusing to think about. Judy appeared in a total of 2 of his videos, both of which came out on the same day, and many viewers thought she came off as rather strange. In the first video, she's in the background, occasionally interjecting to whatever Josh is saying.
You're such a nutcase.
Yes, but I'm your nutcase, dear.
I'll just tie you up and hang you up. Maybe, no, I'll tie you up and then hang you upside down later.
Oh.
Oh!
The second video came out a couple of hours after the first one, as Josh reads the comments on the last video asking for him to show off his new girl, which he obliged.
Hey YouTube. So last video I got a couple of comments saying, put her on camera, put her on camera. She's not looking to be on camera, you know? I ain't gonna hard off the camera, man.
Whatever, fucker.
So...
What up, people?
People found her childish with a weird sense of humor.
I am a panda. But I'm also good because girl loves cupcakes. And waffles, and tacos, and burritos. Mission for the cupcake.
The question of whether this weirdness of hers was complimentary to Josh's was answered soon enough, as just over a week and a half later, Josh released a video titled, "I'm Single Again." He took a bit to get into the breakup, as he instead focused on a video about a pastor punching a child in the chest because he didn't believe in Christ the Lord. But eventually, he does get it out that they broke up, as well as getting into some of the reasons why that's probably good.
A couple of times I took Judy grocery shopping. Other women were checking me out. Oh, he's got a kid now. Oh, it's so cute. And after about 4 or 5 days of it, continuous, for almost 2 weeks of it. This is too small an apartment anyway, and if I had the money to raise kids, you know what I'm saying? Kind of explain myself there on that one.
There are a couple more scattered comments throughout the video, and the general impression is that he's the one who broke up with her.
Don't get me wrong, like I said, I still love and care for Judy, but she needs somebody in her life who's ready to have kids, you know, who's gonna treat her right.
While the split was far more amicable than the one with Stephanie, this habit of getting into relationships and breaking up immediately after is one that Josh maintains to this day. Throughout 2015, he continued to look for girls using the same dodgy dating sites. He kept receiving pings from girls that just seemed too good to be true, making him consider going premium.
A couple women who are most definitely interested in me. The only problem is I don't have the money to upgrade to the premium access, which kind of pisses me off.
Eventually, he ended up using OkCupid, one of the most legit dating sites out there. This is when he was approached by an emo girl named Bleak Rainbow, who happened to be in love with Cradle of Filth, which, if you remember, is his lifelong favorite band. But soon after they began talking, he grew suspicious of her, and in response, a YouTube account with her name started posting some mildly unhinged videos. Amusingly, Josh responded to her in the comments in the last 2 videos, and he seemed convinced. However, he eventually changed his tune.
So I have a theory, YouTube, and call it gut instinct, but I believe the Bleak Rainbows on YouTube are fake. The one on OkCupid's the real deal.
What?
It didn't take too long for this saga to come to its natural end, as Josh opted instead to look for other potential girlfriends. In February, he found another one, Amy, although she only appeared in one of his videos where the sound was completely busted. As it turns out, Amy was a crack addict missing all of her front teeth. But given his chronic lack of concern for dental health, it didn't bother Cobra too much. Regardless, he broke up with her within a day, even saying some pretty nasty things about her on video.
Wow, Amy, you're such a liar. I'm going to kill myself now before someone else kills me. That's what Amy just texted me after I deleted her number. See, that's the kind of trauma I'm talking about, right there. Bitch interrupts me in the middle of a book cover. You know what, Amy? Fuck you, psychotic drama-causing cunt.
From this point on, his hunt for women became more and more desperate. In his own words, he was falling into a bit of a dry spell, with his dating apps going pretty much nowhere. So, he employed the help of a brand new friend, William Hackman, also known as Homeboy Scotty. Scotty would appear in several of Josh's videos, and Scotty eventually introduced Josh to a girl named Jess, who was a bartender.
Smoking hot girl talking to me on Facebook. Her name is Jess, and she's a bartender. I'm definitely looking forward to meeting her. Apparently, she found my profile and she found me attractive, and she hit me up on Facebook, and we've been chit-chat back and forth.
Initially, he was supposed to meet her at a party. It's not clear if he ever went, but he talked about her in the following videos, trying to set up a meeting with her through Scotty. He released multiple videos of him talking about his excitement.
Yeah, like I said, she plays guitar, she listens to Cradle of Filth, she smokes a pipe like I do, and she has Asperger's. I mean, what are the fucking odds?
After this date fell through, he proceeded to try to set up another one, although this time her name suspiciously changed to Bailey. Despite it being quite obvious to everyone this was all a lie, Josh didn't want to believe that and defended Scotty from the commenters who accused him of just messing with Josh, clearly being in denial about Bailey not being real.
Some people even made accusations that my homeboy Scotty's nailing Bailey, and that's not true, because one, Scotty already has a girlfriend, you see what I'm saying? And a lot of people are saying that Scotty's trying to catfish me. Also, that's not true, because Scotty's the one trying to set me up with this girl named Bailey. So autistic, in her 20s, and she plays the guitar, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Eventually, Josh gave up on ever meeting this girl, although he never actually admitted to himself he was being lied to. Instead, when Scotty offered to set him up with another girl, Izzy, he fell for it all over again, dragging it out for multiple months.
But when I get paid next, I'm gonna take a cab and my homeboy Scotty with me, because my homeboy Scotty has a couple of girls that are interested in dating me. I'll take a cab over to one of his buddies' houses, and this female he's been having sex with, she has a roommate that's interested in dating me, so do what I can to meet her and stuff, because I'm tired of being single and miserably alone. It sucks.
He eventually gave up on pursuing this chick as well, embracing his lonesome fate. This was a sign of the times, as over the course of 2015 and 2016, his life just slowly worsened. His work hours continued to get cut due to his poor work ethic, to the point where he could hardly afford anything on a salary. Being the financial whiz we know him to be, he decided to take out payday loans, which he then used to buy even more stupid like 2 pizzas.
How was that good? These 2 pizzas and the drink, which came to about $14.50. I went down to the money loaner's place. They loaned me $15, and I owe them $20 on the 30th, so that's not going to be a problem to pay off.
It's in this same video where Josh first expressed his desire to get a sex doll. While he had been experimenting prior with the idea of being asexual, he's sadly just too horny to ever commit to the incel grind set. So, over the next few months, he pondered buying one, all the while being in a financial black hole he was too lazy to recover from. Eventually, he started a GoFundMe where he asked his fans to give him around $2,000 to get him that doll. However, it was removed just a day later, seemingly by Josh himself, who followed up with a video regretting making the GoFundMe in the first place.
Well, I felt bad having that GoFundMe account up online because people use that for actual legit stuff. You know what I'm saying? I got tired of begging people for fucking money, so I'm just like, fuck it, dude. I'm done.
Once again, he tried to commit to a life of celibacy until a fan decided to send him a fleshlight. Josh didn't like this gift very much so that he ended up destroying it on camera. Of course, he used it once before he destroyed it, which then made him question whether he truly disliked sex or not.
Now, I will confess that I did use it as soon as I got it. It felt pretty good. You know, like, it was pretty good. You know, I can't decide if I like sex or not. That's the one thing.
Eventually, it seems these doubts were put entirely to rest as he started saving up in earnest for an actual doll once again. However, this attempt to save up was foiled when sometime in August, Josh released a video announcing that someone online contacted Wendy's management over his channel. Supposedly, they sent an entire email full of lies about him to get him fired, and within a few days, it succeeded and he lost his job. He had worked at Wendy's for almost 5 years at this point, and it was the last stable job he ever had. Now, without income, Josh was forced to rely on SSI payments, which he successfully applied for. This, however, wasn't enough to allow him to save up for his doll, prompting him to go back to e-begging, though he once again rescinded his request for donations because it didn't feel right for him to do it. A lolcow with something resembling a conscience is a very rare specimen. Josh, being a savvy businessman, preferred to do it the old-fashioned way and provide a product for people's money, and he did so in the form of t-shirts. He announced his first ever design on August 15th, 2016, and from then on, he made hundreds of designs, most of which used clip art stolen from Google Images. But even this wasn't enough to make up the difference, and as time went on, the idea that he could ever afford the doll seemed more and more distant. It is then that Josh caught a very lucky break, as a fan offered to give him a doll free of charge. Josh accepted the offer enthusiastically, and he received the doll on November 11th, announcing it to all of his fans on Facebook. Disturbingly, he named the doll Alyssa, which is a lot of affection for a used doll that was, according to him, of rather poor quality. However, soon after receiving the doll, he mangled it and threw the pieces into a dumpster, something he initially concealed from his audience. Instead, he claimed that the doll had been stolen by some meth addicts who, for whatever reason, stole nothing else but his sex doll. No one believed him, which made him double down on the story. Eventually, though, he owned up to lying and admitted that he himself destroyed it, claiming he had done so after having relations with it one time.
Now, for starters, my homeboy Scotty had no idea what was going on with the lie. What I did was rather eerie, to say the least, yes, but out of sexual frustration.
Surprisingly, this led to a bit of mainstream media attention, with online news organizations like Unilad coming out to talk about the situation. Nonetheless, despite this latest hiccup, his dreams of getting a sex doll were not entirely gone, as he found a website where you could
Scotty doesn't know that Fiona hit me. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know.
Tailor make your own doll. So he decided to show what he had constructed, giving every detail, and then essentially leaving it up to his viewers to pay the cost, which was a bit over $2,000.
For the head, I would choose head 122, which is right there. Eye color, I would do, let's see what options they have. Oh look, green eyes, there we go. And wig number 8 is a long stand-up foot, gloves, and a regulator. Now the cost of this one is only $2,074.
While he wouldn't get this wish fulfilled in quite the way he wanted, he did receive a new doll. This one was also used, but it seems he was much happier with it, granting it the name Fun Size Felicia. This one ended up lasting a lot longer than the first, although he wouldn't be able to keep it forever, as just a few months after getting it, he reported that he had accidentally melted its skin off by using the wrong kind of soap. Josh made a very drastic move sometime in early 2017 when he deleted almost every single video on his channel following getting a new PC from his family. If you look at his channel today, the earliest video you'll find is from February of 2017, where he talks about why he did the mass wipe.
Well, a lot of things on YouTube were giving me issues. The videos were not recording right, and on top of the videos not recording right, Photo Booth, which is the program that I use to record my YouTube videos, is also giving me issues, and I'm fed up with it. I got so fed up with it, that I deleted all my videos. That's 3 years, okay? 3 long, miserable years of YouTube content just deleted, gone. And a lot of people are not happy about this, but I look at this as an opportunity to help make my channel better.
Josh dressed this up as a rebirth for his channel, allowing him to grow out of the type of content he had been making and change for the better. In actuality, while his channel did see a rise in popularity, everything in his personal life continued to worsen. People began noticing just how rapidly Josh was aging due to his excessive consumption of tobacco and alcohol. As we move into 2017 onwards, this process is set on hyperdrive, which the audience gets to watch as he began live streaming very frequently on YouTube for hours on end each time.
There were two kinds of transgenders. You got the Blair Whites and the Jessica Units. And that's kind of mean, but like, well, that's the goddamn truth.
While his live streams got by far the most attention, his videos had a couple breakout successes, including a clip of him performing a magic trick. With this rebirth also came an influx of new cooking videos, which probably shaved off a decade of his life by themselves. This includes such culinary achievements as Cordonal Cherry Burger, which is a burger made with sandwich buns, bacon, cheese, peanut butter, and chocolate-covered cherries.
Bomb-ass cross-section.
But by far the most popular installment came out in 2018, titled Sushi Bacon Cheeseburger, and became the 4th most viewed video on his channel. The title speaks for itself as he cooks a bacon cheeseburger with sushi, soy sauce, and wasabi.
That's not half bad, actually. That's pretty good. Although the sushi being a little bit warm on top of the burger kind of throws it off a bit. This is definitely a culture food mashup.
In 2018, he was given a wand designed by an artist, who gave the design away pretty much for free. Given Josh had been obsessed with the idea of making wands for years at that point, he jumped at the opportunity to start using it. This was around the time when Josh was employed at his new full-time job as a dishwasher. This is the first time in his life he's ever had an actual full-time job, mind you, as his Wendy's gig had only been part-time. Regardless, he started producing the wands and then selling them on Etsy. The first test batch he made of around 10 wands that took him months to produce sold out in just 5 minutes. Judging by the listings on Etsy, it seemed the wands could run you anywhere from $24 to upwards of $200, which, considering their quality isn't anything to write home about, the price is most likely driven by the fact that Josh is the one who makes them. Regardless, the wands did bring him a decent amount of money. They were making enough money to where he left his job as a dishwasher, saying that he didn't have enough hours. Over the years, he produced over 400 of them, all of which have sold out. While we don't know how much he charged for all of them, based on the earlier example, it's fair to say he's made at least a few thousand. While that sounds like a lot of money, this is Josh we're talking about, and wasting money is the one thing that brings him true joy. In late 2019, he managed to blow through $1,000 in just 5 days, splitting his spending between Pizza Hut and expensive beers. It also doesn't help his spending habits that he's got multiple orbiter friends who, to put it nicely, are even bigger losers than he is, depending on him for things like fast food, alcohol, and cigarettes. One of these losers includes a literal furry called Steve.
Yo, what's up, Tubes? Chilling out with Scrapper Steve.
In 2018, fans saw Josh indulging in a new addiction, spice. While it's unclear when he started, he mentioned trying it as far back as 2013, and he was presumed to be using it at least around 2016 by people on Reddit, with plenty of theories throughout 2017. But it wasn't until a year later that the theory started to hit a fever pitch, with videos like this one making the rounds. It was never confirmed whether he was smoking spice or not, but the idea persisted throughout the years, with many people blaming it for his visible loss of cognitive abilities, coupled with the fact his teeth started rotting off, and the fact he had admitted to using it on several occasions. You can see why people reached this conclusion. Among other things, he ended up getting into a few more relationships. One was with another self-proclaimed furry called Summer, which lasted about 3 months. From what I gathered, he never actually got with her in any real way, meaning that his dry spell continued. This led him to try with another girl called Ellen, who was completely uninterested in him. He paid for their family's Christmas dinner with his YouTube money. He organized a charity stream for her benefit. At one point, he even invited her to a concert, offering to take the person who was her friends with benefits with them. He got ridiculed mercilessly for this, with his fans calling him a simp. Sometime in 2019, Josh was doing his usual live stream when he heard a sudden knock on the door. When he opened it, a SWAT team barged into the apartment and detained him on the spot before combing through the rest of the place. In a video made shortly after the incident, Josh confirmed that he had been swatted, blaming his trolls for the attack. Luckily, nothing of note happened, besides him having to go outside for once to talk to the detective. However, the greatest tragedy of all struck a year later when his landlord complained that his wand making, along with all the other kinds of abuse he put his apartment through, was causing damage to the ceiling and the floor above.
I would like to personally thank the people who run this building. You've been very patient with me. I guess Spray painting the wands indoors was a no-no amongst other things. Man, I really like this apartment too, but unfortunately, YouTube, I'm being evicted. So for the next 30 days, if you don't see me on YouTube, you know, I'll be looking for a house or so. I'm not gonna lie, this really fucking sucks ass, dude.
All in all, Josh ended up causing about $6 grand worth of damage to his apartment. With the help of his dad, he had to clean up the apartment before getting evicted. And by that, I mean that Clint did all of the actual work, while Josh sat on the toilet and ordered more takeout, as is tradition. Eventually, he found a new place, which cost him around $600 a month. For the time being, he would stay there, continuing his wand production line without any changes. Most of the customers for his wand business were wealthy trolls willing to shell out to keep their pet cow afloat, only to watch Cobra splurge all of it in horrid, inedible slop. However, there was at least one customer who, aside from just wanting to give him money, actually wanted one of these handcrafted sticks. This lady paid him about $250 for a wand set, which she never got. Eventually, she filed a refund request with Etsy, which Josh simply never responded to. This led to Josh's Etsy page being taken down completely, with Etsy giving the lady a refund out of pocket, which made Josh indebted to them. Josh made a few videos addressing the situation, where he argued it must have been an issue with the mailing company to exonerate himself, and offered to resend the wands to her with a tracking number, saying that the $250 refund was a bit out of his price range. The customer eventually agreed to this offer, which reinstated his career as a wand craftsman. Coincidentally, this period would also see him having trouble with his other major source of revenue, Teespring. As mentioned before, Josh started selling t-shirts many years ago, most of which consisted of stolen designs from Google. Surprisingly, this went pretty unnoticed by the platform. That is, until one of his shirts was struck down due to using a copyrighted image. This caused his account to be temporarily suspended. Then, he uploaded a new design, which also got flagged down within hours, meaning the jig was up, and he had to start making his own designs or risk losing his operation. To circumvent this, he moved his t-shirt selling operation away from Teespring, and now he sells designs on customizedgirl.com. He hasn't been flagged for copyright since. Not that these new designs exactly scream originality. 2021 was a unique year in more ways than one. While he'd already achieved the title of lolcow long before, with his thread being over 60 pages long, it was in 2021 when he truly blew up, becoming one of the most infamous lolcows across the internet. Honestly, the sheer amount of meme sagas he's been involved in is kind of difficult to fathom. There are entire YouTube channels dedicated to documenting and chronicling the entire story of King Cobra JFS, including the largest singular source for this whole video, Bite-Sized Cobra Vids. Memorable moments include his second attempt at dyeing his hair, which ended up even worse than the first one, as well as his greatest culinary achievement, the cat food Big Mac. A more recent saga saw our protagonist getting a bearded dragon, whom he named Puff. He received it as a gift from a friend who had to leave the lizard behind after moving into a new place. Josh quickly fell in love, making Puff a recurring character throughout his videos.
Puff loves the leather futon.
But while there was some novelty to seeing Josh excited about a living creature, people showed concern over his ability to care for the animal, given he can barely even care for himself. It wasn't helped by the fact he admitted to putting its health at risk by doing things like this.
I'm smoking marijuana. Puff will kind of look up like, hey man, give me a hit of that. So I'll take a fucking huge ass fucking hit of weed and I'll blow it into his tank. 1 or 2 hits, he's good. He doesn't need a whole lot.
This led to a concerted effort on the side of his viewers to get Puff safely away from him. They contacted Metro Animal Control, which came in to do a wellness check. Josh posted about this on his Facebook, where he claimed, among other things, that the lady from Metro determined he was taking better care of it than 90% of people. A second visit was made to the residence, after which Josh declared victory over the trolls, as the Metro people confirmed he would not be getting any more visits.
They were threatening to get Puff taken away from me, and it didn't work. Maybe they want to rethink their life and go, what am I doing with my life? Harassing an autistic young adult and his bearded dragon because I can't stand how happy Puff makes Cobra. So yeah, he's not getting taken away and he's in good hands.
When the dust settled and the excitement of a new pet vanished, Josh veered away from including Puff in his videos, as his focus was now on brewing mead. This led to some people believing Puff had died in the meantime. Josh did debunk this with some sparser update videos, where the lizard looked fine. Sadly, not long after this last update video, Josh broke the news that Puff had escaped. As the story goes, he was outside smoking with Puff on his shoulder when it suddenly jumped off and ran away, with Josh unable to catch him. The announcement was made on the 16th of November, when the temperatures in Casper, Wyoming went just below freezing. Given that reptiles are cold-blooded, it's unlikely Puff would randomly choose to run outside into the cold, as opposed to running inside where it's warm. It's even less likely he would have the energy to escape from Josh, who, despite looking older than his father at this point, point should have no trouble catching it. As odd as these circumstances are, we never got a resolution to what happened to the lizard, but it's fair to say very few people believe Josh's side of the story. Only a month later, while live streaming, Josh received a call from his dad, who warned him that he was being swatted again, with the claim being that Josh had been waving a gun around. This time, the attempt was traced back to a subreddit where people were very unhappy about a joke he'd made about Amy Schumer. When the live stream was interrupted, these same Redditors celebrated. I mentioned mead earlier because around this time, Josh started crafting his own homemade alcohol, presumably due to the fact he didn't have enough money to feed his habit. He started this hobby on August 26, 2023, announcing his plan in a video where he showed the process of making it and all the ingredients, including juice, yeast, and sugar. Despite his acknowledgement that you're supposed to let homemade wine sit for at least
on je pravo govedo. Ćeš da vidiš kako... Ček, sad ti pokažem sekundu, stani. Obično ne igram sa ovim pasivnim karakterima, ali... Čekaj. Ride my horse. A može i bolje, samo ta veća gužva, znaš. U suštini sami rade sve. Gledaj. Naravno, ovo sam morao da pobijem. I? Aha. Dobre. Što je ovo kao neka nas? Helltide je ono kao u suštini gledam već sad.
Ne, karakter, neko nas.
Šta, ovaj karakter s kojim ja igram? Da, nekromancer.
Su ubačili, normalno da nije bio.
Nekromancer, jest?
Šta, ali bio?
Mađe nije.
Sreće.
Jest. Pa imaš na karakter skinu da biraš nekromancer. Kad radiš ti danas?
Ne radim.
Sloboda! That's it, I'm not.
I quit.
Yes.
I did not.
Promenili su način na koji svaki artefakt ima dva stata i tek ovi kao naš najjači level ti kao 920 level, oni imaju kao 3 statistike.
Welcome to my channel.
I kad nađeš taj artefakt sa 2 do 3 statistike, taj kao ono, tako hoćeš, legendary, odneseš ga kod kovača i onda ti ono tipa dokuje ti još 2 statistike po tvom izboru. Ono imaš tipa da biraš koji ćeš tip enchantment.
Miš.
Yes.
Marvelous. Welcome to my channel. AJ Disc.
Jesse Katzman. Pa to je moj način zapravo da betijem ljude da pričaju sa mnom.
Pa ne, nego sad
kad
sam
uđem
našao.
u Discord, znači nikog nema, a ako se mutira, onda kao dođu, znaš, kao
Ima toga. Obrnuta psihologija, kako to zovu.
Zašto se kao krijem? Krijem se na otvorenom.
To. A čuti, brate, znači imamo produženi petak, brate, djecu na čuvanju ovdje, znači jebote. Nikako, znači došli na Bleju, a ostali preko celog vikenda, ono. I ono, nisi imao nešto tu vremena za gaming i ono sve što sedem, brate, na 10, 15, 20 minuta, možda malo odigram. Ali ajde. Dobra je ovo sezona u četvorci.
A popravili su osnovni gameplay.
Pa jesu, mislim dosta je ono zanimljivo jebote da ideš svetom i da ovo i da ono. A izbacili su i one bullshit statistike, brate, na...
Mislim i dalje ih imaš, ali može da biraš da ih ne uzmeš.
Jest, to da. To nije mala stvar, zaista nije mala stvar, čovječe.
Kad imaš osnovni item, imaš na njemu par statistika koje recimo ono život, damage, armor, attack, speed, critical, to ti je to. Ako hoćeš napredne statistike, trebaju ti crafting recepti. I onda biraš da li hoćeš ono što su oni zamislili kao da su korisni statovi ili ono što ti zaista misliš da tebi treba.
To tebi treba, upravo to, jeste. Mislim, ne znam, meni, ja mislim da je bolje, brate, i zanimljivije, ono. Mada nisam provalio šta je tačno fora u ovoj...
Ništa.
Sezoni, ovdje nema ništa.
Imaš za Iron Wolf-ove neki quest i to je to.
Pa da, ono, malo zeleno da ideš i buđeš, brate, ono, Battle Pass njihov.
Battle Pass sam ja uradio već.
Ne, nego mislim ovaj Battle Pass, brate, kod Iron Wolf-ova što imaš da biraš.
A to, ovo, samo igraš Helltide-ove i skupiš reputaciju.
Pa, upravo to.
Ništa narašta.
Ja imam još 3 I to Drakul? Da, evo ga.
Šta ima? A ništa. A nema ništa.
Brate, meni si ne da zadnja 2 dana da odspavam kod čovjek, pa to ti je. Danas Burazer trebalo dođe po dete, jučer rekao je dolaze oko 12, ja rekao super, danas Burazer, brate, ono pola 8 zove, ono kao, eto, ono. Našlo se nešto u blizini, pa ajde doći će, ja rekao, da li mi zajebavaš?
Ja, boga mi ovih dana, čudno od mene, navikao se da zato ujutru, ali ovih dana zato sam oko 12 sati.
Oko ponoći?
Pa ja. Je super, evo.
Pa tako i treba. Tako i treba, a ne ko vampir, ko Nenad. Do 4 ujutro, pa od 4 do 7 spava, pa u 8 na posao.
Ozbiljno? To radi preko rad 2.
I onda kad dođe kući, onda malo drema od 4 do 6, pa... Znači, to je nešto nemoguće. Ja sam mu rekao da neće dugo tako.
A ne, to je ono kako se zove, oni... Power nap, da.
A može, ali...
Ma de, brate, mislim, zezam se, ono razumiš, on mislim da uopšte nije zdravo.
Zavisi šta radiš. Ono što ja radim da spavam, tako nema šanse. Nema šanse.
No, ne.
Ko se s tobom budi? Gledaj ovo, brate, kako vam sviđa na skinu u kodu?
Koji? Action Man, ona figurica šta?
Ne, još bolje nešto.
Klovn. Pa već imaš one killer skinove, znaš, vidio sam ih. Imaš Frankenstein, imaš ona kao porcelanska lutka i kako se zove taj, Happy, da si Happy. Wow! Happy, the smiling clown. I onda fino uzmeš, šta je bilo killer oružje za njega. Nožić nekao, mali. Karambi.
Kao i Dead by Daylight-a.
Da, onaj kukijski nož.
Pa da.
Bam.
Dagada.
Udarite ga, moji minjoni. Moj damage je nikakav, znaš. Da, koji način znači?
Rekao, matori. Milan.
Matori Milan.
Milan, nije njemu rano, ovo ne dolazi on ovako rano na Discord. A dolazi ja?
Možda stream Sniper Snake.
Hoće.
Ali u posljednje vrijeme nema njega. Od kamo je Čalde otišao, vjerovatno obaveza, brate.
See some steel you need?
On kako predstavlja, on je najizuzeti čovjek na svetu. Šta radi, ne radi ništa. Ja se izvinjam.
Dobro, ali sad kamo cijelo...
Znam. Sad je on glava porodice, na njemu je sve, ali dalje ne radi ništa.
Pa to jest.
Znaš, i dalje ne vidim pomak.
A sad htio da kažem, možda to samo izgleda na istreniranom oku tako.
Da, možda on zapravo trenira.
Pa ja mislim da je rekao da on ustane pa ima te jutarnje treninge, pa onda...
Da, za olimpijadu trenira, znam, to mi je rekao.
Pa ne znam, ali znaš, ono...
To ja mogu brate isto ponekad kad sam raspoložen za zebanci. Za olimpijadu se trenira. Ne, pa dobro, nije sad da zajebam ljude, nego ono... Kapiram, u zdravom telu i zdrav duh. I ono, lepo se čovjek osjeća kad je ono, da kažem, u formu.
Kako ne.
Ali imaš limit, znaš, kad je to postaje obsesija. Možda bi ja trebalo da ugasim, recimo, računar posedno 4-5 sati korišćenja dnevno i da odem da čitam knjigu ili da cepam drva, ali ono...
Ali biraš da ne.
Kad treba drva da se cepaju, ono, to uradim za 1-2 dana, to ne radim svaki dan. A kad mi se knjige čitam kad imam nešto interesantno. Dok ne pročitam, razumeš, full, za nedelju dana pročitam. Što ti tako ide kod mene? Isto kao Diablo. Najvjerojatnije ću završiti vjerojatno te challenge sve i Battle Pass još ove nedelje. I onda će biti ono da li hoću da napravim drugog karaktera, da igram s nekim. Ili ono kao, nemam pojma.
Ja sam izmislio karaktere.
Sve?
Pa, otprilike.
Misliš, ne upotrebljuju se ti zbog loota, šta? Imaš karaktera 100 level
zbog loota
koji...
i tih stvari, a i ono, kapiram da ću morati da otvaram knjige iz početka.
Kako misliš knjige?
Pa ovo, novo.
A ne, samo dismantluj sve.
Pa tako.
Uzmi sav gear sa karaktera i dismantluj i možeš napraviti novog karaktera, nije problem.
Pa ne napravit ću ga novog, jer ovako šta mi ništa nije tu snimljeno i svake sezone, znaš, ono, moram da pravim novog, tako da...
Mislim, budući da je Blizzard usro motku pa su u početku napravili sistem koji ne upotrebljuje, sad imamo nešto što je upotrebljivo.
Da.
I'm not ready yet.
Jebote li sve više pada, čovječe, gledam i ove potione, ja ne patim da su ovoliko potioni padali, da smo ih dobijali.
Za XP to?
Pa da. Baš ono svega ne više, ono.
Malo pred su me van šokovali paukovi, 20.000 HP, da. Hoću reći, sad HP što imam.
Jebote, ja sam drugi 1.14 rekao ono sebi koliko HP-a imam.
A nisi vidio moj HP.
A naravno da nisam.
Još sam se razmišljao da uzmem dagger koji ima kao onaj master stat, umjesto 800 HP ima 1300. Ali kao neći, ajde, kao znaš. Sjetio sam se tebe, kao to je malo pretera, znaš, onda ni nemaš DPS nikakav.
To. Ali s obzirom da još igraš ove sa petovima build, ali tako?
Ma da, oni biju sve.
Ona pet build nemaju neki nuke, ja mislim, pogotovo ne u početku, tako da bi ti baš bilo. O, desi, druže Milane.
Jesi vidio, a? Najste ga stave u kodu.
Ja ne znam, ja mislim da je najče ono, da je mislim se vidio da je neko zalepio sliku onih teletabisa.
Hoćeš li u opkladu, pošto ovo još nije istraženo, pazi. Da ćeš u jednom trenutku imati u Trans Showdownu, imat ćeš cirkus kao event, da će ti biti kao neki kao cirkus, kao šatra, neke tako gluposti, neka tematika, imat ćeš 2-3 kao klovne ubice. Hoćeš u opkladu.
Brate, pravo ti kažem sad kad si to tako rekao na glas, meni je čudo da toga nije bilo do sada.
A još nisu došli do toga, imao si ne znam, imaš cvećara, mesara, botaničara, novinara, to sve tematski razumeš karakteri u Huntu. Grobar, ono ti jedan ti je grobar. Imaš 100 custom skinova kao tih legendarnih lovaca.
Nego, znaš šta poenta, I need more time. Skinove, brate, preko bio normalno, svaki Warzone, poskočaju od Warzone dvojke da mu jebu kilu.
Zato što se ljudi ono lože na te stvari i kupuju.
Kozmetika prodaje. Vidi, ja... Reci već. Nije problem u kozmetici, da je to recimo cena 2 evra, 5 evra, razumeš? Komu jebe mate, recimo standardna cena 5 evra na popustu 2,5 evra. Ni iz džepa ni u džepa, razumeš, za te pare ne možeš više burek da kupiš. I... što kažem...
Brate, ako ne možeš i burek da kupiš, pa onda nije ni čudo što ga ne daju za te pare.
Ali slušaj, ako staviš tako jako malu cenu, razumeš, koja je solidno pristupačna i na sejlu je još manja, ljudi će reći kao, pa znaš, kao, što ne bih ovo častio sebe jednom nedeljno, da uzem nešto novo da igram, znaš. Ali ne, oni stave 20 evra ili 20 dolara stave cenu za nekakav kao skin koji je šta god razumeš, 20 evra. Za cenu 2 takva skina kupiš novu igru. Novu igru, komplet novu igru. Nemoj zabaviti.
Toga ja Battle Passovi nikad nisam kapirao, mislim dobiješ tako neke estetike koje ti uopšte nisu ono groundbreaking za igru. A u fazonu rekao, što ne bi kupio novu igru za to?
Najgora stvar, to ajde početkom okej, kupiš Battle Pass.
Znaš kako, kapiram onaj aspekt, na primjer, dopada ti se kompanija šta je uradila do sada i ono kao jebi ga, znaš, kao hoćeš da ih podržiš kupovinom tim. Ali drugčije ono, ne.
I need more time.
Šta sam to? Znaš da poenta, okej, na početku to je tam krenuo kad smo mi uzimali Battle Pass. Okej, imaš skinove, super, zanimljivo. Posle, brate, kad nastavljaju da štampuju, šta ćeš ti sa jebate toliko skinova?
100!
To.
Imaš 100 komada u storu, Peđe, ja sam gledao.
Koliko?
100.
Za sada?
Za sada imaš 100 komada. To ti je ono custom kao hunter skinova. To ti samo za lovce, bez oružja. Imaju više nego kod karakter skinova. Jel veriš to? A oni su kao small indie company. A Blizzard Activision je ogroman. Ta Blizzard da ih kupi. Kaže samo štanceti skinova. Majke mi, taj neko pošle pisu. Pogledajte, kaže šta mala kompanija, razumeš, može da napravi skinova, razumeš, u mjesec dana. Samo gledaj.
Znaš šta je poenta? To isto. Sad sam teo, brate, imamo primjer kod od igre koja je Modern Warfare, znači imaš Marince koje, znaš ti šta je to? To je ono prava Modern Warfare igra, ono fazno. Znači da je spalo na ovo, na početku ajde u sezoni Cats, to je u Warzone Catsu, ajde okej, na storu imaš fazon ono, evo ga, wow, imaš Snoop Dogga. Ne, nije bilo Pennywise, nije bilo uopšte takvih skinova, nego ajde imaš Snoop Dogga koji ima army odelo i to, a ovo je sad iždubljavanje, ovo je baš ono, kao kreteni, jebem vam susti, igrate ovo i jebem vam kurčine, dajem vam klovna, hoćete klovna da igrate, evo vam klovna. Meni to tako izgleda, ko bi igrao klovna već, kome to zanimljivo?
Ne znam, uđi multiplayer pa mi reci koliko ljudi igra klovna.
Niko. Ja, niko. Trenutno igram, to jest. Trenutno igram, a niko. Znaš?
Dobro.
Trenutno igram.
Ne znam, od tih skinova ja bi kupio Niki Minaš.
Ozbiljno?
Naravno da ne.
Brskaš dupetom.
Naravno da ne, brate, to je jebeni FPS, šta ti znači skin u FPS-u?
Pa ljudi vole...
Više mi znači da ti kupiš, brate, više mi znači da ti kupiš taj skin nego da ga ja kupim. Jel tebe mogu da vidim, sebe ne mogu da vidim, tako da znaš, šta mi znači jebeni skin u FPS-u?
Pa, ako imaš mode u kojima je dozvoljeno da pratiš kameru na treće lice, znaš?
Što da sad, ali...
Kao nešto se ja igra, Modern Warfare Zombies. Prebacim kameru iz trećeg lice i vidiš full karaktera.
Protivno ono, šta, znaš,
vidiš pola ruke, ko radi animaciju, kao ne znam.
Da, to ti kažem.
I'm not ready.
Jel mogu onda da platim samo pola skina?
Ne, četvrtinu, pošto koliko ti
Četvrtinu,
dođe ruka, ne vidiš
ni ruku,
ne vidiš
samo
ni drugu
šaku,
ruku, ne
jebote.
vidiš ni nogu, ni glavu,
Vidiš
ništa ne.
samo šaku.
Znači četvrtinu platiš, nikoj cenu.
Lonely DJ Earl. Welcome to my channel.
I'm not ready.
Je li ko gledao? Ne vjerujem da je Peđa gledao. Ti Kecman, šta je daily danas za Helldivers?
Nisam ulazio oko 11, pola 12 je tek daily.
Tek tad?
Da, 11, pola 12.
Koliko tako pre dana, tako reći?
Nes.
Tako im je rotacija.
Tako da sam zbog toga ušao u ovaj Diabolu, rekao i sad će boss, uskoro rekao kao da ga neće da se nešto investira previše.
Kad?
U pola.
Pola 12, dobro.
Ubijem bossa pa ću idem da vidim tamo šta je ideju.
A šta misliš o imenu za karakter?
I'm not ready yet.
Šta mislim o?
Imenu za karaktera.
A, super, baš mi iznenadilo, zašto kad si mi vispao uvijek da, šta je ovo, znaš, ono. Prvo sam mislio da nisam vispao nekog pogrešnog, onda rekao vidi Snake-a, vidi ga šta radi, dečko.
Ne. A to je meme. Kažem ti, gledao sam par puta kad igra neki novi RPG, probao par imena, recimo ljudi ono, ako je online igra, da ljudi ono prave, odmah mu uzmu onaj Asmongold ili Zack Roar. I onda on proba Asmongold, ne može ni to, znaš.
Jebote, imam ja vremena za sad, za još jedan Rift.
A, i ti ga zoveš Great Rift, a? Fino.
Pa, kako drugčije da ga zovem?
Oni ga zovu Pit Sampras.
Ovo preko ovih sigila što otvaraš, kako se to zove ovo? Sigil Dungeon, šta? Nemam pojma.
Nightmare Dungeon, ne to misliš?
A, nemam pojma ako tako, ja ih zovem Riftovi.
A nisi stigao do ovih, baš, kako se zovu, Pit, ili ti...
Nisam ga radio, je li to ono što ulaziš preko onog Horna?
Ne znam je li Horn, šta je Horn?
Pa imaš ovaj gdje cool, ja mislim da se tu nalazi neki Horn i onda valjda preko toga uđeš u taj pit.
Ne, Kerrigan, ne.
Nego cijela ona ideja, brate, da ja trčem u krug da skupljam mobove pa da ga butnem dobro da ga ubiju.
A, to su challenge-i, ne, za leaderboard, ne.
A šta je Pit onda?
Ne, Pit je Great Rift iz Diablo 3. Baš Great Rift. Pičiš ono da su, znaš, ideš protiv štoperice, treba, evo viš, sad mi je dodao minut na ovo vreme. Ideš protiv štoperice.
Aha.
Pa sećaš se koncepta Great Rifta iz Diablo.
Da, Great Rift, da. Grand Tripper.
Jeste, Grand Tripper. Znaj, možda svi Peđa se seća kad je igrao Diablo 3.
A da, Horn of Trials se zove ovo.
Jebeš to. Jedino ako nije neka dobar nagra, neću ni motikon to dobiti.
Ash of Trials, da, dobiješ ono.
I, šta s tim?
Nemam pojma. Nisam ni ušao u to, znači ja sam mislio da je to ono sranje i rekao nema šanse za zljebati.
Ma to ti je za leaderboard, ljudi su rekli da to nema smisla gubiti vreme i energiju na to, razumeš, ako ne dio nešto wow, znaš.
Meni se ne sjeća koncepta tog dungeona, kako on funkcioniše, znači, znaš, ono kao baš ne vidim nešto da mogu da uživam. A kako ulaziš u to što si ti ušao?
Kerrigan, znaš onaj grad gore na severu, kad radiš kampanju. Tamo gdje su oni druidi. Ali ne, onaj na severo-istoku. Ne, severo-zapadu, će onaj na severu mape skoro. Kako se zove taj zona? Pa Kerrigan. Tamo kad, znaš onaj mali 90-kasti druid.
To je to, bukvalno.
Kako se sećaš kampanju.
A u tom Greateru šta je li bolje iskustvo za ove sigile ili šta? Ono šta dobiješ znači?
Ne dobiješ sigila, dobiješ... kako zove ovo smeće?
Ima Milani, jel si naš posao tražiš?
Obdusit. A to ti služi da upgradeš iteme.
Kod Ilije počinješ?
Kod mene? Ajde dođi danas da travu pokosiš, ajde. Možeš sutra da zameniš cepove na krovu.
Ne, mislio je na ovim...
Trebalo bi đubre izbaciti štale. Ne, kod mene ćeš da radiš.
A kod tebe će,
Kod mene ćeš da radiš, dođi, samo dođi, ima posla. Dođi. Vrata su ti uvek otvorena. I treba da radi. Dobro.
Dobro.
Okej.
Greetings. Where shall I get my hammer?
Eno je tamo ona ljuljaška, Simo je raspakao pa mu pomogne, ne može sam. Ja ne mogu sunce u
Sad, u 12 sati to odradi.
Pod garažu je tamo, nema sunca.
Ne moraš da vičeš, šta?
Pa, kako ti objasni?
Nikad, treba li ti
Ajde ne pričaj. Vodi se posla malo. Ajde moja.
Rockin'. Welcome to my channel.
tako to. U tom pogledu. Što čini izuzetno, to je lepota. Voleću te do kraja života. Ajde.
Jebi ga, propustio si boss.
Ma ne interesuje. Hvala na informaciji.
To.
Cenim, ali...
Biće drugi.
Drugi put. Dobro.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Baba, daj glavu, baba.
Daj glavu, baba.
Koji će mi, šta? Life per second. Skroz nebitno. Maš. Prodat. Nikad nije bilo lakše nego sad napraviti item, znaš?
Šta napraviti?
Item. Dobro, to mi se sviđa.
Da vi s neki šta pitam,
Šta kažeš, Drako, nisam te čuo. Poslije onoga...
Treba li ti pomoć?
Treba li mi pomoć od tebe? Pa ako hoćeš da sedneš u auto i dođeš do mene, slobodno. Ako si se ti nudio.
Ko, ja?
Ti
ja sam teo, što ono...
Ako hoće Milan, ako ti je baš dosadno, moj brat se stavlja ležaljku za ćaleta što smo kupili za rođendan i ja nemam snage da se natežem 2 sata s time, ako hoćeš idi pomozi mi.
To najče, ja sam i teo, nemam para, brate, goriva da došao.
Ma nema potrebe.
Ali sam teo...
Slušaj.
Majke mi došao.
Slušaj. Napravit ćemo jedan CD.
Šta napravit ćemo?
Jedan kompakt disk.
Kako ne znam, ovaj Dracula, ne znam imove, ja... Konju jedan. Jesi gledao Munje ikad? Prvi srpski drum and bass.
Ja sam zaboravio, sprdo sam vidio.
Jesi gledao?
Kako jebe. Jesam, ali sam zaboravio.
George Alikara steak.
Razočaran sam.
Ja samo znam šta je ovo, Dolce Gabbana i njega ćemo da tako.
Dolce Gabbana.
To je jedan od najgorih fora, to je jedan od najgorih fora.
A to je, kakvih ima fora, to je loš. Baš loš. A? Okej, on mi se sviđa. Nikad luče nisi mogao napraviti bolje iteme, znaš?
Da.
Pitam se zašto ovakav sistem nisu bacili start?
Pa, zato što... znaš ono kako konja nisi mogao da koristiš u gradu ranije? Kako da sprintuješ sa njim?
Jel znaš rješenje za to?
Čuo sam sad baš pre neki dan.
Glupo je da jaja. A reći šta si ti čuo.
Ja nisam mogao da verujem, Kaže, to su namjerno ubacili kao da bi igrači koji nisu kupili estetiku mogli da vide estetiku na drugim igračima.
I da budu zavidni da bi povećali prodaju.
Da, i onda kao, znaš, i onda će oni, ja rekao,
voli me kurac, niko konja ne gleda. Nisam pogledao nikad konja koga neko vozi. Ako projuri još manje, razumeš. Ne interesuje me apsolutno kako konj imaš. Pod broj 1 niko neće da vuče konja 2 na sat, razumeš, kroz grad.
To. Znaš, eto kao da bi ti gledao... Strašno.
Ko oni misle da je njihova demografija, razumeš? Ja samo to pitam. Jesi krenuo, Milan?
Jesi krenuo, Milan? Nije.
Dobro. Nemoj da se nudiš kad znam da nećeš. Nećeš na drvo ovog puta, nećemo ti ga kidati ispod nogu. To mu je moj stari za malo otkinuo granu, znaš.
Znam, sjećam se, ima snimak.
Poslije je kuko da sam teo da ga ubijem i tako to.
Ima dokaza, a?
Da.
Joooo.
Koga jebe kad je naivan. Nisam ga ja tara se penje na drvo. Nego on teo pokaže kako sam ja smotan, kako on ima muda, on bi uradio što ja ne bi, rekao, izvoli. Ja se popem na krov kući i gledam ga. A on stoji na grani, grana od pola, otkinuta, razumeš, od dole. On stoji i kaže, nešto se ljulja grana, moj čale, ma jok, ne ljulja se. On kad je sišao, kad je vidio da grana, samo što ne padne dole, razumeš. Yeah.
Brže se to kaže, a?
Znaš šta drži zemlja?
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Imam 3-4 modifajera za damage na golemu, golem stoji u mestu i vrti sa levo desno. Samo sam započela polutam očima, ne verujem.
Što mislim?
Pa, takav mu ja...
Kako ne odgovara u toj priči, to mislim.
Takav mu ja i... Razumeš, umjesto da on bude glavni, damage dealer. Njegov AI je tako dobro kodiran, razumeš da bukvalno u mestu šlajfuje. Kao okej, aj dobro. Bar skeletoni, razumeš, su mali i brzo se kreću, pa kao kompenzuju, razumeš. Njegov idiotluk.
Ja sam još htio ovoga narka da uzmem.
A svi ga igraju.
Što ti bi rekao, pa da, baš da sam čuo da su sredili tu 5 klasu, ali baš mi se igrala neka 5 klasa. Onda rekao je kao neću, već sam ga igrao u prvoj sezoni.
Ja nisam, uopšte o tome se radi.
Pa da. I onda rekao je kao, jako sam namjeravao Roga ili Druida u ovoj sezoni igram, rekao je kao držat ću se toga.
Ja da nisam napravio Druida, možda bi probao njega, izvoli.
Kako nisi igrao?
Da, nisam igrao Druida već jednom do 100 levela i da nisam napravio još jednog karaktera, level 70 Druida, možda bi ga sad igrao, šta ja znam.
Ma bolje igrati ono što nisam, mislim, znaš, kao taj fazon. Drugo, kažem, opet ništa me ne sprečava kada ovo izlevelujem i girujem se da napravim sebi
još jednog karaktera.
Možda drugog karaktera.
Detalji?
Da, u kodu. Pogledaj ovo. Ovo pre nije
Pričaš
bilo
o
ovako.
teksturama, a?
Da, bre. Pogledaj ovo. Da priđem kombiju, odaljim se malo, kombi postane...
Čekaj da vidim.
Postane kao kocka, bre.
Čekaj da
Evo.
A to ti je taj dinamički LOD, to se tako zove.
Da, da ti ne bi smanjivo kao performanse, sve što ti ono kao nije u fokusu, smanjuje ti.
A jeste, ali to radiš na 50 metara, a ne na 5.
Na 5, ali to ti kraj.
Razumeš, to što ti pričaš sve stoji. Tipa, mani 50, to sam gledao druge igre da rade, na 100 metara.
Ovo ko da je...
Imaš low poly, imaš high poly model. Low poly model i high poly vidiš da ti non stop menja s jednog na drugi model. To se u Huntu dešava isto.
Neko mi je pričao da su u Huntu to mogo si da izbaguješ i bukvalno da vidiš na ono čistu mapu, brate, i da rokaš i od ove ljudi kroz zid zbog toga.
Da. Imaš program zvani Nvidia Inspector i možeš da limitiraš draw distance, da ti pokazuje sve kao low poly. Da sve bude kao krzavo, neprecizno, ružno, bukvalno cover ne postoji, razumeš koliko je ono, nikakvih finesa nema grafika. Jeste ono gadno za gledanje, ali ono, ako možeš tako da igraš, da imaš neku, nazovi, prednost na drugim igračima igre. Vidim, crna magija. To ti je framerate, koliko ti je framerate u igri, uzde bude rečeno? Jesi siguran? Obično se takve anomalije dešavaju kad ti framerate ide preko, da kažemo, normalno. Pa, kao što sam rekao. Limitira ga pa neš vidjeti ništa od te fizike. Sam sebi zaključaj framerate i neš vidjeti te gluposti, anomalije.
I'm not ready yet.
Evo mi ili, pokažu
Ne, trebaš meni, trebaš Simu.
Ajmo gore.
Pa neću gore, ja mu smetam, on me počera.
Ja ću reći džiki,
A dobro, idi, a ne pomažeš meni, pomažeš Simu. Ja sam rekao, ide na posao, nemam vremena, ja se čitav dan zajebavam sa Simom Kostovićem. Idi vidi šta radi, ako ti se ne sviđa. Radomir je otišao u kuću, njemu je vruće.
A gdje je Simo napred?
Simo sam radi, izvoli pomozi. Ja sam mu pomagao dok sam mogao. Nema snage da se s njim natežem. Evo ga, stiže radnik.
Stiže, a?
A to je bio inače moj plan. Pošto on ne radi inače ništa, bolje da nešto radi, razumeš. Dan ćemo ono, kao sjećat će se ono, naš, da je bar nešto korisno radio.
Da.
Šta ja treba 8 sati da radim.
Drugim rečima, ti si u stvari pomogao njemu.
Jest,
A jest?
pomogao sebi također. Help me, help you.
Da je njega smorio njega i tamo sebi da bilo što drugo radi.
O kako nije, brate, pa ne možeš ono.
Mene...
Sve zasiti, pa sve zasiti, dobro ono.
Pa sve mora u malim količinama.
Ja.
Ili da kažemo normalnim. A to potion kad popijem ima 26.000 HP-a. Nisam teo da flexam Kecman, izvini. Šta bi Peđi?
Ništa, kako teksture u daljini smešno.
A ti se diviš grafici.
Sad čekaj, Peđi, drži još 34 minuta pa ćemo da pičemo Helldiver.
Može.
Mislim, možemo i ranije nego kažemo ovako, zato što će onda da se resetuje, pa ćemo dobiti daily.
Da.
Pa da možemo da ga završimo svi zajedno.
Može.
Yes. Yes, of course. A što ja ne bi uzeo ovo? Što sam ja idiot?
Ja.
Bio sam ja u igri.
Da?
Bio sam ja kao u ovome Helldiverima, ma da brate, ono, od 11 pa nadalje tek. Oko pola 12 nek dođu ti daily. Zašto i kako, ne znam, ali jebi ga tako.
Bude li mi dao ovo još 5 puta, znači polomit ću nešto. Šakom. Aj još jednom. A ne, nećeš. A ne, nećeš, jebem ti majku. Brat. To može i... Može, evo. A gdje si hostile UAV in the area?
Jebi go za 53 sekunde.
How shall I guide my hammer?
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Yes, you can.
Mada ono što mi se sviđa u Diablo 3, mislim da su bolje uradili što svaka sezona je tu imala neku svoju, ono, nešto da zadržiš iz te sezone da ti bude kao za to. Znaš, kao neke od onih estetika, da li su neki petovi ili krila ili to.
Diablo 3 šta?
Pa da, to...
Reci.
Ma kažem, pa brate, Diablo 3 je ozbiljniji meni mnogo ispravno nego četvor.
Masterful work.
Pa je tako?
Da. Yes,
dobro, ali ja koliko sam uspio da razumem i njima je trebalo vremena da se uozbilje.
Trebalo je?
Trebalo
je tipa 10 godina. Kažu da je sad više igre v Diablo 3 nego onda, ali zašto sam čekao 10 godina da bi igrao igru koju želim da igram?
Pa to.
To kolutam očima.
Glavna, mislim da kažeš ono... Mislim, ne znam da li kažem glavna, ali... Jedna od najvećih razlika kad je došlo sa onim Reaper of Souls, znači sa ekspanzijom.
Da.
Znači što te dovode do nekog sad razmišljanja, ali oni to namjerno rade.
Da, pretpostavljam da ne može biti slučajno.
Znaš, tek kad je došao Reaper of Souls, tu su došli kao te opet glavne promjene kad je igra postala daleko više igrivija.
Jedan Poljak koji živi u Škotskoj, on je kao ono... MMORPG, ne, MMORPG kao da kažemo, zovu ga Wizard of Lost Ark, to samo kucaš na YouTube-u. Ima onaj velik široki šešir s obodom, bradat je onako malo krupan, 120 kila, krupan čovjek.
Jaki bre, to nije Poljak, to je Bugarin.
Poljak, ja mislim.
Dium Furum.
Ja mislim da je Poljak.
Ma Bugar bre.
Bugar? Znaš ga lično?
Bugar bre, naš Bugarče.
Rage'o je ko malo dete, ja sam ga gledao kad igrao Elden Ring. I bodrili smo ga mi.
On rage'uje, pa to mu je karakter, jebote sad ne znam da li takav u životu, ali to mu je ono karakter da rage'uje.
Betovali smo ga bili za Elden Ring, da sad bilo je kao kako da dobije kao, imaš ono, u Elden Ringu imaš ti 4 vrste krajeva i sad bilo je kao, nemojte da mi pričate kako da igram, don't tell me how to play the game, I am the guide. I'm the guide, bitches. I onda, znaš, minimalno su mu davali pomoć ili hintove, razumeš. Ja sam par puta pokušao nešto da kažem i onda sam digao ruke jer u suštini ne želiš da budeš ruka koja vodi nekoga, znači pusti ga da igra, pa kad se dobro isprži onda kao možda, ako lično baš traži savjet, možeš mu dati savjet. I tako je bilo. U suštini je to bio njegov playthrough. Znaš, niko nije, neki su probali ono full da, ne.
O ne, pa nećeš nekog da mu uništiš ran, brate. Mislim, zanimljivije ovako da gledaš koje će on greške da pravi daš.
Recimo bile da mu bacimo hint. Možda postoji način da to i to, znaš, kao da li te zanima. I onda on kao ne ili da, razumeš, recite mi. Ili ne moraš da radiš to, Ali kad već zapne za problem, ili recimo kažemo unapred, ako s tim NPC-em interaktuješ tako ili ovako, znaš, drugačije.
To je na neki način je okej, baš
ali
to ne ruši
to su
igru.
one time, to su ti one time odluke koje moraš tada doneseš kad su tu i to možemo, pretpostavljam da možemo da mu spojimo čisto da ne mora da čeka sljedeći playthrough da bi uradio isto to.
To ti kažem, s obzirom da su zaista zaključani i da, znaš, neće svako da odigra tu igru, brate, znaš, ono, 2 puta odmah.
Zato ja se trudim iz prve da uradim maksimalno moguće, da ne igram 2 puta. Samo radi takvih sitnica, to su meni sitnice. Ovaj golem ne umire, ne vidim zašto bi ga... A imam damage za mene, piše plus 5% damage while golems are active. Može, koji golem? Ja imam jednog golema, ne vidim opciju za 2 ako neko vidi.
Možda misli na petove?
Ne, piše plus 5% damage while golems are active. Ne piše za petove, kao indicira da imaš 2 golema.
Da, ili više od jednog.
Jedino ako ima neki item da ja ne znam, da će pitam chat. Any necro item that gives additional golem. Thank you in forward. Hashtag. Eto, i to sam poslao na trade channel, ja mislim to svi vide. Jučer sam flexao sa prstenom koji ima 3 ona afiksa, znaš, ona kao master. I pitam koliko je ovo redko? Oni kažu it's a very rare. I ono kao ok, cool. Nije na prodaju, znaš, samo sam ga postao da pitam, pošto ti nisi bio tu.
Ali ne možda ga prodaš. Ili čekaj, bio žut, šta?
Možeš, zapravo možeš da traduješ, jel znaš?
Ne.
Da, ne možeš Ancestral Unique, ali Legendary je možeš.
A Legendary, ja sam mislio samo ove žute možeš da...
Ja mislim da ako ga ne upgradeuješ, ako mu ne menjaš affix, sad ću ti reći odmah, samo da ga izvadim iz sanduka jedan. No. Čovjek reče ne, dobro. Možeš. Da, možeš. Osim ako ga ono ne temperuješ. Naprimjer, imam noge level 925, ima 1400 ton damage, ne piše account bound. Ako ih ne interaktuješ, ako ih ne forđuješ, ništa, ako ne radiš s njima, možda ih traduješ. To je dobar štos. Ako nađem neki deo opreme koji neću recimo da diram trenutno, mogu da ti ga prosledim. Što ima više smisla.
Ako ne, to pa bolje, ono da možeš nešto da deliš već konta.
Bi mi jako limitiran taj trade ranije. Bum. To samostrel? Imaš neki daily za samostrel ili? Peđe priča s neki. Ne se mutiram.
I'm not ready yet.
Da, trebalo uzeti više HP-a, volim kad sam upravo. Fino bio ovi, znaš. Imaš par mobova koji radi taj corpse explosion, to je nenormalno. Ako uspije da ti priđe, da to ne refacu. Također nisam ni znao da u Helldivers ima oni što imaju ranac, da ako ga ubiješ tipa na metar od sebe, on se nekad zaleti u tebe, da ti eksplodira u facu i ubije. Ubije sebi, ubije tebe.
A, da.
Dok me nisu 2 puta zaredom ubili, i pitam lika s kim sam igrao, kako je ovo normalno, kaže jest. Kaže, to im je kao aj takav. Bukvalno skoči.
Nego imaju ovdje taj ranac im ovdje eksplodira, sad možeš da ubiješ, ali to se ne desi.
A, iz daljine da. Ako ti priđe blizu. A mislim da imaju melee oružje i da skoče strancem direktno ispred tebe.
Da.
Sad ne znam da li je rješenje da ga melijaš, da ga šutneš od sebe.
Ne možeš ovo ti šutneš.
Znam da slabije neprijatelje može da melijaš, da ono izvate.
Možeš, ali roboti nisu slabiji, oni su malo kao imuni na taj mili damage.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Sam ja razume, oni su namenili da ovo bude kao endgame aktivnost, znaš, ja već igram na 90. U 90. levelu sam počeo da igram.
Koga?
Pa ovaj, kao Pit ili ti taj Greater.
Ozbiljno?
Da. Kao high level karakteri koji hoće da upgrade opremu, znaš, onda ono, topuju. Kao ono, mogu ovdje, pa u suštini možeš, jer znaš ono što si pre radio kad si upgrade-ovo gear ono, na level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. E to više ne možeš da radiš, ne znam da li si primetio.
Da, to sam vidio da su to izbacili.
To su ti vratili nazad kad skupljaš resursi iz ovoga Pita ili ti Greaterica. Dobiješ kao te neke, kuglice, nemam pojma šta su. To ti je materijal za craftovanje, u suštini da bi levelovao taj Ancestral, ne ide ti do 5 nego do 11. S tim što ti košta dosta, razumeš, za level 11. Recimo za level 1 da ga upgradeš item, treba ti 10 tih resursa, za level 2 ti treba 20 i pretpostavljam tako dalje. Ali item dobija plus 5% na statove, znaš, što je ovako interesantno.
I need more time.
Vidi ga. Oni mali grbavi, impovi što imaju onu grbu na leđima što eksplodiraju. Puko je, ali čini mi se da mi je radio nekih 18-20 hiljada damage.
Ujevo.
To bi me verovatno bilo...
Je Fortify mi je baš jak.
Imam ja i Fortify, što bi me... I preko Fortify mi skine kill. I preko 9000 armora također. Vidi, brš. Sam ja probio cap za lightning resist. Jesam, 40%.
Ja verujem da jesi.
Jesam. Probio sam cap 40%, za fire 45%, za cold 10%, za poison 30%, i za shadow 10%, dobro.
I'm not ready yet.
Da li ima neki, da li lobanje kad se stavi u prstenje daju armor?
Da.
Dobro, da stavim jednu lobanju u prstenu.
To je isto tako.
Ne uvek, nego čini mi se da bi sad mogu da stavim, imam luft.
Ako imaš ono ko se kepa, onda bolje da uzmeš armor nego još.
Imao sam malo previše armor, imao sam 1000 armora više. Ali sam armor nešto menjao i statistike i sad mi pali tih 1000 armora.
Kako sam te propustio?
Necromancer ima isto dobar pasiv. Imaš, čini mi se, 15 do 20% kao global damage resist za tebi i tvoje minjene. Mimo onoga, recimo, svaki basic attack ti daje 20% damage reduction na koliko? 2 do 7 sekundi.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Ja sam ovoj sezoni baš htio da uđem što pre u ovaj T4, samo zbog onog bonus iskustva.
I?
Pa ništa, ono mislim da se primećuje razlika, mislim da ide dosta bolje.
Čekaj da vidimo do kojeg si stigao. Stigao si do 80. Fino.
I need more time.
Oh my god.
I'm not ready yet.
Complete Tire 20, ima neki achievement. To si iznao achievement, mislim da jest. Jest. Dobro. Mogu da se pridržim?
Možeš?
Ovako.
Ali sam ono kao gotovo ovdje, mislim tamo za završi.
Nema veze. A mogu da obećam da neću da bacam magiju, jel pošteno?
Verujem ti, imaš vetove sve, jel da?
Da, imam Corpse Explosion, a ne moram ni da bacam. Ne moram da ga bacam, apsolutno.
Mada ako hoćeš možemo da radimo neke od onih gluposti. Da se radi onaj living steel, onog viteza i to.
Ne, ima materijala, može. Malo mi je bilo glupo sam da radim, nisam vidio pointu.
Ako hoćeš možemo i to.
Može.
I'm not ready yet.
Ove sezone toga ima nikad više, a ja nikad manje volje da radim to.
Ne znam da si trenutno. Nisi ti bio ovdje, ubio bossa i sad ga više nema, šta?
Ne, ja sam bio u dungeonu i završio dungeon kad sam te priključio.
Je to ovaj Cloister of Deserted?
Da. Pa gotovi on. Baš si na kraju ušao kad...
Ja ušao kad si ti ispao napolje.
Pa od prilike.
Zato se ja čudim gdje si. Teleportalo me unutra, ali te ne vidim.
Aha.
Gdje smo?
Gledam, čekaj, gdje se nalazi beše taj vitez, jebamo pas mater?
Sad ću ti markovati na mapi. Ispod Cat Bardu.
Aha, da, evo ga jebote, znači ja sam pigu. Znaš, ono, ja tražim, a ne znam šta tražim, jer brate, koncentracije mi je 0 danas, znači.
Ne bili ti s Cat Bardua da odeš južno, ne znam za ostale lokacije, ali ne bili se tako ide. Ne vidim zašto Biko gleda u mog konja.
Pa ne samo konja, nego i tvoju opremu, razumiješ, ono koje skinovi imaš, te plaće, ne?
Ono kao ponekad pogledam kad ono bijemo world bossa, ono karakter, ono, ne znam, uzme da pleše ili da vrti žonglira. Kao okej, cool izgleda, ali ono, nemam želju da odem u shop i potrošim 20 evra. Samo da bih, razumeš, ono kao bio cool. Ne. Imaš ljude koji uzmu pa se ono skine se go full, ono. kao monak nek izgleda. Pa da. Pa naravno što sa druidom, pošto se ovdje jednako radi metamorfozu. Izgleda nekako...
To radim s razlogom. Zato što govorim ne estetici. Pogotovo plaćam.
A to sam ja par puta radio. A i sad im obično to. Znači minimalno oklopa i te flash i kozmetike. Imaš onaj aspekt od prošlih sezona, onaj kako se zove, onaj vampirski aspekt. Moonrise.
Da.
Ovako, interesantan mi je kao buff.
Koliko ja imam toga 59?
Jedan, dva, tri, četiri, pet. To je to. Udri. Boga mi je dobro.
Ja sam dobio neki ancestralni ring za landslide.
Dobro. Accept. Sad možemo da uđemo.
925, odmah smo dobili najveću vrednost.
Pa da. Ako si dobar level, možeš da odmah ovo što...
Da.
Možda ti je moje prisustvo levelovalo gear. Ne znam. Prepostavka sam.
Nije, nego... I bossevi isto odmah na početku su krenuli da daju maksimalnu vrednost.
Zbog nivoa težine, ja mislim, možda također.
Ne, nego su oni to promenili. Da budu znaš...
A da ti gear bude upotrebljiva, ne. Okej, dobio si item, ali znaš, level je 815. Šta sad? Treba sam da potrošim nešto.
Daću ti, evo ja ću dva, pa ću ti dva.
Daći mi šanse. Iako ne znam da ga trošim. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I need more time.
Ima isto neka fora da napraviš overpower nekromansera. Kao overpower build. Vidio sam po pasiji.
Zašto bi to radio i evo te kad radi toliki damage, brate, preko kritikala.
Koji kritikal? Znaš koliko mi je kritikal? 24%, 100% damage.
Ja ne znam što ti radiš.
Kritikal misliš?
Ja ne znam što ti radiš.
Pa vidiš da radi. Vidiš da radi. Ti znaš da Rumun, jedan drugar iz Rumunije što igra Han Shodan, on mi je slao vodiče za hunt. Ja ga rekao, što mi šalješ vodiče? Jednom je dao savjet za druida. Imaš pasiv koji ti daje, čini mi se, na lucky chance, jeli? Daje ti 15-20% da ti resetuje nature tagovani skill. A na primjer onaj poison creeper možda ti dobije kao nature tag, znaš?
Ja sam uradio 350 overpower sad.
Vim.
Butcher Cleaver, idemo. I ne dobio se toliko treša više, si primetio?
Misliš belih i žutih i...
Pa da.
Plavih.
Da.
Šta će ti plavi item, jer razumeš kad biješ bossa, ne vidim pointu. Kao auto scrap, šta? Daj mi onda opciju za auto scrap, da ga ni ne gledam. Ovaj već imam.
I need more time.
A kad se igrao Helltide imao sam običaj da ni ne skupljam žute, nego samo ove...
Mogu da vidim to.
I onda kad dođem imam pun inventar tih legendarija i samo scrap.
Ma da, to. Ma da kažem opet s druge strane, ja sam to sve ono da bi mogo da ih lomim, jel... Sad je nekako, brate, baš sam non stop menjao sam, stavljao sam te stvari. Kao za build.
Ne znam, možda sam se previše brzo levelao da nisi imao potrebe da to radim stalno.
Jebote, da, sad ovi unikovi dolaze, brate, odmah na maksimalnu vrednost. Evo ga 1.300.000 idemo.
I need more time.
Čekaj.
To nije problem, hoćeš do grada idem.
Ne, vidiš mi nije pun inventar. Ne znam da li je tebi, meni nije.
Ajde.
Ne, još nema potrebe. How from below, instead of detonating backpack, summons volatile skeleton that charges randomly.
Mene skoro jeste zato što sam skupio baš sve i ove plave i ta sranja.
Ma ja.
Jel mi je lakše bilo da isklikćemo ono sve to nego omilu.
I need more time.
Sad su dodali ono scrap hole koja ono smisija mora da je gamer.
Ja ne znam zbog čega je to su radili kad i do sada ono, ta funkcija delovala dobro. Hoćeš da razbiješ žute, klikneš na žuto i niže i to.
A zato što si imao dodatni klik za ove, znaš. Da, znaš? Kad dismantluješ legendary, imao si dodatnu konfirmaciju. Da li želiš da... Se sećaš?
I'm not ready yet.
Probaj ručno da dismantluješ legendary, pa švetno šta misli. Mislim da imaš pun inventar legendarija. I svaki moraš da li želiš da, da li želiš da, da li želiš da. Razumeš, i onda kao, što bi to radio? Samo stavim dismantle all, on me pita da li želiš dismantle all, da. To je to, bam, sve. Lakše mi da izvadim jednu, dve stvari koje neću da dismantlujem, nego da svaku ponosob, svaku od, koliko ima slotova, 30 itema da iskličem.
Ajmo u grad. A i gradovi su promenili ono kao gdje šta stoji, to sve.
Trgovci su razvukli na sve strane.
Sudek sad imaš i svuda imaš ono sve, ne moraš se zjebaš da trčiš ovo.
Ali tu se dešavaju smešne stvari, tipa kovač nije tamo gdje kovač treba da bude, nego je kao evo ti ga tu. Znaš, to ste imao kao okej, važi. Kapiram šta ste teli, ali ono, malo ste ga... Šta si restao? Aha, dobro.
Čekaj sada. Daj, vrati, nisi valjda pobacao stvari.
Da, a vidiš da mogu da se pokupe. Vidiš da mogu da se pokupe. Sjel? To ti pričam. Vidiš, možda uzmeš i moje, pogledaj.
O, daj. Čekaj, evo ti ovdje.
A to očigledno da sam bacio nekromancerske stvari, znaš.
Da, ali nisam očekio da ćeš to da uradiš.
Isto što je ti, pa to ja radim. Pošto u suštini party member može da ti pokupi stvari, mogu raditi s njima što hoćeš. Nisam teo da ih skrepujem, znaš. Teo sam da ih kao možda pogledam za nešto drugo, ali pusti mi ne treba. Ono što sam teo je da nađem džulera. A tu si ih baci, dobre. Ovaj armor bi rekao da imam. Imam, što će reći da mogu da ga rastorim. Patike su tu. I rukavice... Rukavice imam bolje. Gdje je ona baba što radi ono kamenje? Alo? Kod nje je najveća gužba zapravo. Unsocket.
Good fortune.
To je već bolje. Kažu da ono što ti daje jedan soket, naš, taj, kako zove taj materijal, to je sad ono solidno retko. Možda dobiješ bukvalno world bossa da bi dobio to.
A ne, sad ti to pada i ovako.
Od koga?
Pa nemam pojma, ja sam to imao i ovako mi je to dolazilo. Sad sam u duhu ove sezone.
Gde si ju?
U duhu ove sezone.
Sve se obuku.
Vidjet ćeš u loading screenu sad kad budeš bio. Ako ti bude dao to.
Ne znam
Možda sam ovaj kao item što su dali. Mislim item, ovo estetiku što su dali za free kao.
To je kao ta božanska oprema.
Solest, ovo je kao... iz onog filma Midsommara.
Gdje si otišao u grobnicu neku?
Pa da, ušao u ovo.
Cannibal Foothold.
Pa da, tamo gdje vidiš.
Mene je random teleportovalo negdje. Ušao sam u portal da sam prepostavio da si ti i bacilo me random negdje na mapu. A, to ti je onaj Elden Ring build. Znaš? Ne veruješ mi. To su ti one žene što igre, znaš?
Znam, pa to.
I need more time.
Wow. Ćeš da ti damo?
Da je preko loading screen, ne vidim ništa.
Vidjet ćeš sad. Party. Marš! Ne ti nego.
Čujem da je. Neću.
Ne? Ima dva, ta masterwork, znaš? Znaš kako to radi? To ti je dupli stat. To ti je dupli stat. Jer ti možeš da imaš, na primjer, na itemu koji je 925 levela, ti možeš da imaš 800 life, znaš? Ovo ima 1300. Maksimalan roll za normalni amulet je, na primjer, 7% attack speed, ovo ima 13,5%.
Dobro, mi ne treba na attack speed baš ovdje.
Ti ne treba za attack speed, razumijem. Meni ne treba zato što je mali level. Kad bi našao neki...
Između ostalog i to, moje rukavice su...
U suštini nema veze, znaš, u suštini nema veze, jer čini mi se da je ovo maksimalni roll, znaš.
Da.
Zato što sam, recimo, video, čini mi se da ti je maksimalni roll za iteme za health na 920 levelu 1300 HP, a on ima na... upravo toliko. Ovo je maksimalni roll ti da, ne može preko ovdje.
I need more time.
Dobro. A imao sam prstne koji imao 3 ta masterwork. stata, znaš.
Ozbiljno.
Da. I onda sam zarolo jedan, mi je stvarno trebalo 6 esencije po kilu. Jer ne igram takav build da mi treba, ne znam, non stop da mi esenciju generiš. Meni treba malo da pobacam 2-3 buffa i to je to. Skroz nebitno.
Čekaj, nemaš ono na primariju da radiš, ne znam, šta bacaš na primariju? Bonus spear ili nešto drugo?
Ma kakav bonus spear, samo ovo sisam krv iz njih, ništa drugo.
O.
To uopšte nije nikakav damage dealer, uopšte ne igram tako nešto.
Da.
Kletve i to, ma kakvi.
Ne igraš kletve?
Ma koji kurac. Igraj ti, uzmi neko monster, pergi kletve, pa mi reci, evo je dobro. Ma kakvi.
Da, pa šta, pa da primaju više štete, mislim.
Ma ja, pa oni već rade dovoljno štete. Već rade dovoljno štete, ja bih rekao. Ja ti obično igram jednu stvar dok ne udarim zid. Kad udarim zid, onda igram nešto drugo.
Da jebote. Pa to... Pa dobro, nije to loše što kažeš ono što menjati tim koji pobeđuje, jel da?
Mislim, ako naiđem na neke kombinaciju itema koja recimo mi se čini da može biti bolja, probam to. Ali ako, znaš, imam samo jedan item i ono kao, ok, tu treba još nešto. Kao neću ni da igram, a stavit ću ga u sanduk kao dok ne nađem. Recimo item koji ide uz to. Ste napravili? Bravo. Čestitam. Hoćeš kafu, hoćeš kuvam?
Fale neka dva šafa, hoći si...
Ovdje ćeš kuvam kafu?
Neću, evo, rekao sam.
Onda sjedi, odmori.
Bravo Milane!
Kaže ti Kecman, svaka čast.
Ko kaže?
Moja baba Raduša. Kecman.
Tako sto radi Kecmane, dođe se kod druga i završi se posao.
Čuo te i ranije.
Ne znam da...
Ja ću da radim ispred njega, ali...
Pa neću da radim. Njemu je danas slobodan dan, on može da ovo sastavlja do ponoći.
Kome je slobodan dan?
Radomir je slobodan dan koji u
Simo
penziji.
ne radi više.
Simu je slobodan dan danas. Ne znam da li radi, ne radi, to nije moj problem.
Ne radi više.
Ja nekako smatram da ne radi, pošto nađe posao na mjesec dana da prezimi dok ne ode neđe sa strane. Pa nek radi šta hoće. Ja tako ne mogu. Da nalazim posao svakih mjesec dana, da me u svaku firmu ozloglase. Da svakih... Smo mi već resetovali ovo. Aha, ti sad ideš. A znaš da mogu da pokrene na većem levelu ovoga bossa? To si provalio? Znaš Kecmane?
Ne? Kako misliš u većem levelu?
Evo gledaj.
A, imaš onaj mozak, ja sam mislio to za Helltide samo, ne?
Ne, to ti slider. Znaš, šta ću ti pokazati? Da ne bi igrao bossa koji je 75 i level samo pritisneš kad biraš gore meni. To ću treći. Meni ili tebi.
Da nemamo i Stygian Stone, jes.
A gdje se on nalazi? Pit.
Ja imam jedan komad. Čekaj, ili imaš ti jedan?
Ni jedan nemam.
A nemaš ni jedan. Jebote, pa tu onda i loot bolji bude, a?
Pa pretpostavljam da ti je gear level on. Šta god da si rekao. I misliš da je interesantno. Inače, tuše mačkice, smislio sam odgovor, nije da sam dugo razmišljao, ali...
Za koga piše?
Kako si ono rekao juče, pa sam automatski sam te mutirao zbog takvih izjava. Da sam ja tebi ogadio Killing Floor 2 zato što sam ja igrao jednu mapu. Ti si meni ogadio Han Shodan sa tvojim skrivanjem po ćoškovima i miniranjem svega sa bodikavom žicom. Ja nisam gardinovački da me vata...
A trebalo ti jedan dan da smisliš?
Ne, nego ono ko razmišljam zašto uopšte ne igram s vama. Ti si meni upropastio igru isto zbog toga. Da se ja sakrivam u sobu veličine ove, da stavljam žicu tu, žicu vamo, žicu na prozor. Pa neću da igram. Igram ja sam, ali neću igram s vama. Zato si mi upropastio timsku igru, da igram sam. A ne, taj drugi, čim vidim da žicu nosi, samo izađem iz partije.
Aha, to odmah posjeti na mene, ja?
Čim vidim da žicu nosi žica i sačmarica.
Nožica, sačmarica.
Jeste. Ne, ti nosiš noz, bokser. Bokser, žica, sačmarica.
Ne
U
nosi
tom
auto.
slučaju. Kako ne nosiš? Nosiš...
Bokser, šica, sačmarica.
A čime biješ ovoga, pomozi mi reći, neurotičnog? Emulgatora, jeste.
Sabljom ga,
Katanom ga ubiješ. Katanom ga ubiješ.
Ubije ga iz prve.
Da, i zapali ti 25 HP-a.
Ne zapali mi 25 HP.
Ha ne, ako nosiš 50 helta prvi čank, ne.
Čekaj, jedno pitanje, sa koliko najviše ljudi ste igrali Killing Floor?
Pa, ja mislim da je 6 ljudi bio slot u Killing Flooru 2, a imao si custom server za 20 igrača, ali to ti developeri nisu baš predvidjeli da može tako da se igra, jer se mnogo zombija sponuje i... pretpostavljam da je framerate problem tu.
U Killing Pool je framerate problem?
Nije konkretno Killing Pool, bilo koja mapa u kojoj staviš da mogu da igraju.
Ma, nema šanse, mi imamo računare, sad nema šanse možda za...
Ali nema veze ako nije
Nema to veze, engine u pitanju.
Ma, ne možda za...
Evo, uzmi za primjer, brate, Shadow of Mordor, na primjer, ona igra, brate, Lord of the Ring kada je izašla. Ta igra je po meni bila najbolje optimizovana igra koju sam ja u životu vidio, ono si mogu da igraš, brate, na Digitronu, koliko je bilo dobro.
Stani, hoćeš da probamo drugog bossa?
Ajmo ovo još, koji komad?
Koliko hoćeš. Ja imam toga još, ne bi da ostavimo ovdje
škola. Ja isto, brate, nisam ni radio, nego sve čekajući ono kao tebe, kažem ti, ono od petka do danas nisam ni igrao mnogo, a nisam ni uletao na Discord jer nemam pojma, ne mogu sad tu da pričam od ova deca mi tu i znaš, i onda sve...
Samo ljeto, zima...
Stiže leto 30, mene godina mi žao nije. Šta pričaš ti?
Hajde, Dungeon izgleda isto, samo što je presvučen drugčije, sve isto.
Ko, Benjamin?
Dungeon. Kad uđeš u neku...
Pa svaka prostorija u koju uđeš ti je dungeon. To je kad je rekao u šasi kod Milana Kosovića.
A ima čak
ima Milan Kosović. U šasi kod Milana Kosovića ali kod Marka Kape u kuću. Kuća je kuća, izgleda kao kuća. Da, upravo tako.
Samo drugačije okrećeno.
Samo drugačije stilke naziv. Ali kuća je ista u suštini. I šta sad?
Daje malo neke dinamike, daje neki malo
dinamike?
Oktagon.
Dobro.
A čekaj, pričam za ovu igru ili?
Ne, nego on je seo da igra malo Diablo kod mene predno mjesec, dva. I ono kao šetao se malo okolo naokolo, ušao u jednu pećinu i kao okej, i onda uđe u drugu pećinu, isto izgleda. I kaže pa ovo isto. Pa rekao pećina je pećina, podrum je podrum, ne znam šta očekuješ da ti naprave drugi podrum, šta?
A nije, malo drugčije, razumiješ?
Pa ne, mi...
Pa ne ulazi u pećinu, šetaj se okolo.
Da nije isti labirint, ajmo tako se izraziti.
Yes.
Malo drugčije, da nije svaki put pravo, lijevo pa desno.
Šta god. Koliko ti imaš toga?
Nijem još 30-ak, ja mislim.
A nemoj, imam i ja, ajmo.
Hajde se završimo ovaj kad smo već ovdje, pa...
Stvarno hoćeš da završiš sve ovo?
Pa ne moramo sve, pravo ti kažem, ono kapiram da...
Bolje da ostaviš materijal za kad nađeš onaj kao bolji, znaš? Na to zamišljam.
Ja mislim sam dobio, znaš kad,
sve si sad dobio dropove.
Sinoć kad sam samo novo bossa.
Verujem ti da ima 3 stepeni. Verujem ti da ima toliko stepeni da mi se više ostaje unutra nego napolje.
Dobro, sad ćeš, čekaj, sad imamo sad tamo onu polu
ne dok ne upališ 2 peći. Kad upališ 2 peći da peku, a ti se šetaš između i gledaš temperaturu ili kontrolišeš kako je testo, a ne možeš prozore da otvoriš.
A ne možeš skinuti do pasagu?
Pa nema smisla sa one djevojke, crtica, žene da se skide tamo nagi, da se šeti. Ni muški.
A bar trik majica, može li bar trik majica?
Pa svi smo u trik majicu ako to misliš. Žene jedino nose ono Bruce Halter ispod toga.
I trik majicu.
Aj trik majicu.
A izgore se, ajde.
Yes.
Hoće minim da nasilo se mama.
Na ili u.
Zašto sam slika danas iz novina i posla kumu i rekao na koga ti liči prvi na slici. Pogledaj, isti cuc. iz novina 10 silovatelja i ubica. Pogledaj ovo. Original cuca prvi. Uvićaj. 10 silovatelja i ubica. Pogledaj prvog. Original cuca.
Ko?
Pogledaj, original cuca, šta kaže? 10 silovatelja i ubica na doživotnu robiju. Gledaj čovjek, original culo. Ja posla kumu.
Ulazim, nego Mila me odlači pažnju.
Ja posla kumu.
Otišao sam pod jedan.
Mislim, ja sam ono...
Ja posla kumu. Peku kaže, on jebao materisti. Culo.
Moment samo. Otišao sam bijem da rasturim stvari.
Cuplaš.
Pa što nisi rekao, evo to.
Pa zato što ne mogu doći do reči. Jer ti sad jasno zašto sam 2-3 puta zaboravio kreditnu karticu izvadim iz bankomata, iako je to vrlo logično da uradiš. Jer sam sa osobom koja ne može da čeka, znaš.
Osoba je.
Nema, znači samo gledam da se maknem sa bankomata da ga ne slušam.
A naočale?
A naočale sam zaboravio igronici, zato što sam isto tako, ajmo, krećemo, idemo, ja ostavim sunčane naočari.
A što mi ispričaš što si radio igronici?
Šta te briga. To mu ti ispričaj.
Povuka server, onaj bije pesnicama o stol, onaj tamo što radi, ne znaš što se dešava.
A hoćeš sad ja da ispričam kako te čovjek nakautira, ti si pa nazad, hvatio se za ruku, pravio si se da si slomio ruku, on je otišao da ne bi napravio.
Slušaj što radio čovjek.
Nemoj, ne interesuje me, nemoj da ja pričam za Neću, idi doma, pričaj s njim.
Otići doma.
Mutiram. Mutira mikrofon da ne slušaš ovog idiota.
Povuka sam servera.
Čujem te ja, ali te ne čuje Ketman.
A reci mi šta su oni igrali, isto nešto, neko MMO, nekom govnu su igrali isto.
Ne čujete, mutirao sam mikrofon.
Ispričat ću ja Ketmanu.
A ispričaj, idi doma pa mu ispričaj.
Vidi. Ajde mi ispratiš, bar kad sam te mutirao.
Vratio sam se. Jesam teo da izađem napolje unutra.
A gdje si bio sada? Šta si otišao negdje? Mislim, mislio sam da ste mutirani dalje.
Ne, u redu. Samo ne pojma gdje si ti.
O, izašao u grad, otišao tamo u grad, pošto rekao si da ono...
Da.
Te smorilo.
Ma on me smorio. Sad dobio, lik prodaje rukavice. Sranje rukavice. What a crappy gloves. Sorry man. Check this.
Zašto je to ne vidimo? To trade? Ili lokal?
Da, trade.
Zašto ne vidim trade?
Ne, zašto nisi na trade?
Ne, možda to.
Prodaje rukavice za 11 miliona. Rukavice su golo govno. Nikad nisam vidio gori item. Daću ti sve pare ako ti treba, meni ne treba. Daću mu 15 miliona za ništa, nema ništa da mi daje. Kad iskraftam to što ima malo itema, razumeš, daću mu sve pare. Ono stvarno toliko pare treba.
Marvelous. Welcome to my channel.
Selling stuff. Just asking, aren't you overpriced? pricing stuff. I can give you 10 million for free. You want? Uvijek me pita zašto sam kao linkovo prstenu kao trade kanal. Ja...
Hoću da ga kupiš, brate, zašto, eto zašto.
Neće da ga kupim.
A ne, nego kažem njemu, ono zašto si...
Ne, on je linkovo rukavice koje su užas za 12 miliona. Užas. Znači, bolje iteme sam dismantlo.
Da.
Ja pitam kako ovo vredi 11 miliona. I haven't sold anything, so I don't think so. No. I will give you 10 million for free. No need to give me anything. Yep. True that.
Hoćeš... A jebi ga, gdje se Drakula?
Znam, Helldivers 2. Imam dostupno sat vremena, ne znam da li možemo, ako hoćeš upali, reci mi samo šta je.
Ajde, sad ću da uđem.
Reci mi samo šta je, ako je nešto naporno, onda ću ga ostaviti za uveče kad dođem s posla.
Da, sad ću ti kazati. Znaš šta je bio meni najnaporniji, brate? Najnaporniji mi je bio ovaj, kako se zove, ono sa 500 kilo bombom. Taj sam igrao jedno 4-5 mapa sam, brate, odigrao da bi završio. Još jebote, ja ne znam da li, ma niko, brate, ma jo, kurac, brate, znači... Zajebavao sam se s robotima, nisam trebao s robotima se zajebavam uopšte. Trebao sam odmah da idem, brate, na bube i da tražim te defense mišane. Ja sam zajebavao s robotima, znaš, ovo, na roboti jebi ga, ono. Brate, smećeš se ako ti kažem.
Neću reći.
25 Hunters.
Šta su to, bube neke?
Pa bube, one bube što ti skaču.
Ajde, može, daj mi 2 minuta samo da rerolem ovaj amulet. Molim Boga, samo dobar ispred. Viš, to je dobar portal. Malo ogroman, jebi ga. Nisam siguran koji je Blizzardu mislio da ovoliko portal treba da bude veliki, ali dobro.
Zašto priš?
Portal. Ogroman portal. To je jedan od onih vjerojatno što kupuješ.
Ja mislim da su sad davali neki portal.
Za šta?
Pa ono u onom Battle Passu, pa si imao kao free, valjda novi portal kao na temu ove sezone, tako nešto.
Možda. Jeste jedan, dva. Dva portala zapravo.
Da, jedan plaćaš, jedan dobiješ za džabe, mislim, tako nešto, ne se. Nešto mi se ne dopada ova oprema, nešto mi baš nije. Ti si uzeo ti set, si uzeo Battle Pass, jesi ti uvijek uzimaš Battle Pass?
Uzeo sam i drugi.
Uzeo si to.
Uzeo sam i drugi Battle Pass.
Milane, gdje si ti?
Evo, odmutirat ću ga, sam počne da sere o Killing Floor
2. Da ti ja završim priču, to.
Aj, završi priču.
A koja priča uopšte i bila?
Ko zna.
Ja i Ilija smo bili u jednoj igraonici u Vrbasu. To je davno bilo.
Aha. Dok ste bili deca.
Ne, bili smo prije 10 godina, ajmo reći.
Aha, dobro.
I ta igraonica onako bila okej, i mi smo uplatili tu, ne znam, sat, dva. I u toj igronici Ilija zaboravio sunčane naočare.
A, u toj igronici, da.
Ali nije ti rekao zašto ih je zaboravio?
Zašto?
Zašto?
Pa zato što mi smo kao platili tu, ne znam, 2 sata.
A ne, nisam ja žurio zbog toga, možda mislite da sam bežao, ako na to mislite.
Ali Ilija je nešto skidao, trebalo me da skine neki patch ili nešto, ne znam šta je skidao.
Mapu za, ne, Warcraft update, čini mi se sam skidao bio. Međutim...
Ali sad je fora što je to, onako da kažem, igronica, jedan prost čovjek je to držao i oni su imali jako dobar internet.
Nisu ga limitirali.
Ali ga nisu, nije ga splitovao. Po računarima. I onda tu je bilo jedno, možda je bilo jedno 6-7 računara. I momci su igrali ili Dotu ili neki MMO su igrali. A Ilija je uzeo da skida mapu, povuka i svu konekciju i kao pravi se lud, pozadini otvorio, čita stripove, znaš.
Pa i čitao sam stripove, ali nisam samo to radio.
Čita stripove dok je skidao, voli ga uvo.
Tako je, i povuka im je konekciju. I sad pazi, ono tamo u tom mjestu svi su Crnogorci luda. I čoj, šta je ovo, šta mi ovo laguje, ovaj viče laguje meni, ovaj pesnicom udara usto, jebe kakav internet, nerviraš se.
Odličan internet.
To super.
Ali pazi, a Ilija kada nije njegov posao,
jeste, nije moj posao.
Scrolluje i lista strip kao čita.
Kralj,
čitao sam strip.
Ali slušaj, ali znaš što je najjače? I ovaj što je tu bio zadužen da radi, gleda i nije mu jasno. On gleda, vidi, a nije mu jasno kako. Zove provajdere, ko zna što je radio. On nije ukapira da mu recimo sedmica, računar broj 7 vuče svu konekciju.
Da. To nije moj plan.
Ček, imam pitanje. Koliko je to trajalo sve?
A možda jedno 20 minuta.
Pa nije strašno, jebi ga, ja sad očekivao, sad ćeš kaži da je cijela ta 2 sata, brate, on nije mogućio konekciju. Naravno su popizdeli, kako ne.
Da, pa šta ću im ja, pa jebi ga, laguje igra, šta, to nije moj plan.
Nije strašno toliko bilo. Ja sad očekivao, sad ih je on tu, ne znam, zagušio 1-2 sata, oni svi popizdeli i na kraju provalili i vi morali da bežite. Pa da. I rekao, sad ste morali da bežite, da palite, pa i onda tako zaboravio naočare.
Ne, nego Milan me požurivao da krenemo, ajmo i jebi ga, odosmo. I kad smo već krenuli da idemo iz Vrbasa, kaj da se vratimo, kaj naćeš ga valjda drugi put. I nisam ga našao.
Ali slušaj, oni nisu kapirali o čemu se radi.
Da. Ajmo da uradimo taj...
Pa vidi, s obzirom da im je ostavio naočare u zalog, ja mislim da je bila ova
poštena je kompenzacija, da.
Pa da, dobili su naočare. A mi nije jasno što ste niste vratili po naočare, mislim kad ste primetili...
Zato što smo već... Nismo bili kod table da izlaziš iz Titovog Vrbase. Ne, nismo bili.
Koliko je to, mislim, kako ste išli kolima peške?
Pa kolima, ali kao to ti kao ajde kao da se ne vraćamo. Kao ajde da se ne vraćamo. I nismo se vraćali.
Dobro. Ostavio si im, brate, naočare, dobili su kompenzaciju.
A svejedno sad nosim naočare sa dioptrijom.
A tad nisi?
Tad nisi. To je bilo pre 10 godina. Ja sam naočare počeo da nosim pre 5-7 godina. 5-7 godina, tako.
Aha. Što su ti našli?
Kako se zove ono što ti izađe na oči?
Ja rekao da nije neki od onih astigmatizma ili kako se zove?
Ne, infekcije samo.
Aha.
Zaboravim se kako to se prenosi. Kao konjuktivitis. Mislim da je moja tetka imala to. Mislim da je moja... A ti si hipohondar, ti moraš takve stvari da znaš. On je stvarno hipohondar.
Brate, drugari ste, moraš da znaš drugara, mislim, šta sad ti priča?
Ne, moraš, ti si medicinska enciklopedija i voliš da postavljaš pitanja i da odgovaraš na njih odmah.
A šta si imao konjektivitis i onda te se vid pokvario?
A da.
Aha.
Ne, nego jedno oko mi ne, nego mutno vidim na jedno oko.
Aha.
Ne znam kako to da objasnim. Bez tako.
Da. Čekaj, sve vidiš mutno ili samo svetlost?
Ako bi stavio povijest preko toga oka, vidio bi normalno.
Aha, ujebno.
Vidio bi u granicama normale na to drugo. Toliko je mala dioptrija na to drugo oko da je to nebitno skroz. Ali kad gledam sa oba oko otvorena, nije mi oštar vid.
Da.
Hoćeš ti da hostiš sesiju?
Može, tamo se dojni kod mene, ono to kad ući... Nego ta.
Pa ne, nego lakše mi je, onda ne moram da prekidam taj killing.
Da budeš host i da budeš domaćin.
Da. Po američki.
Radije bi da ne prevodim stvari. Jer taksi nije uslužno vozilo za prevoz putnika i robe, ako si na to mislio da kažeš. Taksi je taksi. Ima stvari koje se ne prevode. Host se ne prevodi također. A ne dolazi Kecman da me ugosti, znaš, da mi donese kolače, kafu. On hostuje sesiju. A ne možemo po naški. Ne možemo reći, rekao, da je taksi uslužno vozilo za prevoz putnika i robe. Kažeš, zovni mi taksi. A ne možemo. Ne prevodiš sesija.
A recimo da ako hoćeš da pokušaš da prevedeš.
A ne, to je informatički izraz. Ne možemo reći da to...
Ček.
Jesi ovo jer...
Jel ti mnogo 7?
Ako misliš da možemo da... Isti je kurac, samo što imaš velike neprijatelje, to znaš. Ako hoćeš da mi nađeš 3 sempla, dobro. Pošto znam da ti semplovi padaju na sedmici.
Da.
Meni bi samo bilo dosta da uradimo taj daily. I... dosta. I da nađemo 3 naranđasta sempla.
Ne naranđasta, roza.
Nebitne su boje.
Pa bitne su ti boje. Na 7 plus ti padaju ti super semplovi, oni su ti rozi.
Super sempl, me lače da kažem, nego da ti govorim boje. Ovo je naranđasto, ovo je ljubičasto. Ja ovo ljubičasto. Rozi.
A rozi, ljubičasto, isto sranje.
Pa to sam ja rekao.
Sam stavio 5 da bi ih bilo više, da bi imamo kao ono sigurnost na svemu tome. Čekaj, ja moram da promijenim sebi oružje ili ne moram. Aj, poneću pištolj za medium armor, poneću ovo za konkasiv.
Sto bubi ili roboti, nisam vidio.
Bub.
A onda dobro, onda znam šta će. Sad se pitaš šta sam poneo za heavy bube. Poneo sam, čekaj, sam poneo teško opterećenje. Zašto sam na kvizu svaki dan s tobom? Zašto sam svaki dan s tobom na kvizu? Da čujem. Zašto je ovo kviz ovdje? Objasni mi. To voli da radi osobama koje poznaje, znaš. Da ga pita nešto i kad ti kažeš ne znam ili u suštini ne želim da razmišljam, onda ja ću ti kažem. Ne želim da znam odgovor, ne želim da ga znam, nisam tražio tu informaciju od tebe. Nemoj da mi pitaš... A da, ali ne treba mi. Kad budem rešao u krštenicu za pare, zvaćete. Nazvaćete, reću, evo ovaj znam.
Jao, brate, možeš ti da veruješ ovo, vidi.
Da?
Jao, brate, ja htio sam da ponesem Rikuler sa rifle, brate, mogli smo to. Ja sam se sada...
Šta, broadcast da uništiš?
Ma ne broadcast, imamo ove Striker Nest.
Au, kakva greška.
Si bacio mire da...
Oko sebe. To se nabacim flamer sam sebi, Bacio sam vidiš polje oko sebe, znači izvukao sam se u sekundi. Znaš kako sam ga bacio? Ja gledam, rekao, čudno izgleda flamer kao onaj kanister. Kao nemoguće. Šta nam treba, hell bomba za to onda, jel?
Evo ti ga pa ga ti uništi.
Stiže.
O, ne.
Što ti baci?
Ne.
Nešto je detoniralo pored nas. Je moguće da je bila hell bomba zakupana?
Bila je jedna, to je mene ubilo.
Pa ja mislim da me ubila hell bomba zakupana, sad sam eksplodirao.
Nisi valjda tu letio u vatru, tačno.
Ne znam šta zbacio, bombu?
Da, granatu. Vidi ga ovih što leti. Ovdje sam htio.
Moment sam. A, evo, vidim. Šta?
Ne, nego hoću da idem da doknem ovih Slicker's Nest što pre.
Hoćeš umreti više, jebena bubo.
Olakšavajuća okolnosti što ovi šrikeri ne mogu da unište Hellbomb.
A šta će ti, što ne baciš 500 kila bombu?
Pa nisam ponovno 500 kila, nisam
Ima žabe.
što mi trebati.
Ima žabe.
Nisam mi obratio pažnju na to jebote. Nema veze. Evo to je to, gotovo. Da li me zajebavaš? U ovoj misli sve što može da krene naopako, krenulo mi naopako. Da, misli da ne veruješ.
Uništio sam ja. Bacio sam 2 bombe, nije ti pukao hell bombe inače.
Nije, pojavio se charger gore i ono tamo... Sto metara. Otišao sam po bacač plamena, ovo me nervira. A dobro, više se neće spawnovati, jel tako ti šikeri? Da. Vidio, jo! Zen! Zen.
Imaš ovdje ako hoćeš od mene ovaj dominator, ne znam da li ti treba. Onaj eksploziv, onaj para.
Da.
Baš. Budi se tamo. Ne znam je li ti zgodan, meni jest. Pazi, padi me
Ne, je, dobro, ne pogrešno shvatiš, dobar je dominator.
Meteori nam padi na glavu, pazi.
Evo pozad.
To bio 50 kilo za Freedom.
Da, brate, da, rekao ono.
Se ne zjebamo više s njima.
Ma ja. Ne, ovo je bilo 500, ne 50, 500.
Ne. 500, yes.
Joj, na svu ovu zebanciju i još i meteori.
Bukvalno nas prate, znaš.
Neki dalje ima, a?
Da, i dalje padi za nama. Čekaj, ovdje smo imali objektiv, znaš?
Da, znam, nego hoću ovaj nest da si jebem.
Aha.
Ladno me pogodio, beži, pali smo... Znači, bit će nevjerovatno ako mi uspijemo da završimo ovo, znači, kako je ovo krenulo.
Prilično sam siguran. Charger. Ejde bre, vuci se.
Ubi ga. U nogu.
A, u nogu, da. U nogu kad se ne bi skakuto. Bukvalno je skočio napred na mene. Skočio sam od njega, on ubio. Uzmi flamer slobodno, nosi, ubi ga i ranac slobodno, uzet će drugi ranac.
Dobro, uzmi stvari. Znate ga Hunter, pazi. Ja nemam bombu za ovaj nest.
Mam ja. Zaješ. Nemam komentar. Nemam komentar.
Ništa.
Tako je dan danas.
Jeste. Jesi uništio samo ne, samo mi to reci.
Jes.
To je to.
Hop. Lezi ne mrte. Pazi na mine.
Feel mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Znači, Hunter je krenuo da te udari. I ja naciljam Huntera. I kako ja i ti strefujemo. Tako smo strefovali u liniju paljbe. Ajmo ovaj. Boga mi još 12 Huntera, dobre. Imam još jedan ovaj ranac ako hoćeš. S ovim gradogom.
Nisi li da aktiviram to na tamo, ajde.
Ovo je bilo za blako. Je to gore ili?
Da, gore.
Vidim ovdje nešto svetle, ne znam šta je to.
Idemo sad aktiviramo pa da namistimo antenu.
Je li ovo Hunter ili Majket?
Ne vidim, ne, gde.
Marking location. Never mind. Bugs, northwest. Last reload. Out of ammo.
Neki kurac je bio, nemam pojma šta.
Sending in an eagle. Here comes the calling down fortification.
Tu sam bacio mine, pazi da ne prolaziš previše blizu. Čekaj, šta ovdje ide? Hard disk?
Da, završili smo to.
Šta namještaš signal, jel?
Ne, prizoveš hard disk, ubaciš ga unutra i onda imaš ono, da, kao da namestiš signal i to je to. Ajmo vam.
To je sad druga konzola.
Tu smo završili, imaš sve.
Da.
A, to je to, ajde.
Znači samo još 12 Huntera.
Da, naći ćemo ih, idemo na gnezdo i naći ćemo ih u gnezdo sigurno.
Znaš da sam bi razmišljao da uzmem reinforcement. Ono kao kad istražiš sve ove kao živote kao da ti drže
znam, nego krenulo nam je glupo.
Sponuli smo se pored dva gnezda.
Znači baš sve što je krenulo, moglo da krene po zlu, nama je to krenulo.
Vidiš gore nešto?
Imaš ovdje municiju, jel si pun?
Fali mi jedna kutija. Vidiš gore da svetli nešto, ne znamo ćeš da se vratimo po to. Vidiš gore? Na 289.
Aha, ono tamo. Ja ajde uništimo ovo gnezdo pa ćemo ići tamo. Evo možemo da stavimo neki taj, evo ga, to ti je ovdje. To ti je ovdje.
Tako neko.
A imamo i tamo ove, pa aj se rajde da očistimo patrolu.
Čekaj, šta je ovdje? Sija, vidiš? A ništa, to je samo neki kao efekat. Imaš neki airstrike? 5, 4, 3...
Ne, imam i isto, 4 sekunde.
Imamo...
bacit ćemo 500, bacit ćemo jedan drugi 500, ti baci na levu stranu malo, ja ću baciti na ovu ovdje desnu.
Ajde, bacam.
Sve. Ajde. Ja, u isto vreme, je bilo prelepo. Kako ga nije zakačilo jedno?
Jedno nije. A dobro je bilo, dobar efekt. Bacam.
Šta si rekao, ćeš da idemo na ono da vidimo?
Aha. Ne znam šta je. Ovo je nikad...
Znam ja šta je, to ti je onaj pod što ti može da se...
Ovo je nikad čistio rađen. Jučer smo uzeli, kad smo igrali u nedelju, 100 do 200 smo uzeli ovih super kredita. Ja sam počeo bio jučer ujutro i imao sam 120, kad sam završio imao sam 1020. Ili 1010.
Zato ja nosim revolver za ove što su medium armor.
To, ubij ih lagano.
Možda za njih je koristim. Čekaj, nešto na desne strane imam.
Čujem ih.
Hunteri! Ne radi ništa. Čekaj. Ja podbacio.
Ako je jednog ubio, znaš. To mine sam bacio tu.
Ajmo tamo da uzmemo ovo sranje i gore imamo isto.
Ima još jedan dole na jugu, ne znam da li ga vidiš, sija.
Da.
mine su ih fino počistila. Dve medalje.
Ja, nije loše.
Gledao sam i 4. Ali ne
No
treba.
da, imaš od 1 do 4, mislim da medalje padaju.
Bilo je na level 2 misiji ili 3. 4 medalje da da.
Vidiš imamo i tamo isto ispred. Municija.
To se nekako otvorilo, šta?
Pa da, kad sam ja bacio ono air strike, navratno je to otvorio. Ono ga tamo imamo sada.
Još 6 kluba.
Ma naći ćemo, završavamo to u ovoj misiji, budi mi se
Greetings, greetings. Welcome.
Hello, hello.
Mislim da je hell bomba ovdje. Da.
Eno ga tamo miš. Ima municija. Ako hoćeš ovdje, tamo je hell bomba.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Iza nas stalker. Stalker behind you.
Ozbiljno. Važi, na njemu sam.
Znači da mu je gnezdo dole, znaš?
Da.
Mislim da je ovdje. Što ga uništimo. Possible stalker nest.
26 killova. Sve kill bombu.
Jeste, mamu mu jebem!
Desi, aha.
Odatle je došao bio.
Da, vidi. Ja, pa gdje tu baš zabaciš?
Ne, pa bacio sam zbog njega. Zbog njega sam bacio. Vidio sam kako se ugiba zemlja i ono kao cloaking taj efekt. Znao sam.
Ili imaš samo da prebaciš ono tamo, sve... Ja imam ovi konkasiv na ovom sranju, pa mogu lako da ga relativno da ga ubijem.
Pazi, ne prelazi.
Kako ne prelazi kad sam prišao?
Ne. Lezi. Lezi. Samo lezi. To je to. Ovo je vrlo bitno, znači neće da se snima jebem. Neće niti sigurno.
Ne, naravno. Mada kažem ti, ovaj moj ima konkasiv može da ga ono stegeruje.
A, taj SMG šta li?
Da, ovo je novi.
Nismo prešli, ja mislim da smo prešli ovaj...
Jesmo.
Šta je ovo? What the fuck is this? A? Ko je ovo kurac? Da bacimo bombu ovdje.
O?
Ha, ne znam. Skloni se samo.
Requesting air support.
Kad će pas na ligu? Ništa. Da si video likovano kao nova rasa? Meteors, watch it! Kao da pratite! Pogledaj!
Ajmo Snake vamo, idemo kao objektiv.
Ajmo. Mislim da se stavio friends only. Ali definitivno ima dosta ljudi. A gdje si zli, šta ima?
Nisam ništa stavio.
Ne, pritisni tab da vidiš ime ovoga lika.
A ne, vidio sam zli, ono kad se joinuo, vidio sam ga.
Ne. Ili na mene se joinuo, jel tebi public stoji?
Da, public.
Onda su ljudi koji vjerojatno imaju... Ja mislim da je ovog aloka testima. Dobrodošli dragi gosti, welcome!
Mislim da pokupi on to, idemo dalje po objektiv. Ja mislim da je zli u nekom sranju tamo. Vidiš?
To je exfil. Tamo ti je exfil.
Mislim da im bunker ovdje, ili ja?
Sekundu samo. Mislim da nema ni uključen voice chat.
O, nema, nevjerojatno, ničeg se ne čujemo.
Ne znam.
A jes, ja, ajde.
Može sad.
Ajmo sad.
Ovaj inače je živ još.
Imaš ti sa desne strane.
Ovo je živ.
Jel da?
Aha. Bio neki.
Ja sam mislio da sam otkinuo glavu.
Boga mi.
Jo, gledaj kredite, Lija.
Jipika-jej.
Ne trebaju bombe.
Šta je to bilo? 100 kredita?
Da!
What the fuck?
Ja sam ti rekao da može. I ti ja jer smo danas kepovani. Ja sam ti rekao da može 100 komada da se pokupi, da ima. Ti ja smo kepovani za danas, samo da znaš. 150 kredita mislim maksimum koliko možeš da izvučeš za jedan dan.
Boga mi 200.
Ja mislim su da su
hoćeš da ti pokažem moj stream, na početku streama sam povedao koliko imam, od 120.
Ajde, ne možeš
kad sam završio 1000, pa ne bi kupio Battle Pass drugi, da nisi imao dovoljno.
Mislim da je to informacija, brate, koju bi trebali zaista da izgooglamo, da znamo zasigurno. Ja mislim da su meni ljudi rekli neki da je kao 100 u pitanju.
Ne, ja mogu da dokažem. Znači, garantovano. Znači, na početku streama ujutro kad sam počeo da igram i kad sam ostavio negdje oko podneva, kad smo igrali...
Evo ga oni charger, pazi svog charger, ove je jači. Samo da znaš.
Ušta sam si u glavi. Aaaa! Morat ćeš da me ubiješ.
Ne.
Šta da radim?
Imamo 2 ova, brate, naš, ne da ne želim da te ubije.
Aj baci kašikaru na mene.
Ne, mi imam vatru. Čekaj. Ajoj, Ilija, brate, ljucam na tebe.
Somebody save me. Save me from myself. Evo, ubit ćeš me tako.
Ja sam ga. Pa valjda se kaže hvala brat, hvala drug, mislim. Brate. Trebalo bi sad idemo da otvorimo ovo sranje, evo ga i ja ću ovdje.
Nice. Very nice.
Jel otvoramo neku sa mene, ne? Da?
Otvorio sam ja prvi, ali...
Aha. Ne, nego čisto da znam da li da pravim rotaciju ili da gardu, da čuvam jedan.
Imali smo ovdje bube.
Da, znam, podobim ih dvojica, brate, ne možemo ono, znaš, kad već imamo tim.
Ćeš ja čuvam ovo, brate.
Evo, ja otvaram ova ovdje, ti otvaraj ta tu i tako ćemo da radimo. Ja mislim da imamo samo
Čekaj,
dvoje.
ovo je samo prijemni centar, a? Vidim.
Da, ovo ti je prijemni centar i imamo na vrat. Nego li imamo dvoje ili troje vrata? Aha, ima i tamo.
A znaš da možda uništiš ovu zgradu iz koje izlazi?
Ne?
Da, i onda imaš samo vrat. Izlazi samo kroz kao, onaj, airlock. Malo glupo izgleda, ali ono kao okej. Šta god.
Amo im je, brate, došli ovdje na vrata i kempuju i ko one male bubice, znaš. Kako je situacija kod tebe?
Boga mi.
Aha, dolazim svi.
New canister for prosperity.
Evo, otvoriš te tvoje i gotovi su. Ide ili isto.
Meteors. Pa sad, da li imaš nešto na mapi, ja ne znam.
Samo lutuj ovu municiju i ta sranja i ajmo napolje. Ja, mine.
Invite, copy. Send message. Mi smo ovdje. Charger buba.
Pa ne znam, ja kad idemo ovamo, vidim sad sve samo ovdje isto.
Ja sam juren od strane.
Samo u nogu, brate, opiči i to ti to.
Thanks.
Tako nam je glupavo krenula partija, ali eto, ono, daš, nekako isplatilo se na kraju.
Brother. Thanks. Znači, postao jedan. Bukvalno sam ga 3-4 puta sam ga vozio u krug, znaš. Znači, kao da igram Dark Souls, krene buba na mene, ja stanem, vratim se, ono, krene da rotira, ja protrčim iz pravca iz kojeg je došao i nastavim dalje da trčim dok se okrene, znaš, opet. Tako 2 puta i 3. put sam mislio već, znaš, dosadinu ću mu bežim. Vidim da je on stao bio da pucam u njega, sreće. Raj. Nisam znao da Railgun ima weapon, onaj kao setting.
Idem u safe 1 safe mode.
Nisam znao da ima. Nisam pogledao.
Ja vam priču tebi Drakuli još ono, pričaš Bojane, ali nemaš kome da pričaš.
A nažalost pričaš ko da ne pričaš. To tako je. A vidim da je slučajno bilo, ali boga mi...
A to što je bilo slučajno?
Bacio je karpet, znači bukvalno me izoram. Thank you.
Kako bi sa ovim 500 kg da ti a dobro. Nema se reći. Fantazija, brat. Ovi su prispali.
Pa, taman sušite po gore. Kad je trebalo.
Uspjeli bi, ne bi uspjeli, znaš, nego krenulo je, brate, bukvalno sve što ne treba je krenulo.
Da nas je navatalo 3-4 stalker bube oko onoga gnezda, ne znam baš.
O ne vrlo.
To ti je onaj random faktor.
Ne, ovo početak nam je bio ono katastrofalan. Bilo je mnogo ovih letača. Bilo je baš mnogo letača i jebi ga, mislim koliko su im pojačali damage u pičku materinu. I ne samo što sad imaju veći damage, nego rade i bleed. Sad rade i bleed.
A pre je bilo nebitno skroz, leti na tebe, da leti isti džao.
Sad ono kao baš te rade i ima ih mnogo. Tako da je malo i da PC onda konstantni.
Ja sam konto kad legnem da mi je lakše da ih ubijem i mislim da sam u pravu.
Ja nemam pojma...
More niže da lete,
Da, ali šta kad imamo one sve druge, brate, svi koliko je bilo drugih oko nas.
Pa da, to je problem.
I još 2 chargera i sve. Ja tako, not.
Go.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. I look forward to seeing you.
Take care.
Znaš šta, s obzirom da nosiš ovaj Dominator, nikad ne bi nosio revolver i Dominator, da su ti jedno i drugo oružje previše spori za ubijanje ovih malih.
Znam, uzi.
Znaš, ako nosiš, a Dominator ti je već za medium armor. Tako znaš, kao već otprilike imaš ono 2 alata, koji su ti služe istoj svrsi.
Znam što, treba nešto što ima više municije.
O da, nešto da možeš da fokusiš one malo.
Znaš šta sam da kupim i to kupio sam taj Battle Pass, ali to tek da počnem ključam. Uzeo sam Cutting Edge Battle Pass i hoću da uzmem s treće strane onaj lasirski pištolj.
Nije dobro, nažalost.
Za ove lake neprijatelje.
Da, ali moraš da držiš ono kao sekundu jebote na njemu da bi ga ubio, znaš, nije samo da ga ciju, nego znaš, moraš da ga držiš. Cutting Edge uzmi Sickle.
Da, to znam, Assault Rifle.
Da, to ti je odatle jedino, ono kao da kažeš, mnogo dobra stvar. Sikl je jedan od najboljih, da kažeš, automatskih puški. Mislim, nije automatska puška zato što je energy weapon, ali njega su sad nerfovali, brate, ono, stavili su mu samo da imaš 3 magazina sa sobom.
Misliš 3 ta coil, cilindra?
Pa da, kao 3 puta.
Ako ih pregoriš, moraš da naručiš nove.
Pa da, znaš, imao si ih ranije 6, što je bilo ono, dajde kažemo da je bilo mnogo, zato što zaista nisi morao toliko da pasiš, ali sad moraš dosta više da pasiš. Ali ne, ali šteta i brzina pucanja je i dalje ono, najbolja automatska puška da kažeš ono u igri, jedina automatska puška koja ima neku korist. Ove ostale su... A i tebi se desi ovo kad izađeš iz igre da ti zamrzne ekran.
I znaš šta sad radim? Alt-tabujem i
klikći onako po ekranu da možeš kao ono close i tako
nešto. I onda...
Ili ga iz control panela.
I task manager ono kao otvaram i onda sad delete.
Pa da, tako je isto ponekad ako brzo čekam.
Ma gdje ću sad ja da klikćem na desktop da zabogam igru da mi on izlazi. Marš. To je to. Samo kill. To je mislim njihov problem, razumeš, to znam da je nestabilna igra kad izlazi. To sam čitao u onim... Hvala na svemu i tako to, žao mi što nismo igrali možda Diablo duže.
Nema veze, lepo smo, završili smo, ja mislim, sve što smo htjeli da završimo.